today. Fucking issue, man. Yeah, my computer cracked out. Fucking stupid as hell. Retarded, dude. Man. What's wrong with this fucking shit, dude? Piss me the fuck off.
You do.
Retarded as shit. Bro. Holy crap. I need a new computer ASAP. You can't handle 25 web pages open, I guess, dude. And the Streamlabs is too much.
He's got a very special guest this morning, a special interview with New York Fed President John Williams. Steve.
Andrew, thank you. Yes, I am here at the New York Fed where I've been, we don't know how many years in a row now, but several, with President John Williams for a traditional December holiday interview.
Well, welcome back, Steve.
Thanks. And John, I was just remarking about how great our teams are who scheduled this months in advance, knew there would be a shutdown, knew when the BLS would open, and knew that yesterday they would release the inflation report, which they, of course, did not know. But we're lucky here to have you to comment on it. Yesterday, that inflation report came in lower than expected, but it was a little controversial. Give us your takeaway from that report.
Well, a couple of things. I think that, you know, some of the data that we're seeing is actually pretty encouraging in the sense on the CPI news. And I think it represents a continuation of the disinflationary process we've seen. And I feel like it's consistent with what we were, or I was expecting. Now, on the headline, though, there were some special factors, some technical factors that really are related to the fact that they weren't able to collect data in October and not in the first half of November. And because of that, I think the data were distorted in some of the categories, and that pushed down the CPI reading probably by a tenth or so. It's hard to know. We'll get some. When we get the December data, I think we'll get a better reading of how much that distortion had, how big the effect was. But I do think that was pushed down a bit by these technical.
The volume is bearish, but I mean, it's just not the best.
It's a big issue right now.
This is
Did your army of
bear trap
economists
setting
already
again.
crunch the data and figure it was pushed
Chopping
down
on
by a tenth? Is that
IWM
a
here.
running estimate you have?
Well, that's just a rough estimate,
Okay.
I'm saying.
All right.
But yes, it is, because a couple
Tesla
of the
going
technical
lower.
factors.
Market
One
is
is
holding.
they only collected data in the second half
Let's
of
go.
November
Tesla
when all
going.
the sales are on, and that's going to give you a bit of a downward bias. Also, there was
Time
some
is 10:16.
issues about the rent data and things like that. So it's hard to know, but definitely I took
that candle
some
on
positive
SPY
signs from
QQQ
some of the
though. It's holding
categories
like
that
crazy.
weren't as affected by that. But I think that
Squeeze
really
on
this is just a
IWM.
continuation of the data we've been seeing, and I'm going to
Sub
wait and
480
collect some more
Tesla, come
data
on.
in the next month or two
Sub
to get a better
480
reading
Tesla,
of that.
come on.
Also, from the Department of being lucky rather than good, and we're 2 days after the jobs report.
Yeah.
And, give us your sense of what's happening in the jobs report and your level of concern with the level of payroll growth.
Well, I think
algo ranging at 10,
and again, I
15.
think we have a similar story as with the CPI. I think the basic signs from the employment report, again, they didn't have the data, all the data for October, but they did have data for November. I think what we're seeing is, we're seeing steady job gains especially in the private sector, so that's good news, a continuation of moderate growth. In the unemployment rate, I think that due to some technical factors, again, because they weren't able to collect the data in October, it probably boosted the unemployment rate in November maybe by 1/10. So I think that if you think about that, the unemployment rate has edged up to around 4.5%. Pretty consistent with kind of what I was expecting. Again, we'll get more data in the next few months to see those technical factors that, from the government effects of the government shutdown. Those will fade away from the data. But my conclusion is the labor reports have been pretty consistent with what we've been seeing, especially with a gradual cooling of the labor market. No signs of a sharp deterioration at all.
So put A and B together, the inflation and the employment. Did any of it change your outlook for where interest rates need to be?
Well, it really, so far that's just a few data releases. Fortunately, we'll get a lot more data before our next meeting.
Got the like up on the video, guys. Sorry,
you're the one that put out the data-dependent T-shirts.
So. Yes, I did.
So it's a fair question.
Yeah. So I do. Obviously, I see the data is broadly consistent with the patterns that I've been seeing, and I think we're consistent with the decision we made to cut interest rates at our last meeting. So I think that again, none of this data is changing my view of the outlook. I would take some, positive sign from a little bit lower inflation data. That's what we've been looking for, but nothing that's a game changer yet. But we'll collect more data, and I think monetary policy is really well positioned right now to gather more information.
Looks like
see
the market
what
wants to go a little bit lower, but I mean it's choppy here until it drops that.
So you use that phrase, well positioned, which is a new operative phrase, at least is taken by the market, which means you're probably going to take a pause in January. Am I reading that correctly? Is the market reading that correctly? That's the way the market is priced right now.
Well, I never take a pause in my job. I'm always hard at work and collecting the data, analyzing it, looking for all the signs of what's it mean for achieving our employment goal and our price stability goal. So I don't think of this as a pause or anything like that. I do think the data are telling us that really we're seeing a gradual movement of, I think, underlying inflation back to 2%. But we're going to have to watch all of the data as it comes in, see what it tells us. Okay. I don't personally have a sense of urgency to need to act further on monetary policy right now, because I think the cuts we've made have positioned us really well, and to really try to, I think one goal here is to stabilize the labor market. I don't want to see the labor market cool too far. I want to see inflation come down to 2%, without doing undue harm to the labor market. It's a balancing act, again, and I feel like we've got this in a pretty good place.
John, I don't know that
the volume needs to come. Oh my God, the volume.
World's experts when it comes to understanding this concept of the neutral rate, the rate the Fed would set to not grow the economy, or stimulate the economy, or not cause it to contract. In your view, where are we relative to the neutral rate?
Well, the way I think of the neutral rate is in terms of the real or inflation-adjusted interest rate. Sure. And so today, based on a forecast of inflation of a little under 2.5% for next year, that puts the real interest rate somewhere around 1 to 1.25%. So that's in the kind of I would say in the range of estimates of neutral that are out there. So I think we have moved toward closer to neutral. My personal view, speaking for myself, is the neutral rate is probably a little bit below 1%. So we're still mildly restrictive in terms of the stance of monetary policy. We still have some room to go ultimately to get back to neutral. But that's not guiding my views on what should we do at a specific meeting. That's more of a conceptual framework to think about it. But clearly, I do think that we've gotten closer to neutral. I still think we're a little bit above.
But the question has to be, the follow-up question has to be, do you feel a need for the Fed to remain modestly restrictive?
Well, I think right now with inflation still at something like 2.75%, and we need to get a sustained basis back to 2%. I think that modestly or mildly restrictive stance that we now have gotten after the cuts from last year, I think is helpful in that regard. But I don't see this as like overly restrictive or very restrictive. This is getting in the vicinity of neutral.
John, can you walk us through your outlook for growth? Where do we end this year, and what happens next year?
See if VWAP
Well, where do we end
flips.
this year is still an open question because we don't have a lot of
Normally,
that data.
I wouldn't ask that question that way. I would know.
And so my
Spike
view is
candle
probably
on Tesla,
GDP growth for the
that
year as a
bounces
whole
high.
for this year of say 1.5 to 1.75%. So that's slower than the year before. I do see growth picking up next year. I think we've got some pretty meaningful tailwinds to the economy, starting with the AI investment boom and all of that activity. Pretty strong financial conditions, especially with the stock market, and also, fiscal policy will provide some boost to growth next year. So I do see growth somewhere around 2.25%, and that's a bit above my view of kind of the trend.
It was showing bullish or chopping, right? And then now
I'm
it's
fascinated, John, by how
it's trying
the
to
AI
break down
investment
something
boom
this
and the
2-day
prospect of greater productivity
upward trend line that it broke
informs
out of
your
the
view
NIW
of where
up to the
policy
purple
should
box.
be. And I guess I've been
Not
around
yet.
long enough to remember 1996 when Alan Greenspan took a flyer and he said, you know what, there's all this investment going on in the economy and it's got to be for something and it's going to be productivity. So it allowed the Fed to run the economy a little bit hotter than what it
There's so
thought
many
it could.
bears here.
relative
What if
to that.
they
Do you
bounce
feel
it
that- is
right
that
on top of
informing
VWAP?
policy right now for you, this idea that
That is
productivity
possible.
could come in
They're
and therefore
nasty,
the
whatever
economy
these-
can
all
run
these
at a
algo
higher
ranges.
GDP rate without causing inflation?
Is possible.
Absolutely. I mean, I think that's if we have a
would
sustained
be the
period of higher
3/3,
productivity, that boosts
10/20.
the growth rate their economy can achieve
Does it go
without
lower in the
creating
3/3,
inflation.
or does it
And like you
bounce here in
said,
the
back in the
3/3?
90s, those are my formative years in my career. I think it is important to understand those dynamics, and it can be somewhat disinflationary because it's reducing costs for businesses. The higher productivity and all that. So we have to
We're
be
about to
very
find out what happens
kind
in
of
the
aware,
3/3 here.
and we are about what's happening with productivity,
1/3,
understanding
2/3,
all the
3/3, whether it
dynamics around
extends
that,
lower
how it
or
affects
not. I'm
supply
still in Tesla,
and demand, and the
1.7K.
balance between the two of them.
Puts,
But I do
so
think higher productivity growth is
490. I guess,
favorable
looking for
tailwind for
downward,
the
I don't know.
economy and also
Market
for
could stay
achieving
over
our
and then
goals.
go
It's one of the
downward.
reasons
Tesla,
I do
so.
have some. One of the reasons I expect inflation to come down, underlying inflation to come down next year and the year after, beyond the fact that some of the effects of the
Market went
tariffs
higher
will
from
wane
9:30
and other
to
drivers
10,
that should help bring
30
inflation
minutes.
down. The good productivity growth is
20 minutes
definitely
market
helped
pulling
them.
back.
It's fascinating, John, but I just want to be clear. So you're saying that the prospect for greater productivity from AI and other things around the economy is informing your view of policy now?
These 3/3 bears could be
what
used
it
too
can be and where
for
it can
another
go.
bullish cycle.
Well,
Is
what's
why
informing my
these
view
cycles aren't
now
void.
is what we've been seeing, which is actually very good productivity in the past few years,
Or
around
they go
2%
lower.
or so. So that's already happening, and I think that's going to continue for some
On
time.
Tesla.
I don't have a crystal ball that tells me what productivity will be, but if the AI boom does turn into a sustained period of productivity growth in
Damn.
the U.S., then I think those are the kind of
Damn,
or
let's
kind
see
of
it.
developments
Come
we
on.
would expect.
Tesla.
I'm not taking that for
Tesla,
granted. It is part though, of
480.
kind of my view that we're going to have an economy that's going to grow, have very good growth. It's going to have that with
Nice.
with inflation coming back to 2%
LOD
and the
on
unemployment
Tesla.
rate coming back down to what I think of as
Market
maximum
wants to go
And
employment.
you're
lower.
not being optimistic just because it's Christmas
VWAP
time, right?
maybe.
Absolutely not. I do feel
Slowest
that we
pullback
got through
in
2025.
existence.
This has been an
IW1
uncertain year. A
holding
lot has
down,
happened,
up, down,
and the
up,
economy
down,
has come
literally.
through this. And I'm feeling actually pretty good on the base case for the economy. Of course,
But
there's lots of uncertainties.
We do need to talk about some of that. For example, the idea
Slowest
that
fucking
AI
pullback
could
in
lead to
existence.
substantial job losses. Is that a concern of yours? And how does the Fed respond?
Making it look
Well, I think
sus
what we
and
need to do
sus
is
and bear
understand what's
trappy and bear
happening in the
trappy
labor
and
market.
then
I think,
still
again,
doing it
it's supply and
slowly,
demand.
slowly, and then they
See,
might
those
bear
are the
trap
two
it at
words
some
I always
point,
go
cycle
back to,
create,
but
and then do
it's going to
something.
affect clearly the supply side of the economy, but also it's going to affect
Now, bear
the
cycle
demand for
is
labor. I think
1/3,
in
2/3,
AI
3/3,
industries
time
we're
is
seeing,
10, 25.
or
This
industries
is the
related to building
3/3
data
now.
centers, we're
Instead of
seeing
10,
very strong
20, it's
demand for
10,
labor
25.
in those areas.
Tesla
We're
is
going to see
going into
very strong
10,
demand for
25
people
too.
who use AI, but we are going to see negative effects on those
VWAP is here.
whose jobs, can be replaced through technology. This is the same kind of thing we've seen in the past. I mean, net, I do see this as I do not see this as a cause for, structural unemployment or negative effects on the labor market like that. But it will be a period where you're going to see changes in kind of what skills are in demand and how highly.
I'm out on Tesla.
But what about all the
1,900.
investment pouring in? What if it goes bad? It doesn't have those returns. Are you looking at AI as a potential source of systemic risk to the financial
I'm not
system?
holding this
I
shit.
don't see
They
it as
wanna
a
go,
systemic
but I'm
risk
not
to the
fucking
financial
holding.
system, although we are very focused on these issues of where's the
Tesla fucking
leverage
contracts going
in the
insane. Zero
financial
DT,
system.
bro. They went from
How is this
490 to
investment
480.
being
Look at
funded?
this shit.
Those are things that we always
490 to
study
480
and try
today.
to understand
I
as well
literally
as we
said
can.
Kathy
I
was
do
out
think
there
that at the
very
end of the
fucking
day,
smart
this is
money
a
deduction
a
setup,
very
right? And the only
fast-moving
setup was there on
sector. We're
Tesla.
going to have some investments
Spying,
that don't pay
QQQ was
off,
holding
other
bullish.
investments that pay off,
Tesla, the
extremely
only thing.
well. And I think that's part of being an innovative, free enterprise economy. I do
Great.
think there's something real
Wow,
here.
I literally
This
left
AI
on the fucking
and
squeeze
especially the
candle. I
latest
don't give a
generations
fuck,
of
man.
AI
That is amazing.
represent a general purpose
10:30.
technology that I think will transform how we do a lot of work in the
Time is
economy, just as
10:30.
technology and the internet and
Market
other things
is
have in
being
the past.
patient.
Is there excessive
Wow.
exuberance in some of this? Maybe, maybe not. But I think there is a real thing to the
Tesla
economy
fucking
that,
zero
that,
DT
will be a
moving
positive.
Here's what a whole
crazy.
home water filtration system costs, including installation. Tap below to check pricing.
Damn.
Affordable water filtration.
Alan Greenspan, who we've already talked about, had an idea about addressing bubbles. And he said you
Look
don't
at this
address them
shit.
ahead of time,
Tesla,
but you're available
zero
to clean them up
DT.
afterwards. Is that your thinking? If there's all of this
LOD.
investment, does it suggest perhaps that rates are too easy or financial conditions are too easy, and it's something you should raise the
Bearish,
hurdle for
the
things to cool it
515.
off?
Well, I
From
guess these are pretty easy
940
questions. I
sorry,
agree with the
490.
comment that you're quoting, former Chairman
Market opens
Greenspan.
490.
I
It
think
looked
that
crazy bullish
you
at
never know
490.
is the market how is the
With
market
all the
pricing
volume.
things? Is it high or low? You never know what exactly the future will hold, and we can't
This is
know
the
that despite
3/3
all the
They
research
can
we do
trap
and
the crap out
analysis
of
we do.
bears here.
So I think
in
we
the
need to
3/3.
focus on the
Balance is
economy
strong
in
at
front of
VWAP.
us, achieving our maximum employment price stability goals.
Thing is, though,
And
I
of
was
course,
already
if there's
expecting a bear trap before VWAP. So.
later on the market can adjust to a
Market
different
cycling,
reality
I'm
around
letting it
AI,
be.
then we can
Volume too loud,
respond
someone said. I got
to that in terms of achieving our
I
goals.
was
And so
expecting
I
a
am
bounce
in the
before
camp of,
VWAP, and that
let's not
cycle
try to
confirmed to do anything.
anticipate
But I mean, they
that
went
the
to
market may
VWAP that
be
easy.
getting it wrong or there's investment
So this
boom
shit
that
is
won't pan out. Let's
in
look
the
at
norms.
the actual economy in front of us and do the best we can with that.
John, we
Market
have
is
to talk about
cycling
the
is all it
balance
is.
sheet, because one of the other things you guys do here at the New York Fed is you basically run the Fed's balance sheet and make sure the funds
Algo
rate
range
is
is
in line with
helping.
what the committee
Speed
has
is
decided
fast,
on
too.
where it ought to be. You've recently had some tightness in these funding markets overnight that have caused some concern.
I mean, they literally did go to
and you've
VWAP
also
that
decided
easily, you
that
know what
you're
I mean?
going
Like,
to
I would look at all
increase
those
the size of
algo
the
ranges.
balance
I was
sheet.
expecting a chop and
Opinion
maybe,
piece in the
you know, at
Geopolitics
1020,
you
it
did
literally should have bear
QE again,
trapped.
and you've lost control
They
of the
went
balance
lower
sheet.
with Tesla
Are those two
at
things accurate?
1020.
I don't
And
agree
then
with
now
either of those.
10:30
First
with
of
the
all,
new
we're not doing QE.
bottom of the
So
cycle,
QE
they're
and
figuring out what to do.
quantitative easing is a
10:30.
monetary policy tool or decision
Bounced at the
to
first minute of
basically
10:32. Why to give
bring
bulls
down
hope that-
longer-term interest
and the
rates by
bears are
buying
hoping now,
longer-term
too.
Treasury securities or mortgage-backed securities. We're not doing that. We're buying
Most
T-bills,
important thing
short-term
right now, I
securities,
think, is
and we're
Tesla.
doing it to provide reserves to the
IWM 1
banking
minute
system
gap up.
to
Look
meet
at how
the
nasty
demand
that work
that
is,
the
too.
banks in our country
10:30.
that operate here need in
IWM
order to
coming
carry out
in
their
with
business.
a
So we are being led by where is the demand for reserves. We're supplying those
kangaroo
reserves as
groundhog
needed
jump.
in a way that keeps interest rates, as you mentioned, right in the range that
Kangaroo
the Federal
groundhog
Open Market
jump and
Committee
Tesla going
has set
lower.
the
Like,
Fed
fuck
funds
is
rate
this
for
shit?
that. So we are obviously not doing
Kangaroo.
QE from my
Look at this
point of view. We're not trying
kangaroo
to change,
groundhog jump 1 minute
the
gap.
tenured,
And then kangaroo
term
groundhog
premium
jump
or something
and
like
then
that. We're really
you
just making sure
decided
there's
what to do.
appropriate
That
amount of
would be
liquidity.
QE.
Look
Yeah,
at how
is that a
crazy
John,
market
I want to
is.
just
Look at
make
how
sure that
dangerous the market fucking cycle is and how fast using everything all at the same time. This is the real direction, the trend direction. But most importantly, this is set up.
Can see rates
Hope you
coming
guys
down
understand
back
that,
towards a low
right?
rate.
Sure,
but
the
in no
market going
particular
up
hurry
was
to
set
get
up
there
too.
because, A,
Market
we have
going up
holes
was
in
set
the
up
data
too.
out there,
But
and B, you
IWM
wanna
was
see how the
not
economy goes. Is
rejecting,
that correctly
holding, right?
summarize your view on rates?
QQQ is
I
what
do see
slightly
eventually
rejecting
rates
because of
coming down
Tesla
lower
now,
because
but I mean
as
Tesla
inflation
is the
comes
one
down
thing
all the
that
way to
went from
2%, we'll need to
930
have
to
an interest rate
1030.
that's consistent
Top of the
with that.
top of
And
the
also, I
orange
think
to the
we're a
bottom
little
of the
bit above
purple.
neutral, so
Top
I
of the
think that
orange to the
eventually
bottom
we
of the
get there.
orange.
But I think,
I
again,
left here
yes,
in the
we are
end
in
of the
a good
2/3. I'm
position,
not.
I
This is
think, in
crazy work.
balancing
3/3. You know what I
our
mean?
goals,
Maybe
and
they do go
we
fucking, and
wanna
maybe they
see-
dump
from my point of view,
on
I wanna
Tesla, and
see
maybe
how the
today is a day.
economy,
But I mean today is also
performs,
Friday.
collect more
I do a
information,
lot of risk
especially as we get
analysis.
maybe
I
some
do a
cleaner
lot of
reads on
things
the
that, you know,
Governor Waller said
I don't give a
50
fuck
to
about
100
candles
basis
is what
points
I'm
over
saying.
that
Like,
particular
candles
time.
are
Is that in
just
line with your
such
thinking?
Well, I
amateur,
think there's
such
a range
fake
of views. You can look at our economic
shit
projections,
that they
and
make
there's a
up.
range of views. And
But
I
I
think,
mean, at
you
the end
know,
of the
that
day,
that's
cycle,
you know, I'm not going
time
to opine in his
confirmation, and
particular view
deductions are the
or
only
anything, but I
thing.
think
Why?
that,
Because
you know,
that
if you
red
think
candle
about
made it look
today,
fucking
we
crazy
are,
bearish.
you know,
Why?
well
But it's
above
super risky. Why? Because I never broke that
eventually getting
1025
to a
low.
nominal neutral rate when
IWM is
inflation is all
fucking
the way 2%.
bugging out
We're
here
not
with
at
this
2%
shit.
yet.
Bugging the fuck
Hey,
out.
everybody.
Like, it's literally
At a
not.
time like this, we
It's market is not easy. You know what I mean? It would be easy. It would be nice if all things are easy and it's nice and dandy. But there's clearly things that tell, you know, this is dangerous and this is dangerous and blah 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 blah. And that thing is cycle confirmation and time confirmation alone. Anything else is just hoping. Anything else is just bullshit making up. 1/3, 2/3, 3/3, trying something here too on Tesla. So this shit is no joke. Right, all these bears trapped now in this weird ass cycle, going to VWAP that easily, and then it literally looked like it was gonna do a weird cycle and reject and go lower, right? But no, that weird cycle is to trap everything and flip this fucking evil shit. Like 1 minute gap up, 1 minute gap down, like it's unstability point, and they had to fill one of them, and they super fucking filling it up. Like, I don't even know if this bounce is real. I'm just saying, like, 0 DT cycling not that easy. Right? When is it the best? Right? When is it deduction smart money? When the volume is guaranteed up 1/3, 2/3 into 2/3. When the volume is guaranteed, when the setup or volume is guaranteed down, so 1/3, 2/3, not the 1/3 or the 3/3, but literally the middle. When is Tesla safe? Confirmation after 10, maybe. This shit was risky as fuck to 10 to 10:15, but I mean, I think 9:30 to 9:40 was easier for me. It was just more volatile, more strength going lower, easy lower showing, and this shit is just chop, 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 chop down. It's just, yeah. This is gaming at its finest. Today is what? Friday too, so Friday rules apply. What does Friday rules mean for smart money? Friday rule means that there's nasty shit happening, super fast traps happening, and most likely very volatile, unstable confusion moments happening. That's what Friday means for smart money. What does that mean in terms of risk analysis? Risk analysis in their personal heads. I'm just talking about this shit in a hypothetical standpoint. I don't really know, but I'm just literally saying those type of people would be thinking, oh, if Friday is so trappy and Friday is so fast and Friday is so blah 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 and confusing, then more than likely that person is going to be moving fast and moving smart and moving, you know what I mean, thinking about, oh, today's going to be blah 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 blah. That's just, you have to think like that. If not, market going to get you every day. Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Wednesday, you know, Thursday too. But Friday is the most dangerous. Why? Because all options are expiring. Today is triple witching too. Like, there's so much volatility. There's so much shit that they played out into the week two, but then also we're finaleing it, and then we're also making people think bullish or bearish into next week too. So you kind of have to imagine, right? You kind of have to imagine, like, why the fuck are we popping from 408 to 416? That shit makes like, dude, we were at 602 2 days ago. Like, I don't think people appreciate how much volatile the market is at this point. I appreciate the fuck out of it because volatility is what basically means that, you know, most of the people is just candle, most of the people is hope, most of the people is not really doing risk analysis, most of the people is just, you know, believing in the full fucking 100 contract bullshit thing, and that's just not the reality, because the reality says that the world revolves around truth and reality and logical shit, and logical shit means that there's certain moments that it's just not the same as every other moment. Right, logical shit says that 1/3, 2/3 is completely different from 3/3, and then logical shit says that 3/3 is completely different from 1/3, 2/3, whether that's going up or down. So that's something that takes a lot of dedicational love and effort to find out for yourself.
There's this billionaire Elon Musk weighing on the Trump accounts for newborns set to roll out next year, saying that they're a nice gesture but may not be necessary going forward because He says saving money will not be necessary.
It's a nasty
with
bullish cycle,
universal high
1030 to
income set to
1035.
prevail in the future.
We are testing the HOD.
Musk
It's
says this
deleting
on
all
X. It
these
is
bears.
certainly
You
a
can't
nice
lie. That is
gesture
what
of
it's
the
doing.
Dells,
So
but there will be no poverty in the future, and so no need to save money. There will be universal high income. Musk is on record saying artificial intelligence
look at the
and
fucking volume
robotics will
coming in
eliminate
super
poverty
weird.
and the
Like
need
here,
to
like
work,
this is
creating a universal
completely
level
squeezing,
of
completely
wealth.
stopping, and it's resetting.
Trying to follow this one, Todd.
I
No
don't
need
have,
to save money. I mean, I don't get this.
I do not know if I have the intellectual
Look at this shit
capacity
on
to wrap
IW.
my head
There's a
around
1 minute
this.
gap down there, and
I'll
they
be
might
honest,
hold
like,
it for 20 minutes. They might
what-
hold it for 1 hour.
what
They
do
might hold
you
it for
do?
3
What
hours.
is
But at some
life? And
point,
I'm
this
not
shit's
saying
gonna fill
life
too.
is
If not
work,
today, tomorrow.
But let's be realistic. Getting up every day and having a purpose is what life is all about. And for most people, that purpose is work, provide for your family. If
That's
that
deep.
doesn't exist,
That is fucking deep.
I truly am at a
I don't get this.
Wow,
I
that's
do
deep.
not know if I have the intellectual capacity to wrap my head around this.
I know.
I'm being honest. Like, so what do you do? What is life? And I'm not saying life is work, but let's be realistic. Getting up every day and having a purpose is what life is all about. And for most people, that purpose is work, provide for your family. If that doesn't exist, I truly am at a loss for words. Like, what is it? What do we do? Do we just stare at the clouds all day? I don't know.
Yeah, did they just
What
stare
is
at
he
the fucking
talking about,
candles
John?
all day? Did they just fucking stare at the fucking candles all day and then make bullshit up and then be like, duh, and then everyone go like, and then, you know, they do good for maybe, you know, and then you fucking lose it all, and they're like, and maybe.
I'm sort of understanding
Crazy
myself,
work.
but I'll tell you,
Fuck, but that's
Maria,
the reality.
viewers,
Crazy
don't
work.
hold your breath thinking that you're
Damn.
not going to have to work anymore. You know, AI might eventually help lead
Candle
to a
trading
world
sucks dick, huh?
where perhaps there is no need to work. But that
Candle
world
trading fucking
may
sucks
not
dick.
arrive until hundreds of years
Man.
from now. It's not going to happen anytime soon. That's for sure. This is, you know, this has me
You know, my friend
totally
said-
confused, and I guess
My friend said,
it-
the person
it's just
said, this is
more
a
AI
2 out of
hyperbole
10 day
and-
type of
and
thing.
Perhaps the market itself has
They were-
gotten too,
when I was
carried
offline or
away
some shit,
with
apparently they
what
were watching
AI
again, but
can
dude,
deliver
what the fuck
fairly
you talking about? This
soon.
shit's about
I
fucking
ju-
12 out of
hey,
10
I
days type
just,
of thing.
went on
Every
ChatGPT and
single
said, what
day,
is Elon Musk
son.
talking about when he says we won't
Ah,
need to work?
lying
They
ass.
say Musk
Lying
predicts that
ass.
advances in AI and
It is
robotics
so
will
hilarious.
automate
This is
most
a
of,
fucking everyday type
most
of
of
shit.
or nearly all
Done.
human labor. So that's what he's talking about, making work optional instead of
No,
necessary.
but the saddest
here,
thing is,
Maria.
though,
I'll be
is
here for you
contradicting
regardless
her,
of what
but
I
honestly,
think.
it's just
ChatGPT
the sad
says.
truth, man.
All right, guys.
Gotta
If you
literally
live
just-
in a New Jersey zip
Same fucking damn ad. YouTube Premium, here I come, I guess. YouTube Prem, here I come. Tesla, 480 sub. It really did. The market is at the tippity top. Reset all the damn puts. I'm so glad I was thinking about Tesla down for myself. I don't even want to think about SPY down or up, but like, what the fuck is that? This is literally coming down, coming down, coming down. Look at the MACD going tiny, tiny down, coming down, coming down, coming down. It trap bulls, I guess, too, but then back up. Bro, that is some game. 1040 new HO and new LOD on Tesla. IWM 1 minute gap trying to fill. Cycles are changing though. Tesla might be bouncing, IWM might be rejecting, but or I'm wrong. Let's see. Something is moving Tesla today. Something is absolutely moving Tesla today. This shit was positive and now it's negative 0.8%. Something is moving Tesla. Whether that's the Bury Bears or ARK. I have no idea. What the shit? This keeps fucking. Keeps moving. IWM gap filled. Only thing that's really going continuously is Tesla today. Market is just going up, up, down, up, down. So this is continuously mega bullish. Until it's not, it is. And until it breaks VWAP, it hasn't. So that candle, the second candle at 10:30, was the most nastiest shit I've seen. But that really, I think that would have trapped the majority of the people that were in. I think new money people could have got trapped there too. But thank God I wasn't even thinking about downward there. That's crazy work. I don't know how long this shit is gonna squeeze to. I don't know if this is a bullish real squeeze to the end of the day or at some point midday. But honestly, it's a 0 DT finding. 0 DT game at the finest. Bullish flag, chop, gap, everything filled. Let's do a poll. First poll of the day. Alright, if you think it's new HOD is coming, say new HOD is coming. If you think we're about to reject to VWAP, below VWAP, say VWAP rejection is coming. If you think they're about to chop it up and do nothing, say nothing to chop. I'm going to send the SPX put to call ratio if I can here. Look at Tesla right now, 679. Damn. Maybe they might go $3 more down here. The candle's just coming in the laddery down. Wow. Look at that squeeze. Look at Tesla using that shit. I'm not using it, but like pulling it back. Man, I don't know, dude. This shit is wild. Tesla already near the purple box. 10:45 time is. Bullish MACD being used. IWM bouncing, trying for its life. We got VWAP, VWAP, HOD, VWAP, VWAP, chop, chop. Okay. 7 people voted rejection to VWAP. 2 people voted new HOD. I'm voting rejection to VWAP based on Tesla. I think 670, 476, and then maybe a trap or a bounce. That would be a second dip at VWAP, and then maybe bear trap everybody again too. But market is trying. Look at these fucking candles coming in so damn structured one after another. What the fuck? SPY not even going lower. Tesla is. Shit's wild. I'm watching this. I'm not in anything. I feel like it'll be greed. on SPY or Tesla, so I'm just gonna watch here. Time is 10:45. I feel like $2 more on Tesla, but this shit pure greed. Like, it's crazy spiked already. Should have just fucking stayed in my 2 contracts waiting for that flip, but that's also fucking hope too. So this is literally the 3/3, 1/3, 2/3, and 3/3, and time is 10:45. So it's been 1 hour and 15 minutes on Tesla. Man, look at Tesla though, bruh. Motherfucking doctor. Oh my god. $12 down. 490 to 478. Insane volatility on Tesla. Up, down, up, down, up, down. Look at this shit. They deleted the puts into morning open too, and then they fucking reset it. All the calls. Oh my god. Oh my god. Candles are showing crazy bearishing. Look, volume surge. Talking about volume surge.
The
This is what
action
happened on Tesla
today. All right,
There's
KG, looks like it's
super
going to be
volume.
a push-pull kind of day. What's your take?
Yeah, I would agree with you. I mean, obviously, yesterday we actually did see a pretty nice little rally in the S&P 500. A little bit of a weak
Crazy
close,
candle.
but obviously we were still in the green here, and we actually did see outperformance from 3 sectors that we would like to see kind of command this market: consumer discretionary, communication services, as well as information technology. So let's see if that concentration of trading does occur today. But we also have to be
I
mindful we
expect the
have
bear
quarterly
trap somewhere in the
expiration,
purple box.
for options as well as
We'll see.
futures. So this is triple witching, which just means
That's
the
what I
fact
said
that
on the
we will
WhatsApp
see the
group.
SPX
That is literally my
options,
personal
the
opinion.
NDX as well as the Russell
They want to go
AM
somewhere
options
lower and then
expire
personal.
at the market
Purple
open.
box
That also
may
is
be
going
a
to coincide
bounce,
with
in
the
my opinion,
futures
and
contracts
then
for
decide
December
what to do
also
with Tesla going
ending at
crazy
the open
lower
as
now.
well. So we should actually see an outsized amount of
1050.
volume for today's session, and then going into the close,
IWM.
obviously we still will
Bull
have
trapping
the
everybody.
options
Q, Q,
expiration
Q.
as well
Bull
as
trapping
rebalancing for a
everybody.
lot of indexes
Bulls are
as well.
trapped at the
So I would
top.
expect a lot of volume for today. Usually days like today, we do
VWAP
get
is
one
flipping
way
down
or another as far as the
big time.
intraday direction, and then usually the last half hour, we actually do see a reversal. I would expect that to be the same thing today, and then also kind of looking at the small caps and mid caps being the outperformers if we are going to have a green day, and if we are going to see this massive rebalancing taking place the last hour of today.
Okay, let's talk about Oracle. It's on the move this morning off this Bloomberg report with regard to what's next. This has been a long-running situation between, divesting part of TikTok or creating some kind of U.S. operation. What's the latest here?
Candle traders are
Yes,
crying.
we are
Done
receiving
for.
reports that TikTok CEO did sign the deal for this
like
U.S. component to be created here. Now, the deal is
SPX put to call ratio is
expected
now
to
being
close
sent.
on January 22nd. But Oracle is going to be a beneficiary, one of the
There's a
primary
lot of puts
owners
and
of
calls.
TikTok, and they're going to be responsible for not only housing the data, but also ensuring that the data that is being housed is within compliance of U.S. law. So this is why you are seeing a nice little bump to the upside. Oracle is up about, let's say, around $7 or so right now in trading, and you're getting a little bit more optimism that, one, this deal is going to be finally completed. We could take it off the slate of maybe potential issues with the China-U.S. trade relations here, and then two, once again, we might see other further improvements when it comes to these trade deals, and I think that's why you are seeing this optimism. I don't think this is going to take away from the fact that there's still some concerns around the market and Oracle in particular when it comes to funding, AI build-outs, building out these data centers, and trying to have a return on investment that's going to be equitable for a lot of investors and traders within this name. But obviously, it's a positive sign, at least for today. Let's see if it's going to be able to push up a lot of these other stocks within the technology space in order to hold this up here for the broader equity market.
Speaking of tech, a good portion of the momentum was attributed to, or some
That's
of
the
the
SPX
momentum
put to call ratio
was
right
attributed
now.
to Micron.
There's
Those
a
shares
fuck
still
ton
on
of
the
puts
move
down
today.
here.
What are you watching
More
here?
lower.
Yeah, you're still getting a lot of optimism. I mean, you have retail traders that are looking for upside potential for Micron, either buying shares or looking at the call options and even selling puts against this as well, which is also bullish. And you're trying to find a market and try to find a sector in an industry that is seeing some positive momentum when it comes to the fundamentals. It might be a little bit undervalued. Now, technically speaking, Micron is still overstretched, but at the end of the day, when you have some of this market turbulence in the, right now, which what we are experiencing, when you have volatility, when you have a company that has decent earnings as well as maybe some decent commentary around it, you do see kind of this inflow or this flock to go into that name. So it is performing relatively well.
There's
the
a
memory
lot
names
of puts
did do pretty
here
well yesterday as
calls,
well. And
they're chopping
let's see once again if this is going to continue. The only thing you get a little bit concerned about, Diane, is the selling into strength. We've seen that for the last week or so.
It could be, but
we do get pops or a little bit of optimism in the market, and then you see
I guess we're in a decision moment here. We're at a crossroads.
Offset their positions, and so that doesn't seem like that's the case for Micron right now.
I don't want to call
but if
things.
we do get any type of hiccups today, especially on the news front, that
could
be one of those names that actually does see an outsized move to the downside as people try to take off.
If it breaks the low to 1030 here,
okay, let's talk about Nike. Those shares decelerating this morning.
They may just break that 1030 low, touch that purple box, and then bear trap, and then bounce too. But there's no cycle confirmation. So
weren't bad. They were good to me, but it looks like the street is just not patient with this one. What's your take?
2.65% today.
Yeah, I'm going to go on the other side of that trade with you, Diane. It doesn't look like a really decent report, in my opinion, just because of the margin aspect. Now, if you're looking at top-line growth and you're looking at the expansion of the North American sales, I would agree with you. I mean, the company did report revenue that exceeded the street's expectations at $12.43 billion.
As you came back while the live stream came back up,
and the adjusted earnings per share came in at 53 cents. Street was looking for 37 cents. But here's where the problem lies and why you are seeing the shares moving to the downside. During the quarter, they took a 300 basis point cut on gross margins, basically 3% on gross margins, and they are also projecting that they are going to continue to take a hit in this near-term quarter when it comes to their margins as well. So that's obviously going to have an impact when it comes to profitability for this company, and it is still trading at a premium, even though the stock has moved down, still trading at a premium compared to the returns that they have on a fundamental basis. So I think you're still seeing kind of this search for the right valuation for this name, and they are seeing the impact when it comes to tariffs. I mean, you are seeing expansion of sales when it comes to North America, but some of that might be pricing as well as the fact that the inputs in their supply chain, if you will, are seeing higher costs. So even though you are driving sales, it's not really offsetting the pressures that they are seeing from tariffs, and then also the markdowns that they are already providing in order to get out of their existing inventory, try to churn their existing inventory. So some headwinds right now. The CEO is still optimistic over the long term that they are implementing this transition strategy. It's going to take a little bit of time. It's not going to be linear. That was kind of one of the remarks that we've heard when it comes to their profitability here. But you do not like to see margins being compressed. And for a name like this that has a lot of international exposure, especially when it comes to the supply chain, it seems like investors are looking elsewhere in order to provide and find areas of return.
So maybe 2026 or the second half of 2026 could potentially be better for Nike. I hear you. All right, let's get your levels on the S&P 500 today. What are you looking for
isn't it going to do something because it's Friday?
Yeah, to the
more likely,
here, looking at 6,800.
They're gonna do everything because it's Friday. You gotta think of it like that. More likely than not, they're gonna trap it because it's Friday.
Usually also coincides with a spike in volatility, and then over time.
And then at the end, when things are all dead apart, when things are.
Just be mindful. There's going to be a lot of volume trading for today's session, so be ready for a very interesting day when it comes to the markets.
Art Cash and the late Art Cashin used to say, on a day like today, you have to be nimble. So I think that's my takeaway from what you just said. Thank you, KG. That's Kevin Green.
A day like today, you gotta be nimble. You heard that, right? A day like today, you gotta be nimble. Why? Because it's Friday. Day like today, market moves so fucking fast, so damn confusing.
In the past 10 years,
so damn showing, so damn greedy, so damn candle trader trapping.
Big rally in stocks overnight in Japan. The Nikkei average up better than 500 points. That was better than 1% overnight as the Bank of Japan raised interest rates to a 30-year high, sending the country's 10-year bond yields above 2%. Back at home this morning, futures indicating a mixed opening. Certainly better than expected after the softer or better than expected inflation
Look at
data
the algo
yesterday.
range being used on SPY right now.
2.7%
This is
CPI.
market being patient,
The Dow Industrials
deciding
right now down
slowly,
8 points, but the
not
Nasdaq is up
fast.
85 in the pre-market. Markets, of course, bracing for heavy positioning flows today. More than $7 trillion in options are expiring. That's one of the largest so-called quadruple witching events on.
That's the largest quadrupling events in. Say the word, lady.
Options are expiring. That's one of the largest so-called quadruple witching events on record. Always causes a lot of volatility. Despite the recent volatility, though, markets have been delivering a strong year. All three major indices showing double-digit gains in 2025, largely driven by that AI rally in tech. And we are looking at that this morning again. OpenAI, meanwhile, reportedly looking to raise around $100 billion, potentially valuing that company at upwards of $830 billion. It is seeking more capital to fuel growth and compete in this global AI race. Joining me now is Portfolio Wealth Advisors President and Chief Investment Officer Lee Munson. Lee, great to see you. Thank you so much for being here. Look at this market in 2025, 20% higher in some of these averages. Look to next year for us. How are you thinking about allocating capital? And do you believe valuations are stretched and the AI spending should be questioned? Or are you all in on this?
You know, I'm a little bit on the fence in terms of everything outside of AI. What I think
Open
people
AI,
realize
folks,
is that we've got 13, 14% growth on things like small caps or small cap value. We have 12% growth on large cap value, and that doesn't include any AI names. So when we're going into next year, we're seeing a broadening out of where the earnings are happening. A lot of companies this year that we thought were going to be impacted by tariffs, or what the street calls the tariff losers, those have some of the best earnings acceleration versus earlier this year. So if I want to make capital, I still want to be in that AI name. But let's be honest, at over a 33 multiple on the NASDAQ, just as a poster child for that exposure, these AI names have to deliver.
I feel like they're making me want to short here with no volume.
All next year.
They're
So I
making
think
me
you're
want to
better off if you want to pack up
target
and be all
VWAP
in
flip
AI.
with no
Wait for
fucking
that
volume
moment
here.
where maybe Nvidia has a slow earnings, or maybe there's more investor concern about the spending on these data centers. I think that's going to be an issue next year. I think that sometime between now and the end of next year, there's going to be a moment of reckoning. And if that multiple can come down
goes in there,
on some of those AI names, then I'm all in. For now, I'm staying diversified. I really
this is
love
1/3, 2/3, 3/3 bear cycle, and 3/3 bullish cycle too. So
of that AI productivity and Fed cuts, those things are coming.
Lee, let me get your take on this $8 trillion of money in money market funds right now. You're talking about $8 trillion. This is the highest we've seen in a long time of money sitting in money market accounts. And of course, as you know, the thinking is that as rates come down and rates in money market accounts also go down,
about to be flying.
People
Candles
will want
about
to
to be
move that
teleporting
money out of
basically.
money market accounts, and ultimately it will find a home in stocks. Do you buy into that? Once you see some of that money market money come into stocks, does that provide a floor or a boost to the equity market?
You know, I've been hearing about this like $8 trillion in money markets for a while. And the reason it hasn't happened is people are still getting 3.5%, 4%. Absolutely. When people start looking and start seeing that their banks are only paying them 2%, that money markets are starting to crack that under 3%, you're going to see money flow back in, and you're going to see.
Is there even news coming out today? Is there a White House live stream?
Broad-based index, not necessarily AI names. That's why I'm much more confident.
Apparently, there was a
backdrop going into next
live
year.
stream hack on the White House website. Some financial live streamer
you've got that floor.
was
And if the
on
market starts
White
to slow
House or
because
something.
of growth concerns, you know rates are going to get cut.
So the White House live schedule is not up.
Well, President Trump, meanwhile, signed an executive order this week reclassifying cannabis as a Schedule III drug or a less dangerous drug, marking the biggest federal shift in marijuana policy in decades. This move eases tax and banking and research restrictions on these companies and includes a new Medicare pilot program to pay for cannabis-related products. Those stocks plunged yesterday on concerns that there's new competition coming in.
Oh, my God. They brought up cannabis stock for a week, and then they rug pulled it. All these shit are going lower. What the fuck?
You know rates are
This
gonna
show's
get
going
cut,
up
and that money's
crazy the
gonna
last
flow.
2 days.
Yeah, well, President Trump, meanwhile, signed an
the
executive
fuck?
order this week reclassifying cannabis as a Schedule III drug or a less dangerous drug, marking the biggest federal shift in
Guys, I'm
marijuana
going in one
policy in
SPX
decades.
put right now.
This move eases tax and
1,400.
banking and research restrictions on these companies, and
1,410.
includes a new Medicare pilot program to pay for cannabis-related products. Those stocks plunged yesterday on concerns that there's new competition coming in from Big Pharma. What are your thoughts on this? Look at some of these moves in these cannabis companies.
This is
Round
fully
Hill
3/3
Cannabis down
chasing.
26%. Aurora down 3.5%, and these are companies that
This
I
is
guess
chasing basically
are in the
bear cycle.
business of cannabis right now.
23%.
I
Holy
think
shit.
all those
26%.
companies, their value is basically
11%.
zero. I live in New Mexico.
Wow.
You live in New York. There's dispensaries everywhere.
Yeah, that's
I mean,
true.
this is just a plant that you grow. It's not going to increase access. This
It's
is
so
a huge
nasty.
thing for medical research. So these companies, what do
You
they
know,
have to do with
Tilray
medical research?
and
they
the
try to
marijuana
grow
stocks was going
something
up for a couple
as
of
if
days
it's
before
not
this
just a basic
presidential
commodity. I mean,
news came
what
out
people
too.
don't realize who aren't, let's say, knowing people are in that whole culture. The price of an ounce of decent marijuana, loose leaf, is lower today than the nominal price, not adjusted for
I'm
inflation.
taking my
than it
smallest
was in the
risk here.
90s.
One.
I mean, this is not an industry I want to be in, but medical research is so important,
bottom-
so huge.
this
We wanna
red
know
box
about this
visit is
stuff.
possible.
We want to know how this actually can be of use, not just a
Be a
recreational
couple of
drug like
couple of
alcohol.
dollars.
So I think those companies should be very afraid because Big Pharma now, the gloves are off. They can go in here and they study it. I think it's going to be a huge boom to biotech in that industry. I mean, biotech has just been left for dead.
Wow.
This is going to be a shot in the arm for that.
Really interesting. Meanwhile, interest rates this morning look like this as President Trump said that he's weighing his pick for the next Fed chair. Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, told me we're going to find out who it is in early January. The president said he's spoken to 3 or 4
So I wasn't
candidates.
talking
He
about
signaled he wants a more
weed though.
aggressive
That's like some
approach to
straight
rate
up
cuts, as
candle
you know.
talking about
He's
retail
aiming to
shit
bring
when the
down
news comes
mortgage
out. It's like way
costs.
too
He's
late.
praising Fed Governor Christopher Waller and Mickey
That is
Bowman
big news.
without
I mean,
confirming any finalists.
turning
We
into
still believe
a
Kevin Warsh and Kevin Hassett
almost
are the
Tylenol
finalists. Watch
classification,
this.
but
How many people are you interviewing for the Fed chairman, and what did you think of Chris Waller?
I think he's great, and he's a fantastic man. I met him yesterday. Again.
So how many people are you looking at?
We're talking to 3 or 4. I think every one of them would be a good choice, honestly.
Michelle Bowman?
We'll be making a decision pretty quick.
Is Michelle Bowman on that list too?
She's fantastic. She's a fantastic person.
When do you expect to make your announcement about the new Fed chair, sir? Before the end of the year?
Over the next couple
Bear
of weeks.
trap
I mean,
building
I don't
off
know
this
before
no
the end of the year,
cycle.
but pretty soon.
No volume
Lee, what do
cycle.
you make of it? Who would you like to see in the chairman's seat, and do you think it will be a market mover?
I think it will be a market mover. I mean, if you look at Waller and Bowman, I like those two picks. Waller's, he's kind of a wonk with a vote. He's been very clear. I saw some interviews with him where he's talking about the Fed independence. He's data-driven. I think Bowman, that would be nice. Pro-competition, pro-regional banks. I mean, with Bowman, what you really have is somebody who's going to try to undo some of the gutting of
Market
those
keeps
banks,
bouncing
those
and
regional
then going
community
lower,
banks
but that shit
that are
is
the
a
lifeblood
nasty
of the
bounce
real
now.
economy in America,
In the
not
middle
just
of it
AI
all,
data
since
centers, and try to restore that from private credit, which has just been this huge dominator since 2008.
Please reject.
So I think that
Please
from a Wall
reject.
Streeters perspective,
Please fucking reject. I'll
I'm
go
much
range.
more
Nah,
calm
don't
than 6
squeeze
months
now.
ago because we're still looking at people who respect the independence of the Fed. Market goes up on that
Please
news.
reject. I'll go
All
range.
right, Lee,
This
we
shit
will
is
keep watching all of that. Great
trying
to
to
catch you up,
squeeze
Lee.
this
Thanks
time,
so much
maybe.
for being here.
Thank you.
All right, Merry
I
Christmas.
literally
on
joined
this,
that
the
view ad.
final
This shit is
Friday
squeezing.
before the big holiday. Lee
Since-
Munson joining us. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Hello, my name.
Let's bring in Kevin Green, Senior Market. Welcome back.
Triple witching. This is. Wow, this is fucking triple witching at its finest. Look at SPX chopping in between all the puts and calls right now. This shit is. And bulls are thinking it's about a pump. Bears are hoping it's about a dump. Tesla's saying it's about to do either or. And the market's saying we're about to do both. Like, what the fuck is this shit? Cycle's so nasty here. It's just almost hoping at this point in the 3/3 no volume trapped and then cycling. So can't even make this shit up, bro. This is literally just retarded. Range gone crazy and then wow. My God. Why does the SPX never fucking break down when they do this? When they always do this chop shit in between two walls, they always go higher. Like, why couldn't we have gone lower and then do it? Like, what the shit? Wild. Brainless candle moves on IWM. The most. Oh. Man, purple boxing just like yesterday again. This shit is literally. Oh my god. Is his fucking range locked again, man? Why does this feel like deja vu? Maybe going upward this time, but why the fuck does this shit feel like deja vu this time? Actual fuck. It's fucking Friday. No power on Tesla. That is weird. Looks like it's waiting. The fuck is this shit? Every single algo range. Like, what the fuck? We've been here for 2 hours doing this shit. Yay. What are these cycles, bro? Can someone tell me what these cycles are? I'm gonna add 2 SPX puts here. I'm in 6. Sorry, I'm in 3. 6, 8, 20s. This is at the new HOD, or not new HOD, near HOD. What the fuck is this shit? Look at the purple box. This is like deja vu, literally yesterday. Instead of breaking down from the bottom, they went to the tippity top again. What the fuck? Time is 11:14. I'm in a 2.6K SPX trade now. Tesla bouncing. Nvidia at 3%. I'm gonna bring QQQ up, I guess, on this shit. That is the craziest pattern. Previous all-time high breakout point. Bearish. IWMs. There's no cycle confirmation, but I mean, if they could rip it from the top to the bottom of the purple, and if that does, it will most likely go lower from there. So I guess it's the most important watch. Market is cycling here. Guys, there's no need to post a picture of triple high in the group chat. Everybody can see, right? The picture of what's going on now. So I don't have the time to, focus on little things like that. So please, let's, let's not. Literally, this shit looks like a triple top to anybody. Looking at it in any candle here, so any time frame. It's too much technical trading. Too obvious. Trying to squeeze high. This shit is trying to squeeze high. Volume slowing. Oh, volume slowing, going up, but at the HOD hovering. At the HOD hovering. Coming in continuously bullish until something. 5 or the 15-minute candle all saying.
Colin Martin, Head of Fixed Income Research and Strategy, Schwab Center for Financial Research. So, Colin, it's a global fixed income story for us this morning with those higher yields off the back of what we got from the BOJ last night. I mean, we've got the 10-year, what are we at right now? 414, we're pushing 415 this morning. Japan's 10-year high since 99. We're looking at 30-year yields in France, high since 09. What do you make of it?
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting story in terms of how that frames the outlook for 2026, because we're seeing this shifting dynamic where the Fed is clearly still in easing mode. How much they ease, is to be determined depending on the inflation and labor market outlook. But you have the Bank of Japan, which continues to hike, as you mentioned. Its 10-year yield at its highest level in a long time. And when you look at Europe, every country is different, of course, but it looks like the ECB is done cutting for now, and we're starting to think about when will they start hiking rates down the road. So we're seeing shrinking interest rate differentials, and that can have implications for bond investors, where we're actually starting to see some value across the globe, where for
I don't like
years it
this,
just
man. I
didn't
need to
make too
fucking
much
click
sense
the
to
trap.
really go global and consider non-US dollar denominated bonds, because one, the yields were pretty low, and two, we were in this dollar bull market. That's starting to shift, and we're starting to see more value with more attractive yield and income opportunities with non-dollar bonds. And if we see the dollar weaken due to these shrinking interest rate differentials, if you're a US-based investor and you go global, you might be able to get some currency appreciation as well.
Yeah, I've been talking to a lot of fixed income guys about that, as far as what they're
What
telling
is
their
this on
clients about where some
IWM?
of the opportunities are. I'm just wondering, where you're looking, where offers perhaps the best opportunities right now. I know
IWM
obviously
nuclear.
some do like the gilts market, particularly because they are highest amongst the G7 nations. But where should we be looking?
We don't get too into the weeds in terms of specific countries or areas. You do mention gilts. Their yields are still a little bit high, pretty close to U.S. yields. Because if you look at Europe, for example, they've already lowered their rates. So you'll see a yield differential there. There's a few things to consider if you are U.S.-based and considering global bonds. Because on the one hand, if the Fed continues to cut rates and we see U.S. yields move gradually lower from here, you get more of potential price appreciation than you might get with, say, European or Japanese bond yields, which bonds will probably hold their value or maybe at risk of declining a little bit. But then you have to factor in the currency appreciation as well, as that might be able to offset some of the gap you're getting in income and potential price appreciation. The way we're framing it for a lot of US-based investors is that we think there's been an under allocation to global bonds for a long time. And we think that a lot of investors probably have
Does this
no
make sense
exposure,
that
maybe very
IWM is
limited
flying and
exposure.
SPY is
So this is a
rejecting?
good opportunity to maybe just introduce them
Does
as
this
an
make
asset class,
sense?
one, for diversification purposes,
Not
but two,
really.
for potentially strong performance if we do see dollar
Not really.
weakness going forward.
Okay, something to consider
really make
moving
sense.
into 2026. So let's just switch to the macro picture. Obviously, we've got a lot of information this week. The so-called Swiss cheese CPI report. Obviously, we saw a little bit of a movement in terms of how the market is currently pricing in what's going to come next from the Fed. I know that there's expectation they'll sit on their hands in January, but it looks like we saw a little bit of a movement as far as
I don't know.
projections on the
Something
March
is being
cuts,
hidden right
potentially
now.
above 50%.
Something is hiding
So what are your
fucking
thoughts?
big
So
time
how
on
have you been
QQQ
absorbing
SPY.
all of this data and sort of the impact on the
IWM,
market?
something is going on here.
We'll need to see more
Something crazy
confirmation
important.
before
I
we
don't know
figure
why
out
this
how
shit is
this one
rocketing
report
here.
it may or may not reframe
At
our outlook.
11:20 and
I think Swiss
11:20
cheese
is
is a good way
rejecting
to
until
describe it,
11:25.
having an
It makes
asterisk there,
zero
taking it
sense.
with a grain of salt. We can throw out all those buzzwords and buzz phrases.
Makes fucking
But I
zero
think that's
sense.
the
They're about to
reality of the
fucking pop
situation.
and follow
Most of the data we
IWM, or
didn't
they're
get.
about to
We
fucking
get the
fake it out and
year-over-year
drop
numbers, but we're
crazy and
missing
go to
key,
below VWAP and
under
to
the
the bottom of
hood
the purple box.
inputs, and monthly data matters
That's what I'm
too,
thinking.
to see what was that 1 or 2 month trend. So
Someone said
it is a
following
step in the right
NVIDIA.
direction. I don't
True.
want that to get lost.
But
in
I mean,
that the move down
IWM
in the year-over-year
should be
core
doing
and
something to
headline
SPY. It
CPI
should not
numbers
be making SPY drop
was
at the
certainly a
minimum. It
good
should
thing.
be
But we need to
hovering
see
or
more
chopping or
confirmation
trying.
over the next few months, just like we need to
Now
see
it's showing
confirmation of the
bearish.
labor
Look at the
market.
SPY MACD.
So this doesn't
Look at
really
the
change our
QQQ
outlook
MACD.
right now. It hasn't really
Something
done
is
too
weird.
much in terms of Fed expectations for January and March. But if we
No
do
volume,
get
but
more
volume
good
could come
news
in
like this
if
going
the
forward, I
true
think it can pull
direction shows
forward the
itself.
potential next cut date, where we're right now we're looking
Nothing
more
has happened,
at
right?
June, so kind
Bigger
of
picture,
close to
basically.
middle of the year. But if
Like
it shows that
trap
this is
wise,
actually the
nothing
case
has
and we
happened
are
until
starting to
a
see
higher
the
candle,
tariff impact
5 or the
behind us,
15 minute,
and we continue
has
to see
broken the
services
high of
inflation come down a little bit,
680.14
then maybe we
or
see a spring cut.
678.77. That is all it is.
Yeah, it's interesting that the New
The
York
higher
Fed
picture.
Reserve President John Williams had been sort of
until
out
a
this morning
5 or
also talking
15
about
minute
how,
candle
the,
breaks it. It
sort of technical factors had distorted the numbers that we got yesterday as well.
So that's
obviously,
fair.
you've been passing over a lot of Fed speak.
Now Trump
just
trying.
wondering, with all of that in mind, particularly with what we're seeing on the jobs front as well, what else you're sort of thinking about as we move into 2026?
Yeah, it's going to be all the data and the more complete picture we can get. If clearly we're looking at the labor market and inflation.
Maybe I jinxed it.
And inflation's still above
Here's
target,
the bounce.
but there
Here's the
doesn't
chop.
appear to be a risk of a reacceleration from here. So if we're going to separate the Fed's
Maybe I fucking
mandates
jinxed
and
it here.
focus on what those officials will be really
Now
keen on,
IWM is
it's the
ejecting,
labor
and
market.
Nvidia is trying to fly.
And we are seeing pockets of weakness there. The fact that we've started to see
showing difference.
monthly job losses, even though we've seen a rebound in the following months, job losses are not a good thing. And if that trend continues, given the concern that Fed Chair Powell mentioned about potential overstatement with the numbers, given that we saw the unemployment rate rise up, even though there's a lot of factors that go behind that, if more entrants are joining the workforce, doesn't mean the increase is necessarily a bad thing. But we don't want to see that increase continue. So we're really going to be focusing more on the labor market, especially given that we got some positive news with CPI, albeit a little bit incomplete. If we see that unemployment rate continue
Hovering
to
at the
trickle higher,
roof.
we're 4.6
So, I
now.
mean,
If it goes up, a tenth here and there over the next few months, that will certainly be some
someone could
cause for
say
concern.
statistical data
And we
says
probably
more than
reframe
not,
our Fed outlook a little
it
bit
will
more and
break
expect
out
more
the
rate cuts
spike,
in 2026.
Okay, something to look out for. Hey, thanks
It's
so
not
much
like
for
that's
that,
a
Colin.
divergence.
Happy Friday to you, and have a great weekend if I don't see you before. Happy holidays as well to you and your family. Colin Martin, Head of Fixed Income Research and Strategy, Schwab Center for Financial Research.
That is. I guess. I mean, I don't know. It could be trap. It's bullish, but it could be trap. That's what it is. That's what I feel. That's what I feel.
All right, join me now. Take a look at the current.
Right now.
Officer of Insignio. And thank you so much for joining us today. So we've got earnings season behind us and the big AI headlines still swirling to some degree. When you think about what's driving markets now, what's your focus on?
Well, first of all, good morning. Great to be here with you. And just wanted to let you know, the earnings season was great. Recession probabilities are low. And the Fed is still easing, and fiscal policy is still stimulative. So things are looking pretty good. I actually think the rotation we've seen in the AI complex has been healthy. We're seeing that, there's winners and losers. This is a sign of a healthy market. So I think things are looking pretty good.
You say there are signs of a healthy market. What are you looking across, and what matters most when you think about the shortened trading week that we have in front of us?
Well, look, obviously as liquidity dries up, market moves up or down get amplified. So I wouldn't read too much into what happens here over the last few days. It's not so strong of a market signal. I think what's important going forward is what does happen with this AI narrative? Does it continue to disperse? Do we see a further environment where Google on one side and Nvidia on the other? It's sort of a zero-sum game. What happens with the Fed,
IWM ripping it down with SPX
honestly,
together.
that's what we're watching most closely. We think if this goes any way, we think it goes in the way of the Fed actually having to cut rates more than expected because the labor market ends up being weaker than we expect it to be. So I'm not saying that it's all clear. It's never all clear. There's always risks out there. But overall, I think we're in a pretty good spot heading into 2026, and things look pretty good for risk assets.
We're not expected to see a rate cut in January. Is there something that you're watching that moves the needle on that?
Yeah, so we look at things like hiring intentions, quit rates, and obviously the weekly jobless claims data. And so far, like I said, it's a weak labor market, but it's not a catastrophic or a market that's falling apart. So I think the Fed can potentially afford to wait until that March meeting. I know that there's sort of the debate in the market right now is whether they cut in March or April. We think it's going to be March. And our expectation is, the Fed's telling you that they're going to cut twice. Well, they've told you that they're only going to cut once. The market is telling you that they're going to cut twice. We think the market is more right than the Fed. We think it'll probably be 2, but possibly even 3 cuts for next year.
Let's talk about your outlook for commodities. Gold, little change this morning, but set for another gain this year. Oil, a little higher today, but I mean, we're talking about just stabilizing. It's above $56 a barrel.
The fuck's
so,
a load of day
some
here?
didn't see oil landing where it is as we get closer to the end of the year. What's your outlook for commodities heading into 2026?
Yeah, so it's very bifurcated for oil. We're still bearish. The fundamentals on oil do not look good at all. We expect crude to or Brent crude to trend towards $50 a barrel next year. Now, it's a great geopolitical hedge if you want to have in your portfolio as a hedge against, let's say, a resurgence in Ukrainian-Russian risks or risks out of Venezuela. It's a good hedge, but our base case is that oil continues to trend lower. Like I said, the fundamentals in that market, it's oversupplied, do not look good. But as far as other commodities go, like gold, we're still quite bullish. We think the central thesis there is continued central bank buying.
IWM, purple box.
Gold is in a structural multi-year bull
And
market.
smart money deductors say,
We expect it to end the
haha,
year
set
at around
up.
$4,800 an ounce. We think that trend
is.
even will continue throughout the year. So we think any pullback in
Let's
the
see if
price
this
of
is real
metal
though.
like gold,
Fake out.
you should use
Showing.
it as an opportunity to add to your position.
It would have to stick on the 5 or 15.
And then what's your playbook when you think about crypto? Bitcoin is not landing where many expected, especially when you think about the Bitcoin bulls or where sentiment was for a lot of this year around crypto and Bitcoin in particular. It's not yet back at 90,000.
Whether it breaks out or fakes out.
That investors have been watching here. What's your outlook for crypto and particularly Bitcoin?
Yeah, 90,000 is a key level because that's the the break-even rate for miners. So if it falls sustainably below that level, it doesn't look good. Technically, I have to
Has
tell
not
you,
broken out on the 5. It's just testing out.
Here. But in the short term, the technicals don't really look so great, and the flows don't look so great. So I wouldn't be shocked to see a move lower before a further move higher. Although our price target for the end of next year is higher than where it is today. It's at 120. We think there's going to be some weakness here in the weeks and months ahead before we end up on a stronger note for next year.
Who thought Bitcoin would land at 150,000 by the end of this year. Michael Saylor, which obviously has a vested interest in seeing that level, for instance, of strategy. All right, we'll leave our conversation there for today. Thank you, Ahmed, for joining us. That's Ahmed Riesco, Chief Investment Officer of Insignia. Have a great weekend.
You say 150,000? Wow. You just said 150,000. Candle spiking up at the top. $11.35. Back into the purple box. They touched it every single day for the last 2 weeks. Gotta give it to them. That is absolute IWM. Look at this shit on IWM. Almost every single day. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 days in a row. That is crazy work. That is crazy work. Oh man. Purple boxes not breaking out. Time is 11:35. 11:30 is rejecting into 11:35. Let's see if the purple box does anything though, or if it continuously chops. I need a pullback to VWAP at this point further, but I don't know. I don't know. This shit is fucking. I don't know. Nvidia flying. Tesla probably doing jack shit. Nvidia flying, like Nvidia flying. Since 11:30 into 11:35. 11:30 into 11:35. The fuck is this shit? 11:30 to 11:35. The video ran, and the market is not at the same time. What a work. What a work this shit is, man. Look at that box. Fuck. Going ever slight slowly up. Like, what the fuck? I love this shit, dude. Candle traders don't know what the fuck going on because they don't have boxes drawn and they don't have fucking, out ranges drawn and shit out. But I mean, this is the death of all candle traders, I think, dude. This fucking entire week. Hypothetical speaking, folks. Oh my god. Marco Rubio. Speaking live.
Encima de eso tenemos a nivel institucional tenemos muy buenas relaciones
Why is he
con
speaking
México.
Spanish?
El gobierno de México está haciendo más en este momento en el tema de seguridad que jamás en su historia. Queda mucho por hacer, pero tenemos cooperación. En el tema de Venezuela no tenemos eso, tenemos un régimen ilegítimo que no simplemente no coopera con Estados Unidos, sino coopera abiertamente con elementos criminales. Por ejemplo, el ELN y la FARC operan abiertamente desde territorio venezolano. Entidades de narcotráfico operan abiertamente y con la cooperación del régimen de Maduro para mandar drogas como cocaína.
What the fuck? Man, I need like 679 now to be relieved. I had one put, I added two. Somewhere in this drop here, so it's still grinding it to the fucking max cycle created from the fucking bottom of 11 into 11:30, 11:35. Look at this shit though. No volume, showing bearish, and then they create a bullish volume mountain, and then they create a cycle, and then the cycle is being used as setup now. Like, it's just crazy. That shit was set up too technically to have that mountain, but the only issue is almost showing the same thing as yesterday. Like, what if this shit does this shit into 345 and then just chop it all? Like, it's the problem. I don't know why Marco Rubio's speaking Spanish, but it is.
To the market reaction, we're joined now by Mira Pandit, global market strategist with JP Morgan Asset Management. So the market's, digesting the consumer sentiment number somewhat in stride, kind of more of the same that we've seen for much of this year. From a sentiment standpoint, we've gotten some pretty decent AI indicators over the last few days with the Micron earnings. There's news that OpenAI could be raising at a significantly high valuation of $830 billion, at least that's what they're targeting. How important do you think that theme will be going into 2026?
The theme of our outlook next year is AI lift and economic drift. So you think about some of these consumer sentiment numbers, some of these existing home sale numbers. We may continue to see the data around the economy soften, but the AI trade is still alive and well. And the way we evaluate that AI trade, EVAL, is earnings, valuations, adoption, leverage. From an earnings standpoint, you've seen double-digit earnings growth in the Mag 7 since early 2023. The upward revisions that are going on within those stocks are pretty impressive for 2026 and full year 2025.
You're trying to squeeze or test or what?
For the rest of the index. And the earnings surprises that you continue to get out of those stocks continue to be
IWM
well
box
above the
texting,
market average. So you have past, present, and future earnings. On the valuations front, 28 times forward earnings. Expensive, but not extreme. Certainly nothing like the 70x you saw in tech stocks coming out of the internet boom. On adoption, this is a little bit tricky. It's a lot of survey data in terms of who's adopting AI and who's not. But we hope to see an increase in business adoption, some of that stickier
That's good.
adoption.
Some people are having
But
a
so
good
far,
week.
A number of
Said
businesses
I had
are
a
reporting that
loss
they're
of
using
5K
AI to reduce their goods and services and operating with paid subscriptions. And then on the leverage point, you look at hyperscaler net leverage. It's about 0.8 relative to the average.
Stowe Trader said you on Telemundo. Sir, that was the Associated Press. Right, it's not my fault Marco Rubio speaking Spanish.
Markets for debt, they still have, it's smart capital allocation. They still have reasonable, sound balance sheets. So we still feel like those fundamentals will be intact for next year, driving that AI trade.
And there's, of course, the rest of the market, too. On the micro front, just today, you've got Nike lower on its
complain
results,
about
FedEx
traders using candles, but everybody don't use the same strategy.
risk
Nah,
for
bro,
next year.
just don't
So
cry about
it
being a
seems like,
candle trader, bro.
outside
That's
of
all
AI,
it is.
there are certain
You gotta
situations
be
that
doing some
maybe
extra shit on top
sounding
of
the alarm
becoming
into
an
next year.
ordinary
Is
person
that
to
your
become
read as you talk about
extraordinary. Right?
the
You're not gonna
economic
become
drift, as you call it?
extraordinary by
As
just
you
being
look at S&P 500 returns, and you start to see the pickup
Trust
in
me,
the
play out when I
493,
say this,
it is
play
still
out.
very much an AI story. It's just that AI story is broadening
Way
out
better
to
to
utilities,
figure out things in
industrials,
life
et cetera. A lot
before
of
it's
the
way too
enablers
late.
of
It
overall
doesn't
AI.
matter what
Now
age
you
you
have
are.
a counterweight in areas
really
like
just matters
financials
on your
that have still
mentality and your
produced very
mindset, so
impressive profits.
trust me,
could
play
still
out.
benefit from things like deregulation, steepening yield curve, good macro environment.
God
so
is
if I'm
with
thinking outside
everybody.
the AI trade, that's my favorite area when we think about those fundamentals. But again, we still have these looming issues in the background that when you look at margins in the S&P 500,
When I say
like tech are
candle
skewing them
trader,
higher.
right, I'm talking
You
about
look at
people
the
that don't
bottom
care
end of
about
the range when we think
cycle,
about margins, and some
time
of those
confirmation.
consumer sectors are
That's
still
what I'm
struggling.
talking about. Candle traders are people that say, oh, I care about cycle. Oh, I care about time. Oh, I care about setup. But if you really watch them and if you really listen to them and if you really look at what they're doing, everything is just based on candle. Candle is bullish. Candle is green, so it's bullish. Candle is green, so it's blah blah blah. Candle is blah blah blah, so MACD is bullish. Candle is, dude, I'll straight up tell you right now, candle looks bearish when they're showing bearish. Candle looks bullish when they're showing bullish. Your neighborhood dog could tell you that. My dog could tell you that. Right? I could literally train it to be like, oh, bark on green, right? Sit on red. And they can tell you that. But what is true is the market isn't just bullish, bullish, bullish when it's bullish, right? Market ain't bearish, bearish, bearish when it's just bearish. Market's actually bullish and bearish on things that actually matter, which is reality, which is cycle, time confirmation, fundamental analysis, technical analysis, wind direction, trend direction, and more, right? Dogs can be like, oh, this is bullish. Dogs can be like, oh, green bone, I bite. You know what I mean? We're something more, right? Human beings, the people that are greater, people that are deductors, are something more than just.
And that tariff impact, while it may not be a surge in terms of higher pricing
I
and
like
higher
candle
cost
too.
pressures, it's still going to feed into
Trust,
some of those
we
sectors,
all like
and
candles.
they have to be
I'm just
really
saying.
smart about how they're
There's
appealing
a big
to consumers
difference
in a
from
more
an
K-shaped
amateur
economy
fake
where that
trader
lower and
scam
middle income consumer
Ferrucci
is
saying
getting squeezed.
candle this, candle that. There's a big fucking difference from smart money, institutional, logical, reasonable deducting players in the world doing smart money, deducting reasonable shit because that's who they are. Great.
We're committed to hoping to achieve, and we hope that I can't speculate on what the talks will lead to, but we'll do everything we can to make them productive. On Sudan, you've rightfully outlined, I mean, there are regional elements to this. I mean, there are clearly both sides, you know, the SAF and the RSF have supporters from outside of Sudan's borders that are involved, and we've been engaging with those countries. It's not just countries that are providing them weaponry and equipment, it's also countries that are providing transshipment, particularly to the RSF to receive weapons, in some cases advanced weaponry. Our goal right now in the short term, and what we've emphasized to everybody, including in my calls with leaders in the UAE,
at the end of the day, brother, man, at the end of the day, I will say this, all right? Those who had a good time from FOMC, I'm not talking about today, yesterday, the day before that, or the day before that. I'm talking about literally since last week of Wednesday. Those who are deductors, those who are believers in themselves, not candles, not bullshit, not scam Ferrucci Guruji bullshit, have been, I'm pretty sure, been pretty alright for themselves. How do I know this? Because I'm doing pretty alright in the last 6 or 7 days, so yeah.
Engaged these groups are.
That's why I've been saying,
what we
man,
said to everybody on it is that what's happening there is
changes, and
horrifying.
every single day,
one day the
GG's,
story
and
of what's
every
actually
single day
happening
has
is
been
going
a
to be
God
known, and
bless,
everyone
God
involved is going
did,
to look
thank
bad.
you,
And
great
we
day.
have played the role we have played is a convening role in bringing the parties to the table. So I think we will know more very soon about whether this is possible. One of the challenges and frustrations in Sudan has been that one side or the other will commit to certain things, and then they won't live up to those commitments. They'll agree to anything and implement nothing. And oftentimes what happens is when one side feels like they're making advances in the battlefield, they don't necessarily see the need to concede at that point because they believe they're on the verge of achieving some success on the ground, and a truce would set them back. But what we've emphasized is none of these groups can operate without the support they're receiving.
2.6K, I'm waiting here. I need
So we
VWAP
have
lower.
been engaging
I'm in profit
with the
now,
countries
but I need
involved
way lower
from the outside to ensure that they are at the table
I'm
and
like
that they are pushing
beta
for the
grinded,
same
I ain't gonna lie,
outcome
but I
that we
need
want,
way
which
lower.
is
I need
phase
like
one,
678.5,
a humanitarian truce that at a minimum
679
allows
would
us
be
to
good.
deal with the humanitarian calamity that occurs there. And obviously we hope that while that truce
Bears
is
are
ongoing,
pushing.
we can focus on the
Let's
other
get some
elements that led
ho-ho-hos
to
in
this
chat, Vinny.
conflict
Thank you so
and
much.
help to
Merry
resolve some
Christmas,
of those.
folks.
But our
Merry
number one
Christmas,
priority,
Vinny.
we're
Merry
focused
Christmas,
on
everybody.
99% of our
Ho-ho-hos
focus
in chat.
is this
Candle
humanitarian
traders,
truce and
GG's.
achieving that as soon as
Ho-ho-ho.
possible. And we think that the
Very
new
much.
year and the
Going
upcoming
from the top
holidays
of
are
the
a great
purple
opportunity for
box
both
to the
sides
bottom
to agree to that.
happening right
And we're really
now, right?
pushing
What did
very
I
hard in
say?
that
If
regard.
they can't break this out in the 5 minutes, 15 minutes, they're gonna reject the top of the purple box. So, ho-ho-hos in
Trump ha
chat.
llamado al presidente Gustavo Petro drug leader y ha usado, digamos, términos
Bueno, él también ha dicho cosas a nosotros.
Totalmente, totalmente.
Claro, okay.
Secretario Rubio, ¿hay alguna prueba o por qué esta administración llama a Gustavo Petro? Quisiera saber por qué esta administración llama a Gustavo Petro un líder del narcotráfico. Y por último, secretario, si usted considera eventualmente ante la invitación que hace Gustavo Petro ahora al presidente Trump o a usted ir a Colombia y conversar con Gustavo Petro.
Bueno, nosotros conversamos con cualquiera. Desafortunadamente es una persona
This bounce is scaring me, I ain't gonna lie.
es muy estable en su pronunciamiento, pero no vamos a permitir que la actuación de un presidente que al fin su término termina pronto vaya a dañar la relación que existe entre Estados Unidos y Colombia, una relación muy cerca, una relación que se ha establecido a través de los últimos 50 años, una relación importante comercial, diplomática, militar, de seguridad, uno de los grandes socios dorados que tenemos en la región. Y lo que queremos, no vamos a permitir que cualquier tipo de problema que existan con un individuo vaya a hacerle daño a esta relación tan importante. Esperemos que en el futuro exista la oportunidad de tener más cooperación a los niveles más altos del gobierno colombiano, pero no vamos tampoco a dañar o no queremos dañar a todas las relaciones que tenemos y los enlaces que tenemos, incluso con individuos en el cuerpo legislativo y también con oficiales electos al nivel local, muchísimos alcaldes y de diferentes lugares dentro de Colombia que también tienen muy buena relación con Estados Unidos y la amplia y estrecha relación que existe entre
Let's get some GGs in chats, folks. Look at that Tesla. 490 to 475.
To impact. We don't want to let it impact our broader relationship with Colombia. It's an important relationship, an important alliance. It extends through commercial, people to people, cultural.
Oh my God!
And
490 to
all of these things.
475.
And our job is to try to, to the extent possible, maintain those strong ties between Colombia and the United States and not allow them to be impaired by the pronouncements of one person. We would hope to see a day soon in which we have better relations with the
Look at this shit on Tesla. You cannot tell me why.
That doesn't exist now.
Smart money deductors versus what? Candle traders, right? Let's get some GGs in chat,
with the nation, with their economy,
smart money
with their
deductors
security
versus
forces,
what?
which are very important. This is a very
Candle
important alliance,
traders. What do you
a very
call this?
important strategic partnership
Dr.
which
Burry
we've built up through
versus
a lot of hard
candle
work
traders. What do
over
you call
decades.
this?
We're not
Mark
letting let
ETF
that fall
versus
apart because of
candle
one
traders.
person. If that changes and he changes, that would be great.
Look
And
at the
obviously,
fucking
in
market.
May there'll be a new president
Oh,
there.
shit.
There'll be elections,
Look
and
at the
we'll work
fucking
hopefully more cooperatively with whoever replaces the current president. But that's up to the people of Colombia.
IWM
Did I not get your
purple
question?
box.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Returning to Gaza, what is the U.S.
That's the most
understanding of
crazy
what
shit
Hamas is willing to concede on disarmament? Reports suggest
only
that
midday,
Hamas might
11:50.
hand over its heavy weapons.
That is the most
but retain
crazy
its
shit ever.
smaller arms.
Tesla,
Is the U.S.
490 to
prepared to accept
475.
partial disarmament as sufficient?
Yeah, I'm not going to
in
get
phase
into the
two?
details of those types of negotiations. Let me just couch it
Bouncing
to you
like
this
nowhere.
way. Everyone wants
Like
peace.
nothing
No
out
one
of
wants a
nowhere.
return to a war. If Hamas
Man,
is
this
ever in a
is the
position
problem
in the
though.
future
This
that they
shit
can
can
threaten or
trap.
attack Israel,
What
you're
did I
not gonna
say
have
earlier
peace.
on Tesla? I
You're not
expect
going to
purple
convince
box and
anyone
bear
to
trap, right?
invest
And they
money
bounced
in
like
Gaza
crazy,
if they
bull
believe
trapped, and then went
another
purple
war
box.
is going to
So
happen in 2 to 3 years.
purple box is.
So I would just ask everyone to focus on what are the
Fuck.
kind of weaponries and capabilities that Hamas would need in order to threaten or attack Israel as a baseline for what disarmament needs to look like. Because you're not going to have peace. If 2 years from now Hamas is launching rockets,
I should have just stayed in fucking Tesla, man.
or
This shit is.
carrying out, God forbid, another 7th of October type terrorist attack and so forth, you're not going to have
The
peace.
worst.
So who's going to invest in a peace? Who's going to invest in rebuilding a place that's going to get destroyed again in a future war? So that's why disarmament is so critical. Now, what that entails, we're going
Man,
to leave that to the technical
it's doing a
teams to work on.
$600
It would have
bounce
to
on
be
me now.
something,
Come
obviously,
on.
that they're willing to agree to, that our partners can push them and pressure them to agree to.
Oh my
it also has
God.
to be something that Israel agrees to. In order for that to work, both sides have to agree on
Bulls
it. We
and
need the
bears
space
are
to do it.
hoping
But
like
that's the way to
crazy
think about
now
it.
here.
Okay? You cannot have a Hamas that can
Dude,
threaten
how
Israel
the
in
fuck
future.
did the
If they
market
can,
not
you
just
won't
go
have
down
peace.
lower when
So that's the
Tesla's
goal.
doing this
All
shit?
right.
I don't understand.
Who's left in that
This
row?
is
Right there
fucking
with the mustache.
crazy.
Or the-
How did the market not
The
go
US has
lower
the
when
goal
Tesla's
of
doing this shit? I don't
removing,
get it.
Maduro from power. Do you
IWM
expect
is
any
crazy.
regime change this 2026? I would appreciate if you could answer both in English and in Spanish.
In Spanish. It sounds so much better in Spanish when I
Yeah.
answer that question.
No, but for my
So
colleagues,
I'll start in English. Look, our goal is regional stability and security in the national interest of the United States. The national interest of the United States, specifically when it comes to Venezuela, is as follows. We have a regime that's illegitimate, that cooperates with Iran, that cooperates with Hezbollah,
showing so
that
much
cooperates
damn
with
bullish.
narco-trafficking and narco-terrorist organizations, inclusive not just
Holy
protecting
crap.
their shipments and allowing them to operate with impunity, but also allows some of them to control territory, the ELN and the FARC-D. Okay? The ELN and the FARC dissidents operate openly. They have like open camps that they control territory inside of Venezuela. That is our national interest, and that is what this is focused on. And that's what the president's been focused on.
That is turning into
and that's
fucking
what we're
biggest
conducting.
bounce ever. Fuck.
And that's
I'm
what we have
hoping,
been
I feel
focused
like.
on the entire time. Because that is the threat to
Dude,
the
what the
national
shit?
interest of the United States.
What the
Now,
fucking
we
shit?
consider Maduro
No,
legitimate. No,
like-
and by the way, guys, when I say these things about Maduro and his role in narco trafficking,
Reject.
it's not. I hear his reports.
Purple
Marco
box.
Rubio says it. I don't. It's not me. A grand jury in New York, in the Southern District of New York. Okay, a grand jury in the Southern District of New York was presented evidence and came back with an indictment, not just against Maduro,
Oh
by the
my
way,
God.
but against a bunch of people in his government for narco trafficking. A bunch. He had, his nephews or the nephews of his wife indicted, convicted
The
in the United
purple
States
box
for narco
psycho
trafficking.
trap.
This was until President Trump started doing something about these narco trafficking links. Nobody disputed that Maduro and his regime was in cahoots with narco traffickers. Not to mention the fact that they unleashed Trinidad gangs on the United States. They've unleashed, a mass migration event, perhaps the largest in history. 8 million people have left Venezuela since 2014. So also destabilizing all the countries in the region who've had to assume people that are fleeing this illegitimate regime. So, but nobody disputed the drug link.
Insane, dude. I don't believe that this shit. I don't believe that Tesla's doing this shit while the market's up crazy.
Es un régimen ilegítimo que coopera abiertamente con Irán,
What
con
the
Hezbollah
fuck are
y
you
con
talking
grupos
about?
narcotraficantes. Incluso
What
la
the shit
ELN y la
is this
FARC
on
que operan
IWM?
abiertamente
Look
dentro
at
del
this
territorio
rejection,
venezolano.
bro. I'm telling you, this is set up. This is
Entonces,
crazy.
la amenaza que enfrenta
Advanced
Estados
level.
Unidos es eso.
I'm
Que
telling you,
tenemos
the Bears
un
are gonna
régimen
look fucking
ilegítimo
crazy.
que
But I mean,
coopera
this is set up.
abiertamente
This is
con
the most
elementos
crazy shit ever.
terroristas.
It looks bullish on candles. But something fucking crazy is going on here. This
Cooperan
shit looks
abiertamente
abnormal.
con elementos
What if SPY
terroristas
QQQ
que amenazan la seguridad de
retraces
Estados
back a
Unidos.
little bit and then
Punto. Ese
catches
es
up to
nuestro interés y en
Tesla?
eso
Like, that
estamos
shit's
enfocados.
weird as fuck.
Okay, next row right there, you. Yeah.
All these bulls up
With all
here.
due respect for my colleagues, I'm going to ask this one in Spanish.
Okay.
All
Señor
these bulls
secretario,
up
usted
here.
acaba de
This is
decir
weird.
que
This
no
is weird.
espera
This
o
is
que no es
bulls
la
in
intención de
danger, I
Estados Unidos
think.
que las
This is
diferencias
bears are in
con el
smoking
presidente
too. I ain't
Gustavo
gonna lie.
Petro
Bears are
generen
fucking hoping since
afectaciones para
1150, but I
la
mean, this
relación
shit is
con
now
Colombia. Pero la verdad es que sí las han
turning
generado.
crazy.
Colombia fue desertificada, el presidente Donald Trump ordenó suspensión de recursos de cooperación para nuestro país y ya se están viendo consecuencias en materia de seguridad en Colombia. Nada más anoche asesinaron a 6 soldados colombianos del ELN con un atentado terrorista. Y la gran pregunta en Colombia hoy es ¿qué va a pasar el próximo año si Colombia elige un presidente de izquierda? Si las relaciones de Estados Unidos, las buenas relaciones con Colombia y el respaldo de Estados Unidos va a depender de que el pueblo colombiano elige un
Look at the
presidente que sea
MACD
visto
going
con
crazy
buenos
right now. Look at the
por
MACD
parte de
going
esta
crazy.
No,
This
pero
is the
esto no se
most
trata de
craziest shit. You
izquierda
gotta
ni
watch
derecha.
this.
Esto
It's
se trata
crazy.
de una persona que simplemente no coopera con nosotros en estos esfuerzos.
I don't know.
De eso se trata. Al final del día, el pueblo
I don't
colombiano va a
know.
escoger el próximo presidente.
box.
Es una democracia, tienen elecciones.
This is
Esperemos que se
bull
cumplan
trap.
todos los requisitos. Sí, tienen una larga historia.
It's looking like
que
a bull
cumplir,
trap.
Los requisitos democráticos. Aquí no estamos diciendo que
Necesito-
Petro no fue electo democráticamente. Aquí nadie dice que no fue así. Pero en fin,
Necesito
esto no se
mandate.
trata de izquierda ni derecha. Se trata de tener en poder un presidente que coopera con nosotros. Obviamente, sin duda, la postura que era tomada en contra de Estados Unidos ha afectado a nuestra relación. No hay duda de eso ninguna. Estamos tratando de limitar eso lo más posible. Pero también tenemos intereses que tenemos que proteger. Y tampoco vamos a pretender, cuando tienes un
One
presidente
candle
diciéndole
there, and then
a los
he went.
elementos
All
de
I
seguridad
fucking
que no
need,
cooperen con
literally.
Estados Unidos, eso no lo podemos
I am
ignorar.
hoping right now.
Pero por otra parte, entendemos
Like
que
5
tenemos
minutes
dentro del
lower.
sistema colombiano, incluso al nivel legislativo, en el Congreso, en el Senado, también alcaldes y otros líderes políticos de ese país que sí quieren buenas relaciones con Estados Unidos, y incluso líderes que no son de derecha, que son de izquierda, pero que entienden la importancia de esa relación. Pero esto no se trata de ni izquierda ni derecha, se trata que si va a
It's like a
cooperar con
small
Estados Unidos,
repeat of yesterday,
tenemos una
technically.
larga
Like, this
historial
is
de cooperar
trying
con
to.
Colombia, que fue un ejemplo y un modelo para la región, y ahora tenemos algo un poco menos, que es lamentable. Ojalá que eso cambie. The question was about whether the U.S. relations to Colombia is dependent on whether they elect a leader that's center right or center left. It has nothing to do with left or right. It has to do very simply.
Can you turn
with
down
whether or not
Marco
we have a
Rubio?
leader that
Sure.
we can work with. The
You mean
US-Colombian
El
relationship,
Señor Marco?
especially our security
Red Don?
relationship, but also our economic one with the free
Can
trade
you
agreement,
say it
is a
in
model. It's a
Español,
model
por
for the region.
favor?
We tried to replicate that.
All right.
Everybody
If
would
you can
use
say
Colombia
that,
as
if
an
you
example
say
of what
if you
we
say
need to
what
do
you
in
said
other
in
places.
Español, I'll
We
do
want to
it.
continue that. Now, no doubt, when you have the president of a country saying some of the things and ordering some of the things that he's ordered, it's
El
going to have an
audio,
impact
por
on
favor,
some of that
lower.
relationship.
El Señor
Our job is to
Marco.
try to preserve and
I
protect
got
as
you.
much of that relationship as possible, but it will be impacted. But it doesn't matter whether the next president is center right or center left. That's not the issue. The issue is whether the next president is someone who's
Secretary
going
of
to once again
Mexico.
cooperate with the United States. And restart these
Secretary
relations.
of
That's what we see.
Mexico.
And
What the
if
fuck?
President Petro changes in his stance, perhaps that could change as well. But if he doesn't, obviously, it'll be up to the people of Colombia to elect their next president. Yes, ma'am, right there in the middle. I don't want you guys to think I'm only picking the Spanish ones, okay? I actually don't know who any, I wasn't on the list here, but I can't even read.
He's
Go ahead,
biased.
I'm sorry. Perdón.
Habla español biased.
Denunciando el régimen de Nicolás Maduro y estuvo, entiendo, hace poco en una conversación telefónica donde hablaron el presidente Trump y Nicolás Maduro. Quisiera preguntarle cómo sintió a Nicolás Maduro en esa conversación, usted que lo conoce desde hace años, por su comportamiento, si siente que está acorralado como reportan los medios, si está abierto a irse a otro
IWM
país
bouncing here,
a cambio
Tesla
de un
trying to
indulto,
go lower.
si ustedes estarían pensando en reunirse con él, ¿cómo fue esa conversación? O sea, ¿qué nos puede contar de el efecto que está teniendo sobre la presión?
Yo no voy a comentar sobre ninguna conversación del presidente Trump con cualquiera del mundo, si existió o no existió. Yo no voy a comentar sobre eso. Y hay una amenaza regional que existe. Y en el caso de Venezuela no tenemos cooperación. Para empezar, que es un régimen ilegítimo. Segundo, que es un régimen que no coopera, es antiamericano en todos sus pronunciamientos y actuaciones. Y tercero, es un régimen que no solamente no coopera con nosotros, sino abiertamente coopera con elementos peligrosos, terroristas y criminales. Incluso ellos mismos lo son. Entonces es difícil llegar a un acuerdo con terroristas que están abiertamente cooperando con estos elementos peligrosos que amenazan la seguridad de Estados Unidos. Encima de eso no voy a especular más.
Pero va a haber guerra, secretario, porque ahorita en Colombia todo el mundo se está levantando, en Venezuela, con la posibilidad de que haya una guerra entre Estados Unidos y Colombia.
Nosotros estamos protegiendo el interés nacional de Estados Unidos. Yo creo que, en fin, ese es nuestro derecho. Y también le diré que en Colombia debe haber mucha preocupación, que ha habido un ataque el día antes de ayer, o fue ayer, de ELN, o la FARC, creo que fue ELN, y de dónde operan ellos abiertamente de territorio venezolano.
Look, it's either now or at
Como
fucking
si fueran
3:30,
un país
3:45,
soberano, operando abiertamente dentro del territorio venezolano. It's the same question, guys.
It's fucking either now or at 3:45.
Venezuela and in the region is the national interest of the United States. And in Venezuela, we have an illegitimate regime that not only does not cooperate with the United States, but openly cooperates with narco-terrorists and others who threaten the national security of our country. The gentleman in the middle. I'm going to try to get to everybody.
Yeah, you on here for one day, bro. If you're going to start trolling, if you're going to start getting negative, if you're going to start doing illogical shit, you're going to take a 24-hour ban, man.
The Israelis are flouting.
I can say that for you in Spanish if you want, senor.
Negotiated by killing an average of 2 children a day, not allowing the agreed-upon humanitarian aid into Gaza. How long can this
That's the
continue?
shit I mean, though. Trend direction up or down doesn't mean there can't be a pullback or a little bump up.
Look, that's your
That's being biased. That's being candle.
What I would say is this. First of all, it was a miracle that it happened in the first place.
You could say it is mixing all day.
It was for that to come to the conclusion.
Going north, sure.
The bombing and everything else, the scale and scope.
What if it doesn't? Then what are you gonna do?
All the hostages were released, and we have relative peace right now for the most part, despite
the other channel would guess on it and be like, oh, bullish, and then 50-50, and if it's fucking bullish, yeah. If it's not, oh, but I mean, yeah, sure. I guess that's how retails do.
Every single day.
That's how amateurs do.
We also have had instances, for example,
that's
the
what
last
they
couple
do.
Weeks,
I want to know
where Hamas elements emerged from a tunnel, attached an explosive device to the side of a vehicle, and injured and almost killed Israeli soldiers. We still have this threat. We still have and see every single day Hamas openly taking steps to strengthen themselves within inside of those places in Gaza that they still control. We saw early on the atrocities they were committing in the streets.
I ain't gonna lie though, this is 50-50. Like,
so
just like they could have rejected here, they did not.
They
could blow it up
one
here.
Of the reasons why we have
break
stood
that
up this
high,
there,
break that high, 680.61 in a 5 or 15 minutes.
Another
So
cell that exists in a regional country. It's why every single day there are leading.
It's like 50-50, but technically, yes, you could be like the environment today is so bullish. It's technically 65-75 to the other side, but yes, true. But I mean, if they use that against using the purple box, then that's
that we
toast.
move to complete this first phase. That we move to put in place the border peace, get everybody agree to be a part of it, move to put in place this Palestinian technocratic
Things are showing bullish and bullish and bullish and
so that
bullish,
they can begin
honestly,
to provide some governance structure and move to put in place the stabilization force. That's the goal here, but
That's
it's not
the
going
thing.
to be easy.
If this shit
Every day
gets
we're
used to
bringing
go
challenges
lower,
that,
if it does
and
not
we
bounce
recognize
up,
those
then it's
challenges are
not.
coming
If
from all sides.
IWM goes runs up, it bear traps everybody.
Stabilization force.
Everything
Israel's
if but
effectively
this done
using
that.
Gaza as a free fire zone.
Well, these are the things these are the things that we're working through right now. That again, that's why it didn't happen yesterday. That's why we didn't. I don't mean yesterday literally. That means why we're not there yet. This is the hard work of diplomacy and peacemaking. Peacemaking isn't just signing a piece of paper. It's actually complying with it. And compliance oftentimes requires, in many cases, in most cases, requires daily.
But that's what a lot of fake scamming Ferrucci online personalities do, man. They just say follow the trend, and they have no idea what the fuck that really means. But they just look at the candle and then they just call out what it has been. And then the moment it changes, it's they're like, oh fuck. But they're like, oh look at that, oh now, oh, and it's just
and I think
sure until it happens, it hasn't happened.
Less need for some of these things to happen. But
not having knowledge of setup,
we have to work on
not
this
having knowledge of hearing
we have
things
people
in
in
there,
this building and
makes
deployed
you
abroad. This
permanently
is all they do.
blind,
24 hours
makes
a
you
day,
permanently
day after day,
not
elements
able
of
to
the
see
State
things,
Department, the
makes you
Department of War,
permanently bullish,
and all other
permanently
agencies, including
bearish,
Jared and
and
Steve
at
and
some
even
point
myself,
or another,
who talk or do something
right?
about.
If
There
people
isn't a
are
day in the
especially
last
thinking,
this was
right,
signed 2
100
months ago,
contracts
that I
every single
haven't had
moment
to
or
do
full
something
porting every single
with
moment,
regards,
and then it's going to be okay in life. It's just
making
not,
progress
because
on
that's
the
literally how
phases
life
of this
is.
ceasefire. Yes, ma'am. Right next.
Thank you, Mr.
I'm sorry. I'm going to get to you guys. I'm coming. See, I'm going down the rows like this.
Only issue
right
is
behind you,
they
I'm still
can
on that
hold
row.
this shit here till literally 3 or 2 or 2:35
Has anyone
or
ever done this where
3:35 or
they go like
3:45 or
all
3:30.
over?
You know, I don't fucking know. I
You're
just
not
need
the
somewhere
full
below
tier
view app. That's all I need. But I mean, data grinding crazy.
Meta with World News Group.
It is playing
Several
crazy.
faith-based organizations have been calling on the administration to reopen the U.S. refugee admissions program, particularly for religious minorities facing persecution. That includes Afghanistan, Syria, Iran. Is it going
Like
to be a
9
goal
points
in
lower,
2026 to expand that program again beyond South Afrikaners?
Yeah, so here's the problem, okay? In the last 4 years, we had a flood of people enter this country through a variety of means. So that's what we confronted. We have to stop that. And we did. We've been successful. You see the border secured, the number of illegal entries has completely collapsed. And now we're facing a second challenge, and that is we've admitted a lot of people into the United States. And perhaps the overwhelming majority of them are not bad people and so forth. This is all true. But there are people, we know, okay, for a fact, that there are people in this country who got in through some form of vetting that was wholly insufficient. And we've seen tragic evidence of that very recently, including people that we claim to have vetted. So, why does that happen? Because there are some places
What
where
the fuck is the excuse of candle
vet people on the
traders
basis of information you
all
have
of
about
this
them.
week?
But that information is oftentimes dependent on whether there's some local authority that actually has any information about them.
Oh,
Okay,
this
so-
only
so that
happens
is the
only
challenge
2
we're
out of
facing,
10 day
which is
type
why
of
the
thing.
president sort of put a stop to all of these
I mean,
things
it happens every
until
damn
these
day, bro.
systems for
Wednesday it
admitting people
happened,
into our
it happened
country can be
Thursday, it
improved.
happened
But I think everyone would
Friday, it
understand
happened
that after a
Monday,
flood of
it
15 to
happened
20 million
Tuesday.
people
I'm
into
talking
our
about
country,
going up and down,
almost
up and down.
unrestrained in some extent.
Happened yesterday,
over the last 4 years
Thursday,
before taking
it
over
happened
in January
Friday.
this year,
It must really
there's a
suck
desire in our country to put a stop to that until we
It
can
must
fix these
really
processes
suck being
to ensure
biased,
that not only
not
do we know
having
who's in the
setups
country
whatsoever,
now,
because
but in the future,
deductors are able
we're not
to
going
do
to face
good.
some
Up
of these
and down,
challenges
chop,
that we
chop,
faced
chop,
in the
up
past.
and down,
So,
up
look,
or
the
down,
United
up
States
or down,
remains the most
up or
generous
down,
country in the
up
world
or
when
down,
it comes to
up or
legal
down, up
immigration.
or
This
down
year
on
alone, close
setup.
to 1 million people
But candle
enter this
traders
country legally and
will
get
always
their green
sit
card
and
and
be
go to
like,
work.
oh,
But we do have a
they'll
right,
make
like
up
every
bullshit,
sovereign
and
country does, to
you're
know
just
who you
making
are,
up
why
shit.
you're
That
coming, what
sucks.
you've done in the past, and what we
That's
think
what
you
they
might or
do.
might not do in the future.
Online
We have a right.
personalities,
We
man.
have a right to make sure that you're not going to come to this country
They're-
and impose a burden on our
And
social
I make fun of them
safety
because
network.
that's the shit that
all
comes
these
out of their
things are rights
fucking
of
mouth.
sovereign
The shit
countries.
that comes out of
Bunch
their
of
mouth
sovereign
is
countries
this
in
is
the
a
world
2 out of
do it.
10 day
Most
thing.
of the countries in the
Oh,
world have
next
far more
time you just
restrictive
be
immigration
bullish and next
policies
time
than
it's
the
just gonna
United States has
go
ever
up.
had.
But like,
But
bro,
we are in a special period
you
right
are
now. This is not like
absolutely
business as
sad
usual.
to
This is right now.
think
We are less than a
that's
year
how the
removed
market is.
from the most
To
reckless,
call it bullish when it's
migratory
bullish, to
incompetence
call it
in
bearish
American
when it's
history,
bearish,
where a
and then
flood
to
of
call it
people,
when it
mass
switches.
migration
I mean, a
events
dog
entered
could
the
do
United
that.
States, and they can claim all they want that they vetted
My
people.
parrot
This is
could
just
do
not
that.
true. Some of them were cursory vetting, and in some cases you couldn't vet them because the countries or places they came from had no documents upon which they could be vetted on. So that program will be studied, and it will not be restarted at the scale and scope it was until we are comfortable that it is one that we know everyone who's coming in and who they are and whether they meet the criteria for admission to the United States.
But do you
Yes,
have
ma'am.
any sort of
Thank you
timeline
so
for
much,
that?
Mr. Secretary.
Market
Follow
not
up on the
moving with Tesla
conversation
at all.
between President
With
Trump and
Nvidia or
Maduro,
something.
because the day after the conversation, the president said he was
1
going
minute.
to be meeting that
Gap
gentleman
here.
very soon. Is this still being considered? Is the president still considering that? Is still a chance for diplomacy on Venezuela? And also, any role that you see Brazil could play? Because just a few weeks ago, President Lula spoke with President Trump and Nicolás
Let's get the
Maduro.
like
He
on that
offered to
live stream
help
up,
to mediate
folks.
the
Thank you
conversation.
very,
Yeah, I'm not going
very
to comment
much.
on any. As I said, I'm not going to comment on the president's talks. I will just point you to the fact that the thing about this president that I think you've seen is he's willing to talk to anybody. He's willing. He doesn't view talks as a concession. But I don't have any update to you on what comes next in that regard. I have no reason.
I should have
to
fucking
express
taken
skepticism
a
or
dip lower, but
optimism about
it's
it.
really making
I'm
me
just not
hope
going to
on
comment
VWAP
on
now.
what the
It's
president has
fucking
available
grinded
to him as
and
options
burned.
across the range of options that include diplomatic options.
And how about the conversation with Lula?
I mean, I think he said to us what he has said publicly, and that he has a willing to play a positive role in that regard. You know, the president's had 2 phone conversations in one meeting with President Lula. I think we've made progress on some
Like
things.
burning
including
all
on trade. We
calls
have
and
more work
puts
to be
since
done.
10:05.
The 2 presidents got along. We felt that was important in terms of those conversations. I've talked to
Burning all calls and
Mauro,
puts
the
since
their foreign
10:05.
minister, on it, including this earlier this week.
More
And we have a lot of issues in common with Brazil that we'd like to work together on, and strong links. Being from Florida, as an example, I know how important Brazil has been to us as a partner. We've had some disagreements on a couple things over the years as well, but I feel like that relationship is on a positive trajectory.
Today
but as
is
far
a different
its
day.
role in Venezuela, I don't have anything
Nvidia
to
3%,
provide you on that
Tesla
today.
minus
Just
1.2.
a quick follow-up on the
Market
tariffs,
showing
political
strength.
tariffs.
No, no,
on
I gotta
Venezuela.
get to
It's a
him.
different day.
Thank you,
Today
Mr.
looks
Secretary, and thank
completely
you very much
different.
for doing this.
Till
On phase 2 in
do
Gaza,
something, it's just
when is
gonna
the
look like
soonest
this
that we
shit.
could see that being implemented? And then separately, you said at the top that you want the US to play the role of mediator that brings about the avoidance of war and ending conflicts. How do you square that position with a possible military intervention in Venezuela? Thank you.
Well, first of all, a couple things. Wanting to pursue peace and secure peace does not necessarily come at the expense of your national interest. We
12-10,
reserve
man,
the
this
right
shit
and
is
retain the
wild.
option of defending our national interest. Now, in the case, again, we're going to talk about Venezuela. Let's be clear. Maduro has made
What is that
multiple deals
1150 reversal?
with elements around the world, including with the Biden administration. Okay, Maduro made a deal with the Biden administration, and here's the deal he made. And I only say this to you not because we want to get back to that deal, but just as an example of why the guy cannot be trusted to keep deals. It's a problem. Okay, somebody breaks deals multiple times. You have a right to be skeptical they're ever going to keep the deal. He made a deal, and as part of that deal, they lifted sanctions. They released his 2 nephews from federal custody after their conviction. They sent back his bag man, Alex Saab, and all these sorts of things. He released political prisoners, and he promised to have free and fair elections. He didn't have free and fair elections. He rearrested or exiled most of those political prisoners, so he pocketed all the benefits and lived to none of those commitments. So, look, it's hard to have and do a deal with someone who never keeps a deal. Now, on the broader perspective of what you're asking about, let's be mature here. Yes, there are issues where we want to pursue peace if that is possible. But we also have our national interests. If our national, we're not going to reach a peace deal with narco trafficking bans. We can't reach a peace deal with MS-13. We can't reach a peace deal with
What the fuck is this run up and stay here?
Drugs into the United States or any of the cartels in
no
Mexico.
movement.
You can't do a peace deal with these people any more than you can do a peace deal with a mafia. So I think it's important to understand that's different between warring factions and nation states around the world where we feel like maybe we could act as a bridge to bringing about the differences. But when you're talking about things that directly implicate the national interest of the United States, and no one can argue that transnational criminality and terrorism in our hemisphere is not a threat to the national interest of the United States, we have to we reserve the right and have the right to utilize every element of national power to defend the national interest of the United States. And no one can dispute that. And every country in the world reserves the same option. We just simply have more power than some of them do.
And phase 2 Gaza?
Oh, phase 2 Gaza, yeah. I mean, we got to complete phase 1 to get to phase 2. That's why we're working every day to get there. Look, guys, if this stuff was easy, it would have been done already a long time ago. This is a complex situation. No one would dispute it, but it's important. What we achieved already, what the president achieved ending that war already was something no one thought was possible. Everyone thought that the last episode was going to be an Israeli incursion into Gaza City that would lead to massive loss of life and the hostages would never be reunited with their families. And today, as we speak, all the hostages that were living are back. All but I believe one of the bodies has been returned.
So damn close.
No one would have believed that 6 months ago. So that in and of itself, but that is not the end of the story. We want to continue on this. But what we're talking about is dealing with something that no one has been able to solve in 30 or 40 years. No one. And it's going to take some time. But I feel generally optimistic that we have the right people at the table with the right motivations to make it happen. But no one is claiming to you that this is going to be just a straight-up trajectory. It's going to have its ups and downs. It's going to have its good days and bad days.
Literally
the important point is that the momentum and the trajectory on it is a positive trajectory. And we're investing
really just need
high
$1
levels of
on
our
SPY.
government every day in trying to make that happen. But we can't do
That's
it
all I
alone.
really
We have all
need,
these other
$1.
partners that we have to include. So I would focus you on, let's get the Board of Peace in place and announced. Let's get the technocratic Palestinian group in place. And then let's get the stabilization
I
force
wish
in place.
I just stayed
And
at
then we
that
can move
Tesla
on
and
to
did
the other
jack shit
elements
all
of phase
day,
2
but
and
I
phase 3
honestly
of the
got
plan
fucking
that hopefully will be
look at the candles like up
and the
and
work
down.
of
It did
putting
nothing,
phase
but
2
like
and phase
holy
3
shit.
in place is going to extend far beyond the next few
Fucking
years.
trapped on
I mean, this
candles
is a
too.
generational
On
commitment.
SPY.
But we want to leave
This
those
is
pieces
literally
in place
what I mean by
for the next
there's
administration
crazy
to
moves
continue to
and
build
it does
upon,
jack
even as we
crazy
achieve,
shit for one
phase
day.
1 and parts of phase 2
Or
during this
after it does
administration.
some moves, man. This is
Mr. Secretary, some of your former Democratic former Senate colleagues who considered you one of their most trusted bipartisan partners have, since you joined the Trump administration, accused you of abandoning some of your former principles and positions, and 3 or 4 have said they regret voting for you.
I had 99 votes. I could have spared 4.
What's your response to that? And more importantly, how do you think about building and maintaining bipartisan consensus and cooperation on foreign policy at this moment, especially because that will be necessary to sustain President Trump's legacy after he leaves office.
I mean, we live in a very different time, unfortunately. I engage with senators, for example, from both parties. Just saw a bunch of them the other day all the time. And obviously, but politics today is very different than it was 10 or 20 years ago. It just is. I'm not in that anymore. I'm no longer in a political office, but I know political offices. I served 14 years in the Senate, and politics is real, right? I mean, there's also not a lot of benefit to a Democratic senator saying what a great guy Marco Rubio is in this current political environment, or anyone in the Trump administration for that matter. So all I will tell you is I get up every day, we go to work, we get work done, we do cooperate and work with. They don't always agree with everything we're doing, but I have a lot of people in the Senate, particularly chairmen of key committees that we interact with. There's things people can say and do in the public that because of politics in private that they can't say or do in public. But I don't know what else to comment on that other than one more point, and that is, I think this is important. I think people have lost sort of their mindset here a little bit, okay? The foreign policy, the State Department is not its own government, okay? The Secretary of State is not its own government. I'm appointed by the President, confirmed by the Senate, and then, or nominated by the President, confirmed by the Senate, and then appointed by the President. But at the end of the day, the person the people of the United States elected to be the President of the United States and the Commander-in-Chief is Donald J. Trump. That's who they elected. And my job, and the job of the people in our administration, is to implement the President's foreign policy. We provide advice, we provide counsel, but ultimately our job is to take what the President wants to do, take his vision, and implement it. Come up with options for implementing the President's vision. That's my job today. When I was a senator, I represented the state of Florida. Today, I am the Secretary of State for Donald J. Trump, the President of the United States, and my job is to implement the President's foreign policy, provide advice, provide counsel, provide ideas, provide for opportunities and ways in which his foreign policy can be implemented. But in the end, our job is to implement that. And why people think that somehow foreign policy can be divorced from our republic, that's not the way our Constitution works. The Constitution does not say you elect the President of the United States and then you put in place a State Department to undermine the President if the person who's the Secretary of State doesn't agree with him. That's ridiculous. That's stupid, really. And I don't know why anybody would think that. So that's the job I have, and that's the job I'm proud to do. I think we've made a lot of progress. We have a lot more work to do. All right, on our row right there from Italy, right? I know you from the...
Yeah.
Do you cover us now, or are you on Capitol Hill still?
No. Everything.
So you're like a one-man bureau for the whole thing.
As
All right.
here.
You're like me. You have two jobs. Good.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. So the United States, on one hand, are mediating with Russia to end the war in Ukraine. But on the other hand, the Russian foreign minister yesterday or the day before said it would be a fatal mistake from the U.S. To block the oil tanks from Venezuela and trying to overthrow the Maduro regime. So what kind of what's the assess that you're doing, and are there any safeguards in place to avoid escalation with Russia? And then I have another question about the Hezbollah, sir.
Yeah, we're not concerned about an escalation with Russia with regards to Venezuela. I mean, we've always expected them to provide rhetorical support for the Maduro regime. I think they have their hands full in Ukraine, and if he's watching, Sergei, Merry Christmas. And but at the end of the day, I expected them to say what they were going to say. The rhetorical support, we understand what that's at. It's not a factor in how we consider this whole thing.
And then, if I may, about the Hezbollah, I know you already answered, but I wanted to ask you if the U.S. administration is considering a broader military support involving also potential Arab partners, not only in providing weapons, but also going into the field to disarm the Hezbollah if the diplomatic talks will fail.
Well, I've not heard anyone sort of suggest that at the level of detail that you've talked about. I think regionally, for example, if you talk to the Syrian authorities, they're very concerned about Hezbollah. I think most of the countries in the Gulf region view Hezbollah as an agent of Iranian influence and Iranian action. But as far as what you're discussing, which is sort of a coalition of armed units going into Lebanon to disarm Hezbollah, I've not heard that proposed by anybody. Perhaps you have, but I haven't, and that's not certainly something we've been...
Senator Graham
okay.
was talking about this at the Congress.
Colleagues, yeah. Well, you should ask Lindsey about how he's going to put that together, because, but we just haven't heard it. I'm not saying you may not hear that one day in the future, but I think what is clear, and I think maybe perhaps what Lindsey is speaking to, is that it is clear that if you talk to leaders in the region in all these countries, they all have the same goal, perhaps not, which is to ensure that Hezbollah can no longer play the role that they've played in the past, not just threatening Israel, but being an agent, an open agent, really a proxy of Iranian influence in the region. All right.
Thank you.
Next. I didn't get to you. Oh, I'm in the new row. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. You have previously said in the past that you and the administration are committed to fixing the backlog of visas for foreign-born priests and other religious workers, whether that be through the Religious Workforce Act, or through maybe a standalone process. Is there any update you can give on the status of that and what's being done to
I think we'll have more to
fix this
announce
issue?
on that early next month. Yeah, early next month.
Okay.
We've worked closely with a lot of the religious authorities to do that. Obviously, depending on the denomination, we're not discriminating in favor of one versus another.
Mhm.
Some denominations are more professionalized in terms of what they're able to provide us with and sort of information versus others. Some are careful not to be waiving. We have country-specific requirements depending on the country they're coming from. But I think we have a good plan in place to put that into effect. And I know we've worked with a number of denominations in that process. Obviously, one of the big users of that system is the Catholic Church in the U.S., and so we've worked with the Conference of Bishops. And I think we're going to get to a good place. We don't have it ready yet. All this takes time to put together, but we're moving quickly, and I think we'll have something positive about that at some point next month, hopefully in the early part of next month.
Thank you
yes,
so
sir.
much.
Thanks, Mr. Secretary. White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles said that the U.S. would need congressional approval to conduct ground strikes in Venezuela. Do you share that view? And on your response today on regime change, Wiles already acknowledged that the point of those strikes was to pressure Maduro, i.e. have him leave. Why not just acknowledge that this is a regime change?
Do you have the quote she said?
That this is
No, but do you have the quote?
To cry uncle.
Yeah,
was
so,
the
okay,
quote.
so cry uncle, all right? I guess in Spanish you would have to say tío. But I think, I don't know how that, I mean, you can interpret any way you want. But at the end of the day, it is clear that the current status quo with the Venezuelan regime is intolerable for the United States. The status quo, that they operate and cooperate with terrorist organizations against the national interests of the United States. Not just cooperate, but partner with and participate in activities that threaten the national interests of the United States. So yes, our goal is to change that dynamic. And that's why the president's doing what he's doing. Change that dynamic by ensuring that no one wants to get on drug boats anymore. People were just going out there, openly without any fear of the reaper. And now I think people understand, like, it's not a good idea. By the way, we haven't had a strike in the Caribbean Basin in almost 5 weeks. Do you know why? It's not because we stopped looking. It's because no one wants to get on a boat anymore and do that. So it's been effective at cutting that down. Now there's been strikes in the Pacific. So the bottom line is that, sure, our goal is to, what's the point of doing something else? But the change, people want to focus on regime this and this and that. The goal here is very simple. The national interest of the United States. The President of the United States was elected to protect the American people, to protect America. That's what he was elected to do. It's one of his fundamental promises that Donald J. Trump made when he was elected President of the United States is, I am going to protect this country. Protect us from what? From the threat of terrorism, from threats to our economy, and from threats these drug organizations and these terrorist organizations pose against the United States. And if you are an ally, a friend, a partner, or cooperate or participate in activities that threaten the United States, you're going to have a problem with President Trump. I think the only shocking thing here is that a lot of people say that. People run all the time for office. I'm going to take on the cartels. I'm going to do this. He's actually doing it. He's not doing anything he didn't say he was not going to do during this campaign. He said he was going to go after the cartels. And now he's going after the cartels, and everybody's shocked. Don't be shocked. This is a man who was elected president because he says and then he does. He doesn't just say and then forget about it.
In congressional approval on land strikes, do you think that the United States does need to go to Congress in order to conduct land strikes in Venezuela?
Well, look, I'm not going to speculate about things that haven't happened and may never happen. I'm not going to speculate on that. All I'm going to tell you is that two things. And I remind Congress all the time. By the way, I was very consistent on this position because it was my position when I was in the Senate. Number one, no administration, Republican or Democrat, has ever accepted the War Powers Act as being constitutional. That said, multiple administrations, including this one, have sought congressional approval and or certainly congressional notification of actions taken. Why? Because American action is always strongest when it has the buy-in and the participation of a broad set of actors. Now, given our current political climate, that's not always easy because we do have people today in politics that are against everything that President Trump is for. It doesn't matter what it is. It doesn't matter if they themselves had the same position. If it's President Trump's idea, they're against it reflexively. Okay? That's the nature of the current climate in our politics. But I can tell you that to this point, nothing has happened that requires us to notify Congress or get congressional approval or cross the threshold into war. We have very strong legal opinions. We have now briefed Capitol Hill 23 times. 23 briefings, bipartisan briefings on Capitol Hill. I have personally participated in 6 of those 23 at the highest levels of the committee, but then the full House and then the full Senate, which, by the way, are always interesting. Now, okay, get it. I've been there before, okay? So, I was part of this thing in the past as well. But you do this briefing, you answer all their questions, and then they go out and tell people, we heard nothing, we saw nothing, that we were pleased with. They already had their answer before they went in, but we do them anyways. And we continue to do them. Not to mention the individual calls I've had with leaders in Congress, and I'm not going to disclose what those are. So everybody over there knows what we're doing, they know why we're doing it, and we've kept Congress fully apprised, and we'll continue to do so. Yes?
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. The settlers' violence is rampant settlements unit. Doesn't this undermine your own effort in the peace process? And also, if I may, on Gaza, the humanitarian situation is dire. The babies have been frozen to death because of the weather. Tents have been flooded. Is there anything that the United States can do to alleviate the suffering of the civilians in Gaza?
Yeah. In the case of the West Bank, we have, and you've seen our embassy even has put out statements and comments about specific incidents there that we're concerned about, that we do think, create a point of strong friction in the broader effort. And our own embassy, and Ambassador Huckabee has spoken to this as recently as a couple weeks ago, very firmly, I believe. And so we'll continue to communicate that as we have and make our opinion known in regards to its impact on the broader challenges. In the case of humanitarian, absolutely. I mean, this is the reason why that group is set up there every single day. We've been successful at opening new corridors. We want to continue to see that increase. We want to continue to see the flow of aid increase into those parts of Gaza that are still under Hamas control. But it also goes back, not to sound like a broken record, to why it is so critical to have the border peace put in place and the Palestinian technocratic group put in place. Because that allows us now, when you have this technocratic Palestinian group in place, and a stabilization force to provide security, it now allows us to have someone we can work with to turn over the humanitarian aid to and have them be the ones that help distribute it along with these international partners. That's what the point we're trying to get to, that we can get to a point where that is, and part of the thing with humanitarian aid is also security. Someone has to provide security for these convoys as they go in, because oftentimes they have been attacked, they've been looted, they've been so forth. We don't have a force that can do that right now unless the Israelis are going to go in, and that would violate the ceasefire. But if we have a stabilization force on the ground, they could provide security. And then the technical side of it, the logistical side of it, along with the international partners, is what the Palestinian Technocratic Organization can do. That is why we are in such a hurry to finalize that phase of this deal so that the aid can flow. And not just aid, then we can move from aid to reconstruction, which is the goal everybody has. You want to reach a point in which you're not providing aid because Gaza has an economy, and it's not an economy controlled by Hamas. But we can't get to that stage until we can secure the place. And that's why we're in such a hurry to finalize that phase of the deal. Yes, sir.
Vladimir Putin today
I thought you were introducing yourself.
No.
I'm Vladimir
Definitely
Putin.
not. Definitely not. Vladimir
What
Putin.
are you doing here?
Nick Schiffer in PBS NewsHour. Vladimir Putin had his own end-of-year press conference today.
Oh, he's trying to step on my message.
Yeah. His went, I think, 4 hours, so we got at least 3 hours. And he said he was willing to end the war in Ukraine.
I bet you he didn't do it in Spanish.
He did not.
All right. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, it's all right. He said he was willing to end the war in Ukraine based on principles he had outlined last summer, and that included a complete Ukrainian withdrawal from 4 regions, most of which are not occupied by Russia, recognition of occupied Russian territory in Ukraine, and the complete lifting of sanctions. That goes beyond some of the.
Yeah, I was watching my live stream review yesterday, and it seems like there were some people that were bearish on this Japanese rate news thing overnight. Like since yesterday.
Look, I think ultimately
so someone said, I thought the Japanese rate would be bearish or something, like maybe the market was counting on that.
And then what people do. In the end, we're not going to base.
They showed down into yesterday close too, and then they pumped it up today.
On the basis simply of what people are saying, we're going to base it on what people are willing to agree to, what countries are willing to agree to. Our role is very simple.
I wasn't thinking on shit.
We try to understand.
I didn't care, but I mean, someone said that yesterday in the live stream. They were like, Japanese rate cut tonight, blah, blah, blah. I think it's going to go lower. And I was like, damn, they got them bearish.
Maybe that's not ready for a few months. That's not up to us. That's up to the two sides. In the end, it's up to them to make a deal. We can't force Ukraine to make a deal. We can't force Russia to make a deal. They have to want to make a deal. The role we're trying to play is a role of figuring out whether there's any overlap here that they can agree to. And that's what we've invested
I'm at 1.2K right now. I did not take a 1.5K loss. I'm still
I hope it can get done this month before the end of the
year.
I
think the market will pull back in the next hour or two. There's a lot of time.
And I know this, though. We're the only ones that can do it. If we were not involved, no one would be talking to both sides. The UN can't do it, but who else is going to do it? Nobody in Europe can do it.
Yeah,
So
we don't like suck-ups in this channel too,
I think
bro.
the one thing people should have is
I'm a reality trader, so
President Trump is
I
willing
don't
to
do
continue to
suck-ups
engage
or
in
none
this
of that,
despite the
but
fact that
I just
we
make
haven't yet
fun of
gotten the
candle
outcome
traders and
that he
fake
hopes to have.
Guruji
Because
bullshit.
no one else could do it. And so that's what we're trying to do here. So this whole narrative.
People have been watching me understand me, though. They really do.
There's no peace deal.
They've been here for a while.
There is no peace deal unless Ukraine agrees to it. But there's
I
also
do
no
this
peace
shit
deal
on a
unless
daily
Russia
basis.
agrees to it. We are just trying to find whether there's common ground that we can make happen. And maybe that's not possible. Maybe it is. Maybe that's not possible right now. But we don't think our work could potentially serve as a baseline for that in the future. Maybe it is possible now. We're going to continue to test it and see where we can get to.
Is the U.S. willing to recognize occupied territory?
I'm not going to speak on any specifics of any deal because we're not going to be able to negotiate a peace deal, especially one like this, in the media. Suffice it to say, let me just put it to you this way. There can't be a peace deal.
I just like things to be respectful and real and logical.
Remember that. Any peace deal
If I'm doing stupid ass shit in the WhatsApp group and people make fun of me because I'm doing stupid ass shit, I get it.
So our job is
but
not
at the
to
end of
force
the day,
anything on anyone. It is to try to figure
I'm
out
the
if
one
we can
making fun
unite
of that
both sides
stupid
to
ass
a
shit
common place.
because they're
And guys,
literally
in a
wasting
conflict
time
like this, in a
trying
war
to
like this, that's not easy. It takes a lot of time.
lie
We're gonna
saying,
have to have
"Oh,
some
I've been here
patience.
for
We're gonna
1 hour or
unfortunately
1 year,
already
bro.
gone
I've
longer.
been streaming
But
for
understand
4
why the
months."
president
Like,
cares
what?
about this. Okay? Because let's be
What do you
honest here,
mean?
and I'm
Like-
not trying to diminish this, okay? Because let's be. It's an
Just to
interesting
get in the
position to be
WhatsApp
in.
group, man.
The
Just
United
because they think
States
it's like a free
only
alert
provides-
group
we
or
don't
whatever the
provide
fuck.
weapons
Like,
to
what are you talking
Russia.
about?
We only provide
It's
weapons
literally
to
a
Ukraine.
community.
The United States doesn't sanction Ukraine. It's only
Funny
sanctioned
as
Russia.
hell.
And yet we are still the only country in the world that can talk to both sides.
This
So
fake
let's be
out
clear about
breakout
the role
is
we've played in
happening.
this so far.
5
And we're
minute
the only ones
breakout
that
is
can.
coming back to the
But-
purple box.
So I don't
Let's see
mean
what
to
happens,
be
man.
dismissive of why this matters or it's important because this is going on in another continent. We've got issues in our own hemisphere we need to be dealing with. That if you were to ask prioritization, I would argue that something in our hemisphere from our national interest.
There's nothing wrong with wanting the paper. There's nothing wrong with getting the paper. It's just
But by the same token,
people need to be themselves and put in a lot of effort themselves and find truth and find reality in life to be able to do that. Or at the end of the day, none of it is going to matter because it's a waste of time and they're going to just win a little bit and then green a little bit and then at the end of the day, nothing's really going to be important. Everyone's going to be Furuji scan and then it's going to be nothing. So
almost
at the end
as
of the
fast
day,
as it's being rebuilt. Every week that goes by, the cost of rebuilding that country gets
delusional
exponentially
fake shit
higher. It
that's
is
not
now
gonna
becoming
fucking last in
generational
life.
reconstruction. This is a very damaging war that's going to have incredible implications. There are now hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians, probably maybe in millions, who
I'm
have
eating
not
a
lived in
pizza,
Ukraine in years.
French
They've been
fry
displaced
pizza.
to other
I'm gonna go
countries.
get another
The
slice because I'm
implications of
hungry
this
as
long-term
fuck.
for Ukraine are dramatic, and for Russia too, but for Ukraine, and we're focused on them. This is why the president wants to end it. He thinks it's a bloody, nasty, horrifying war, and he doesn't like wars. He really doesn't like wars. He thinks they're a waste of money, time, and talent. And he wants this one to end. And we're doing everything we can to end it. And it may or may not be possible, but we're certainly going to keep trying. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I promise you we're going to go through here. Do you have a deadline or something? I know, but let me get to the roads, because if not, if I break up the road thing, you're going to screw up the whole plan I have for today. Go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Secretary. If I can turn internally for a moment, a recent survey by the American Foreign Service Association found strikingly low morale among career diplomats in the U.S., some of whom reported that they feel like they can't freely express their opinions, that their candidate input is not welcome, and many of them are saying that they're actually thinking about career changes. I know you talked at the top about how change can be disruptive, but I wonder how much does this concern you? Do you possibly see this as a feature, not a bug, or would you be happy to see people leave so that you can bring in a new crop of people? And then just briefly on your own role, you have 2 jobs right now. Your travel schedule seems a bit lighter than your recent predecessors. You didn't attend the last NATO foreign ministers gathering and had your deputy go. Are you fully performing the job of Secretary of State? Are you more of a national security advisor than a Secretary of State? Can you talk about that?
Well, first of all, on the travel schedule, we have a lot of leaders keep coming here, too. So you talk about NATO, great example on NATO. I already went to a NATO meeting this year of all the foreign ministers. Then I went to the leaders meeting, which not all the foreign ministers were at. And then on top of that, that week is the week we had Rwanda and the DRC coming to the United States on a deal that I was working in. So as far as the travel schedule is concerned, we have a lot of leaders constantly coming here. We have leader meetings every single week for the most part up until last week. So there's a lot of work to be done. On the Foreign Service, we have very talented people here. I'm not going to, I saw that report somewhere. That's from the union. It's a union survey. All I can tell you is that today Foreign Service officers are more empowered at the regional bureau than they've ever been. I get the sent cables. I get cables every day.
Why is it so slow?
Provide the baseline for a lot of the ideas that we pursue. There isn't a week that goes by that I don't send back 2 or 3 cables with notes about, let's turn this into a policy proposal. We are changing this place so that it is our missions in the field that are not just driving directives from the top down, but also ideas from the bottom up. And I'm very proud of that, and I think that's going to lead and pay huge dividends for future secretaries of state long after I'm gone. So, yes, sir.
Thank you, Secretary. Human rights organizations report that 2025 has seen the highest number of executions in the Islamic Republic of Iran in over 2 decades. What specific new measures is the State Department taking to ensure that human rights abuses, specifically this surge of state-sanctioned execution, do not become a secondary priority in your dealings with Tehran?
Well, ultimately, look, we have very deep and systemic disagreements with the regime in Iran. And it's part of one of, if not the most sanctioned country in the world, one of the most sanctioned countries in the world. There isn't a week that goes by, or at least 2-3 times a month, I'm authorizing some new sanction on some new entity related to Iran. I don't think anyone could argue that this administration has been friendly towards them. So we continue to feature these things because it tells us about who they are. In the case of some of these executions that you're talking about, some of them, by the way, were in the aftermath of the war with Israel, where they went through and have jailed people and accused people of being informants and spies and things of that nature. But we're under no illusion, and every year we put out a report that outlines this, and we've been pretty consistent in our messaging. Our problem with the Iranian regime isn't simply, obviously it's predominantly their desire to acquire nuclear weapons, their sponsorship of terrorism, but it's ultimately the treatment of their own people. I said it in my hearing a year ago in the Senate, I say it now, I know of no nation on earth where there is such a difference between a regime that governs the country and the people who live there every single day. That regime is not reflective of the people who live in Iran, who are the inheritors of a proud and long cultural legacy and a proud history. And then you've got a clerical radical regime that has driven and taken the wealth of that country and used it not to enrich secure their people and their future, not to make sure they have enough water and electricity. They've used their money to sponsor terrorist organizations all over the world. That's what they've used their money for. So we're going to continue to consistently point that out.
Secretary,
yes, I'm sorry, I got to go because I'm getting everybody today.
Regarding Europe, you said that Europe was not going to be able to mediate between Russia and Ukraine. There's been some disengagement. There's some push within the European Union to either not comply with the increase in defense spending that the United States has been promoting, or also some European countries like Spain promoting closer ties to China, or going to China, or inviting more investment from China, or even Chinese technology in critical infrastructure. Are you concerned at all about this path? And
no, the countries made a commitment in NATO at a meeting I was at, where they made the 5% pledge, which is a dramatic and historic pledge, with the exception of Spain, of course, who didn't make that pledge. And we've had no indication from any of the countries that agreed to that they're not going to do it, because it's in their own interest. It's in their own interest. Bottom line is, increasing their defense capacity is in their interest because it's their defense. As far as opening up to China, look, one of the biggest problems Europe faces is they're being flooded with cheap Chinese goods, including Chinese cars. They're being flooded. Their own industrial base is under attack by unfair Chinese practices economically. So, I don't know about the rhetoric you're pointing to or the examples, but that's a threat that Europe faces, and they need a rebalancing as well. They're also, like we are, experiencing
I hate to want to believe it, but I think they are really waiting until the presidential live stream to shit his ass.
Problematic and dangerous for national security. So we would expect them to act at their national interests, both continentally and individually as their own countries. All right, we got to speed it up. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Annalise Nielsen from Sky News Australia. In your national security strategy, you've warned Europe about civilizational erasure. When you've been watching what's been happening in Australia with the rise of anti-Semitism and our government's response to the Bondi massacre, our Prime Minister's dodged direct questions on Islamic extremism, but then unprompted evoked right-wing extremism as a threat. Do you have any message to Australia about civilizational erasure, and why is America watching?
Look, I just think it's very simple, and that is that any mass migration is highly disruptive to any country. We talked about it here in the United States. When you experience mass migration, I don't talk about immigration, I'm talking about mass migration. Okay, mass migration is a negative thing. It's not positive. And it's very difficult for any society to absorb and assume hundreds of
grinding
thousands,
higher
if not
on
millions of
sneak
people
Lehman.
over a short period of time, especially if they come from halfway around the world. There are cultural and assimilations issues related to that, et cetera. And so these are concerns that it's concerns I have about our own country primarily. It's been a priority of this administration to address this. But I think it's a growing concern in Europe. I mean, there are other voices in Europe and obviously in Australia as well that have expressed concern about this. These are facts. This doesn't make you anti-anybody. What it makes is you do have, as a sovereign country, the right to control how many people you absorb, how many people you allow in, and who those people are.
Every
This is a
single
very
down,
basic
there's
sovereign
some
right.
weird-ass fucking
It doesn't mean you
candle
don't
that
allow
comes
any
that just
people
pumps it up.
There are people coming into this country
Every
day to
single
visit,
down.
to work, to live permanently.
I think
but
it's
you have
something
to know
to do
who
with
they are,
this.
and you have to have
Every
some
single
limits and
fucking
controls
down
over
now.
what those numbers are. And obviously, because of some of the things we've seen, mass migration over the last decade has been highly disruptive, not just to the United States, but also
They're really showing
continental
fucking
Europe,
bullish here.
and in some
I don't
cases
want to
in the
fucking
Indo-Pacific
believe
as
it.
well. So I just think this is a real challenge that multiple Western advanced
I
industrialized
want to believe
countries are facing.
679,
And I think
20
it's
something.
pronounced
I
in
want to
parts
believe
of
this
Europe
shit.
as well, and obviously, at least on the basis of your
678.
question,
Oh my God.
appear to be a challenge as well in Australia. All right, to the next row. Yes, ma'am. Are you not? Hold on, Andrea, right behind you. I'm going to get to everybody. Go. Yeah.
Oh, I just wanted to ask.
You don't have a
about,
question? Okay, no, I'm kidding. Go ahead.
On Ukraine this weekend, the meetings with the Ukrainian delegation and the U.S. delegation, are you planning to participate
It's
in
in
those
Miami.
meetings?
They're starting today and tomorrow. I may be there tomorrow for a portion of it. There's another one happening today, but that one is with the
Look how they're
Turks
doing
and the
this shit.
Qataris and the UAE on the Gaza plan. So if I'm not there, because I have things we have to do here today, like talk to you guys, I think tomorrow.
Breakout,
and Saturday
pull
in
back,
Miami as
breakout.
well. So, yeah, go ahead. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Timothy Interozzi with the Washington Examiner. Going back to the previous question about Europe, and I believe the Sky News reporter referenced civilizational erasure, which is a term that has been used by both the White House and the State Department. Both the White House and the State Department have made kind of recurring overtures to Europe as a civilization that is in some sort of danger and that should join with the United States as a sort of Western civilizational bloc. And it seems to be a recurring priority. However, with the release of the National Security Strategy, many European leaders, leader of Germany, members of the EU, of the European Parliament, have found it totally unacceptable or offensive or question the allyship of the United States with the rhetoric that was used. So I just wonder if the United States is correct in that these policies, like mass migration, will lead to civilizational erasure. Is it possible to save European civilization if the governments simply don't want to be saved?
How has this alliance long been described? As the Western alliance, right? What is it? And it's not just me saying, you go to these NATO meetings, you meet people, they will tell you our shared history, our shared legacy, our shared values, our shared priorities. That's what they talk about as the reason for this alliance. Well, if you erase your shared history, your shared culture, your shared ideology, your shared priorities, your shared principles, then you just have a straight-up defense agreement. That's all you have. So what I'm trying to point to, and what we've tried to point to, is very simple. That is, at the bedrock and at the cornerstone of our relationship, with example with Europe, is the fact that we do have a shared culture, a shared civilization, a shared experience, and shared values and principles on things like human rights, on freedom, on liberty, on democracy, on all sorts of on the rights of the individual, all these sorts of things that we in this nation are the inheritors of in many cases, because many of these ideas that led to the founding of our country found their genesis in some of these places in the Western Alliance. If you take that away, if that's wiped out because for whatever reason it's no longer a priority, I do think it puts a strain and threatens the alliance in the long term and in the big picture. Now, whatever internal politics causes people to dispute this, I'm not going to comment on, other than to tell you that I do think that at the core of these special relationships we have is the fact that we have shared history,
the video's
shared
reached
values,
180, so
shared civilizational principles that we should be unapologetic about. This is a nation that was founded on Western principles. Founded on Western principles like liberty, the value of and the right of the individual, the right of self-governance. These are all Western values. Now, others may have adopted it in different parts of the world, but they emanate from Western history. And it's something that we should be apologetic about. Why would we be apologetic about it? Anyone who doesn't recognize, for example, that many of the features of our system of government find their root in Roman and Greek history
Tesla's doing that
is
too.
A fool.
I want to go see.
Is a fool. It's just not true. And so I think that we need to understand and embrace that, not negate it. And I think that's what we're pointing to here, is that we are concerned that particularly in parts of Western Europe, those things that underpin our alliance and our tie to them could be under threat in the long term. And by the way, there are leaders in those countries that recognize that as well.
Look at Tesla
some say
right
it
now.
Openly, some say it privately.
Look
in
at
the eastern
Tesla.
and southern part of Europe,
Can you
they're much
guys
more
fucking
open
make
about
this shit up on
Nonetheless,
Tesla?
it is a
No,
factor
it's
that needs to be
perfectly on the
addressed.
fucking line.
Yes, ma'am.
Was it the New York Post? So you said earlier that you don't see a surrender happening anytime soon when it comes to Ukraine and Russia. Putin says he will accept nothing less than an unconditional surrender, but if this latest intensive push for peace talks fails, is there anything that the U.S. can do to make Russia want to end its war? And then secondly, some of the most major foreign policy issues from Venezuela, Iran, Ukraine, Israel, have been assigned special envoys who do not report directly to the State Department, which obviously has a larger view of how these conflicts affect each other. How intimately has State been involved with these envoys' strategies and actions this year? And do you see State taking a larger role in these kind of day-to-day negotiations?
I disagree with the premise of your question. I mean, every envoy that's been involved in all these critical issues, I personally work with very closely. I talk to them 4 or 5 times a day, or meet with them, or they're in the White House, or they're here.
They got
primarily in the White House, or they're involved in the same meetings we're involved in. I mean, that's just not factual. No one is out there doing independent action. All of it is strongly coordinated. It's one of the benefits of also being the National Security Advisor is it allows us to also organize the interagency. Every single one of these envoys, I speak about Steve Woodcock in particular, who's a phenomenal person, very smart, very talented, who dedicates, he doesn't get paid to do this job, he does it for free. And he invests a tremendous amount of time, full time on this thing, traveling all over the world, doing all kinds of things. Okay, but Steve doesn't do anything independently. He relies on the interagency. He gets support from Treasury, sometimes from Commerce, certainly from the Department of War, and from the State Department. In fact, he's staffed in many of these visits by State Department folks, and including the ones in Miami. Especially as we get to the technical parts of these agreements. So the synergy there is very tight across the board. And so I think that's just not factual.
I was referring to Envoy Grinnell with Venezuela and some of those conflicts earlier this year that really kind of weren't helpful in getting towards the release of the prisoners.
Look, everything that's been done in this administration has been coordinated in some form or fashion. I mean, you guys don't see it all because I know everybody wants foreign policy to be 100% transparent, but sometimes it really can't be because there are sensitivities, because there are diplomatic sensitivities, because things people are willing to agree to in private, they may not be willing to do so in public. There's all kinds of things that have to happen in order to achieve outcomes. Sometimes they work, sometimes certain approaches work, sometimes they don't. But that's not new to this administration. That's been true throughout history. And but at the end of the day, I mean, I feel like we have a very good team of people that work very closely together on all of this. And the key is every single one of these conflicts, every single one of these issues are all multidisciplinary. Okay? There is no such thing as any one of these things that we're dealing with. Again, going back to the case, let's just use Ukraine as an example. In the case of Ukraine, it involved Treasury with regards to the minerals deal. It involves commerce to some extent. It most certainly involves the Department of War in terms of not just battlefield assessments, but the sale of weaponry through Pearl, etc. It involves the Department of State in terms of everything from interpreters.
They're fucking on me. They're fucking with me with $1. Like that's why it's fucking crazy. Like
words to paper.
$1 is so fucking easily movable.
And supporting these visits. We had a very important meeting in Geneva, hosted at our embassy, supported by diplomatic personnel that were involved in doing that, and a lot of the follow-up as well that has to happen with some of these things. You know, peace deals aren't just, in the case of Gaza, strongly supported. We actually, we took our ambassador in Yemen, who can't be in Yemen, Fagan, and assigned him for 8 weeks on that portfolio so that we could have someone there to help navigate and coordinate all of the technical aspects. You can reach a peace agreement in concept, but then someone's got to sit down and write down the technical language and the specificity, and they rely on the professionals in this department and other government agencies, depending on the subject matter. So, look, I think in any new administration, there's a learning curve early on. People are still getting onboarded. You may not even have people Senate confirmed.
I get $1,000 back if I get a $1 drop here on SPY, basically. That's why I'm fucking
But I think certainly in the second half of last year, I'm very proud and very pleased at the synergy that we've established on all of these things. And that continue to establish it. Another one that's doing a great job is Mossad Boulos. I mean, he's out there every day working with our Africa Bureau.
It like crazy
still. They're very involved in this on trying to deal with
Sudan. It's like
Sudan,
we're back at all-time highs. Like the data literally just pretending
so we have
like
a good team
back
of
at
people that
all-time
work
high
very
again.
well together and very collaboratively.
Not all-time high fucking HOD.
Yes, ma'am.
Thanks. Shelby Talcott with Semaphore. Vanity Fair quoted you as wondering whether Putin just wants the entirety of Ukraine. I'm curious if that's still a question for you and how confident are you in being able to reach a peace agreement, if that is a question? And then along those lines, is there a deadline for Russia and Ukraine to come to an agreement before this administration walks away?
Yeah, I'm not in any position to give you deadlines on anything. And as far as that quote, that's a quote the president has said publicly, which is, he has said three things. I thought it was going to be the easiest one, and it's turned out to be the hardest. I don't know if Putin wants to do a deal or if Putin wants to take the whole country. These are things he has said openly. And, you know, I think that's, I don't even remember when I talked to the guy from that magazine, but, you know, for much of the early part of this year, one of the things we were trying to deduce is exactly what is it that Russia wants to achieve. We know what they wanted to achieve initially when the war began. They haven't achieved those objectives. There's a new set of objectives now. I mean, part of reaching an agreement is trying to understand.
I would not have even been in this position right now if all I did was stay in Tesla.
And so I think that was a question
because my deduction was sub 180 and they went sub 170.
What exactly do they really? Not what they say they publicly want, but what they publicly want and probably want are the same thing.
I wouldn't even be in this dumbass situation if I wasn't even looking at SPY.
And the same is true on the Ukrainian side, by the way. What do they actually live with? What's acceptable? What's not
no
acceptable?
volume
What are
here.
their red
And
lines?
DCA,
That's how
so
you
the
put a
shit is
deal together.
literally-
You have to sort of figure out if the two
Yeah,
sides
absolutely.
overlap at some point. Sometimes some deals are
Fucking
just not
W.
ready. Sometimes the timing is perfect. You have to put it
Oh
together.
my
If you
God.
look at what happened with Gaza, that looked intractable. And then a series of events occurred that made it possible. That for example, the strike inside of Qatar that the Israelis took at the time, you know, was a sort of a
This
dramatic
weird
thing,
ass chop,
but in
chop,
some
chop
ways,
with W
it sort
up
of
is
set in
literally
motion a
the
sense
worst
of
way
urgency
to
to bring this thing to an end before it
fake
spread.
out, break out.
So
but
sometimes
all
you have to be
theta
ready for
options
changing
burn
circumstances
at
or
the
conditions
minimum.
that allow progress to be made. But these
To
things are hard to
lower
do.
side,
They
so-
take a lot of time. Sometimes it takes some patience.
Holy
It's
shit.
just unfortunate that you know that every day that goes by, more people are died and more people die and more things are destroyed. Yes, sir.
To come back to your comments earlier on Sudan.
Where's the president?
You mentioned this concern about transshipment and weapons coming from overseas to Sudan. Could you sort of put a slightly finer point on it? Have you even raised this with the UAE in your meetings that they need to stop providing support to the RSF? And have you got any commitment or any kind of
Look, none of
response
these,
to
neither side has their own factories for the most part, right? All these weapons are acquired from abroad. They have to come from somewhere else, and they have to come through somewhere else. So someone is allowing it to be shipped in, and someone is actually shipping it. So we've had the right and appropriate conversations with all sides of this conflict, because that is their leverage. Without their support, neither side can continue. So that's why we need to engage, and that's why we've engaged the parties involved in all of this. I don't want to find
Continuous
myself here in a
pullback.
position of picking on anybody other than to say that we think and we're hopeful that we can make some progress on this.
They
but
won't
we know
even
that in
fucking
order to make
fly.
progress on this, it will require outside actors
My
to
God.
use their leverage and their pressure to make that come about, particularly this humanitarian truce, which is the first thing we want to achieve. We think that outside actors have the leverage and the influence over the players on the ground to bring about this humanitarian truce. And we are very focused on it. I had conversation on it yesterday. We have spoken to the UAE. We've spoken
Where's
to
the
Saudi.
president
We've
when we
spoken
need
to
him,
Egypt.
man?
And this
Shit
is not
is-
new. We've been talking to them. We signed
What the fuck?
a document with them in September at the
Don't
UN.
make me do
at the
this.
UN gatherings. We had previous meetings with them before that. So this is not a new engagement. It's just one that's had a higher sense of urgency given recent events there. But yeah, we're involved every single day trying to work through this because we do understand that and this is not new to this conflict. It is in many ways similar to what happened to happen in Gaza. What brought Hamas to the table, among other things, was the fact that some of the countries that had relationships with Hamas, like Qatar, like Turkey, played a very constructive role in bringing them to the table and pressuring them to sign an agreement. And we played a similar role on the other side. So, you know, it's not unusual that you would involve outside actors in using leverage to bring parties to the table to agree on something. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. On Venezuela, what is the U.S. willing to commit if Maduro is ousted from power to ensure that the country doesn't plunge further into instability in sort of a
Yeah, I
power
don't have any
vacuum?
announcements on that right
And
now.
do you see Maria Corina Machado and Edmundo Gonzalez as the heir apparents for power? in
Well, we don't
Venezuela?
believe Maduro's not legit. We've been pretty clear. We didn't recognize him as a legitimate president. The previous administration didn't as well. The first Trump
HOD.
administration didn't either. He's not the legitimately elected president. They had an election last year that was stolen, and everyone
get
knows
in
it.
there.
Even all the countries in the region know it. And but you know, I don't really have anything to add other than what I've said today with regards to Venezuela.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for doing this. According to a poll by the Reagan Institute, 62% of all Americans support the use of military force against suspected drug traffickers in the Caribbean. And among MAGA Republicans, 90% support the military use against suspected drug traffickers in the Caribbean. So how does the State Department view or analyze these figures?
Yeah, I mean, we don't do foreign policy by poll, and our job is to carry out the directives of the president. The president was elected. Donald J. Trump was elected the president of the United States, and he promised that if elected, he would go after drug cartels, and that's what he's doing. He is keeping a promise he made to the American people upon which they elected him to be president. He told them he would protect this country, and that's what he's doing, and he told them he would go after drug cartels, and that's what he's doing. So it doesn't surprise me if that poll is accurate, because the president's simply living up to the promises that he made when he ran for office. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Secretary, on Gaza, you've said repeatedly in this room now that this is peace is a process, that phase 2 could take next 2 to 3 years. Is there a possibility
to fully implement? You can't build buildings in one day. Right?
Is there a possibility in your mind that the status quo, more or less as we see it now, with this sort of
he thinks he sounds cool with these one-word sentences,
periodic violations of the ceasefire by each side, a lack of reconstruction, and of course the absence of an international security force, that this could potentially continue more or less through the rest of the president's term? And if not, I'm not asking for a date, but I think we'd all like to know. We've heard from the president and yourself that there are all these countries that want to join the international security force. When will they deploy? Are we talking in the next year, in the next couple of years? And is there a certain amount of time that could pass at which point the administration, without an ISF, at which point the administration would green light or will green light Israel to resume its
whole fucking The way to answer that question is this way. No one is arguing that the status quo is sustainable in the long term nor desirable. And that's why we have a sense of urgency about bringing phase 1 to its full completion, which is the establishment of the Board of
Shit
Peace
is so fucking heavily
Palestinian
manipulated, bro. Look at this fucking W.
Or organization that's going to be on the ground. And then the stabilization force comes closely thereafter. Once we've established that, we have a lot of confidence that we are going to have the donors for the reconstruction effort,
this shit is
and for all the humanitarian support in the long term.
HOD did not break divergences at the roof.
We just don't think that we're going to get to phase 2 or phase 3. We don't believe that we can have a successful donor conference. Just as a real example, until people know they want to know who's in charge, and they want to know that there's security. Okay, they want to make sure that who's going to pledge billions of dollars to build things that are going to get blown up again because a war starts. So they want to know who's in charge, and they want to know that there's security, and that there'll be long-term stability. So no one would argue that what we have in place now is sustainable in the long term. We have to get to the completion of phase 1. I am confident we will, within the time frame necessary to make it successful. It's just not today, but hopefully very, very soon. We've made real progress. We made progress as late as yesterday in additional names for this Palestinian
All I need is fucking VWAP. Like, is that crazy? Like,
technocratic organization.
Stupid ass
So
fucking
I think we're very close.
Crazy.
I think we're going to get there. I'm optimistic that we're going to.
Why do I have to curse at the market for it to do something? Like, come on.
And then what I meant about taking years for phase 2 or phase 3 is not years to start it. I'm just being, to rebuild a place, to put buildings and rebuild an economy, that takes time. You'll have the donors, but you still have to have the equipment.
All things going together now.
Sort of thing. This is a long-term project. Phase 1 is not a long-term project.
IWM,
it has to happen. I'm confident it'll happen within a time frame that makes it successful.
This is bearish.
We're very committed to it, and so is everybody else. Everybody else in the region understands that there is no plan B. If this doesn't work, Plan B or
NVIDIA, IWM, all going together trying right now. NVIDIA, Tesla, IWM, QQQ, did not break the H. That's the thing. There's a fucking huge risk. HOD divergence is fucking crazy.
A year from now. That is the completion of phase 1.
It's crazy.
Through the establishment of the stabilization force.
HOD divergence means there's a huge risk for bears here. Still,
all those things happen, boom, boom, boom.
Even if they fucking reject,
they have to happen very quickly. Not a year from now. This is something we're aiming at very soon. It has to.
God, I don't fucking know. I really just need $2 on SPY, $1.5 on SPY. I'll be happy as shit at UM, man. This thing is so dumb. Fucking holding.
It's an hour and a half.
You see the press corps is hungry for engagement here. I hope the State Department will return to regular press briefings soon. You got a great spokesperson's unit over there that's more than capable of handling it. A couple quick questions.
Can we get
the
VWAP,
President
please?
directed you through executive order to explore
50 cents
sanctions
below
of
VWAP,
sectors
please.
and chapters of the Muslim Brotherhood.
Purple box, please.
Qatar is ground zero for the Muslim Brotherhood. This administration obviously has a very close relationship
This shit
with
is
the Qataris.
wild, man.
How do you confront the Muslim Brotherhood
Mega
without
HOD,
confronting the Qataris?
mega
That's my
floor
first
trap,
question.
mega
Second question is on
HOD,
UNRWA.
like, this shit is
There's a
crazy.
report that the State Department is in deep discussions about possibly sanctioning UNRWA. What's your mindset on
destroying
that? And
altogether.
do you feel there is
Already,
any role
time is one.
for UNRWA absent
Cycle already
humanitarian
happening.
aid delivery in the
12:55
future?
into
I
1.
think we can deliver
1
humanitarian
PM
aid
is-
without UNRWA. I think UNRWA is a corrupted organization that's unsalvageable.
Bro.
Period. And I think our policies reflect
that's
that.
$2
On the first point that you talked about, I think we'll have some announcements, and not today, early next week, on Muslim Brotherhood. Designated
Time is
routes
one. Bears are
require-
trying here.
There's a series of internal steps.
I said in the
despite what
WhatsApp
people
group,
may or may
they're
not
all trying
perceive.
together, and
There are
look,
things we have to meet,
NVIDIA
criteria we have to meet,
has a lot.
information we have to have, boxes we
IWM's the
have to
only
check,
thing now.
legal
Shit's
reviews that
weird.
have to
What
happen,
the
and
fuck
that
is
takes time.
this?
So,
What
I
is
think we're
this?
getting
Come
off
on,
exhaustion
man.
that.
Break it
I
down.
Probably as early, if not today,
Fucking
early
go
next
purple
week.
box and then go
Pushback from the
HOD or something.
Qataris?
Well, I'm not going to comment on which segments of the Muslim Brotherhood. As you know, that there are different chapters,
something
for lack of a
crazy.
better term, and individuals spread throughout the world. But the president's issued his executive order, and we're working through the execution of it. And we'll get to what we need to get
it's
to.
not even
a lot of
fucking
this obviously
coming
depends,
back, like-
from a legal review standpoint.
It's
you have to
actually
have
kinda
certain
nuts.
information that you can
SPX
cite
is
in order
so
to
up.
justify the designation. So we're working through that. We'll have some announcements next week, and they won't be the last announcements that we
Thank
have.
you, Mr.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Mr. Secretary, thank you for doing this today. This conversation between my colleagues and yourself paints a seemingly chaotic and hostile world at times. So, very simply and generally put, what do you believe is the biggest threat facing the United States today?
I don't know. We live in a world where we have
It's
a single
so
threat
far
we can
down
identify.
now.
I think there are multiple things that you
SPX is
work
now
both short term and long term.
0.92%
As I pointed
green.
to in the
Oh
hemisphere,
my
in our
God.
own hemisphere, closest to home geographically, it's the growing the rise of and the power of transnational criminal terrorist group who are destabilizing
Bro, I need like
nation states throughout the
678.
region and
Oh
pose
my
a
god,
direct
I need
threat
at
to the
least
United States
678
through
now. Oh my god, that is
overthrowing
so far down.
governments,
678
destabilizing
is
these governments,
literally
leading to
here.
mass
Oh
migration,
my
and certainly
fucking
the trafficking of drugs, and also providing fertile ground for potential, outside of hemisphere actors to act within our hemisphere in the long term. That's a major threat. I think we face some challenges. And then we know the United States industrial base, the United States supply chains become dangerously dependent on other countries for many of the things that are elemental and critical to our, not just sustaining what we have, but building the economy of the 21st century. And
Why
so
the fuck
building
is
up our
SPX
industrial
going
base
on
and
the one
diversifying our
spot?
supply
Can
chains
somebody make
are a
that
critical
make
threat
that shit
the
make
United
sense?
States needs to confront. I
Is
think
my chart broken?
related to
Oh,
that,
my chart broken.
not directly related to the Department of State, but somewhat related to the
My
United States,
SPX
building
chart
of
is
our
broken,
defense
so-
industrial base as well. One of the challenges that we face, and so does much of the world, certainly in the West, is the ability to build weaponry at a scale and scope necessary, not just to deal with the threats of today, but to innovate and develop those tomorrow. It simply just takes too long to build up defense articles, get them to market in a timely fashion. And not only do we complain
Why is
about
this
that,
shit
but we have
frozen?
allies who want to
The
buy
fuck
things
is
from
this?
us that we just haven't been able to produce fast enough. And so the president's made that a priority to confront. I think beyond that, I think you would argue that in the big picture, long term, we have to understand that the United States has interests in every part of the world that are related to these two threats. In the case of Africa, we see
I
countries
think we
that have
will
extraordinary.
go for the presidential live stream now. I'm pretty sure. So Trump makes an announcement in the Roosevelt room. $11.50, 11:01. I mean, do they really dump this shit off? Like, oh my god, please. Maybe I should stay silent. Jinxing. There's a divergence at the roof, so This is just not. Tesla and IWM is bouncing. And the video's going. Wow. Damn. They're holding it super tight. Wow, they're fucking holding it super tight. Huh. Oh, look what they're saying on CNBC.
Does believe that there is, in fact, some good signs for 26. Joining us here at Post 9 today is GMO's co-head of asset allocation, Ben Inker. Ben, welcome. It's good to have you.
Thanks very much for having me.
What do you think at least the first half looks like?
Of
It's an
2026,
AI bubble, and figuring out exactly when it's going to burst is really hard.
Very expensive
I don't know
and
why they
very
keep putting
reliant
that
on the AI
bubble.
trade. I'm actually more worried about what happens after the giant IPOs that people are talking about come to market, and as those shares free up, because that's actually going to be a huge amount of supply that comes to the market, and the market has trouble digesting. I mean, that will be hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars of supply coming on. The market tends to react pretty badly to that.
Right, so a lot of oxygen getting taken out of the room, but that's more of a second half story, wouldn't you think?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, look, we are worried. We think AI is a bubble. Figuring out exactly when a bubble is going to burst is really hard, but we would rather be investing almost anywhere on Earth besides the U.S. these days.
Really? International over U.S.? Again for next year?
Again for next year. We still think the dollar is substantially overvalued. There's a lot of cheap stocks remaining in Europe, and particularly in Japan, where we're seeing a huge change in the market for corporate control. We're really excited about the ability to really
turning into an
generate
L.
strong returns for investors.
Yeah, that's a good point you
Now
brought
there's
up about
no
the
way.
flood of supply, because we've never seen that much stock. If all of these rumor companies actually make it to the public markets, SpaceX, Anthropic, OpenAI, potentially, you're talking about hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars in just a few companies. I wonder if that's the case, if the market kind of corrects itself before they go public. Essentially, you get maybe one or two of these to come out, and then there are no more marginal buyers, and therefore you don't get those IPOs if the market really can't absorb it.
You know, I'm not sure that it will happen that way. If you think about it, even SpaceX is talking about raising $30 billion. And $30 billion is a lot of money, but not in the scheme of the stock market. Now, but if they go public at the 1.5 trillion that they're talking about, well, when a significant portion of the original holders of that 1.5 trillion, you know, $30 billion doesn't matter, $500 billion does, $700 billion does, and the reality is those flows matter even if they're known. One of the things we have seen is the market is really much more inelastic than people assume.
I don't want to fucking take this 1.8K loss, dude. Almost 2K. Fuck that.
The market has really taken a turn down, and part of what caused the turn down, we think, in 2022 was a huge burst of IPOs in 21, and in 2000, part of what caused the market to roll over was a huge burst of IPOs that then
they show north or when they show south, the other side fucking crazy, fucking crazy, and when they're bouncing and bouncing and going to the tippity top or tippity bottom like yesterday or today, it is absolutely to the tippity. Absolutely, bro. I mean, Fucking when though is the question. When? 3:45 or soon? Like, god damn. So close and they're making it hope. So close. Mm. One, 2, 3, 4, 5 days. So honestly, this is a lot healthier than that. Fuck. What a way to chop. One direction. What a way to chop. The man himself. Waiting. President says, data at all. Fuck. I'm kidding. Man. It's the anticipation of this news though, doing nothing. That's what is. Friday OPEX. Interesting. So wildin'. Nvidia 180. Market doing nothing. Tesla going back up. Like only if setups and all that played out at the same time. IWM going up and down, like everything is just doing setups at all different times. Great. Can't even break HOD. Weird. Nvidia pulling down QQQ. Tesla is not. IWM is not. Yo, what a day this is. What the fuck? 6,840. I'm not gonna lie. This is what in the hell? Wow, so damn one direction today. Wow, so damn one direction today. Friday, already done. IWM blowing up now. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. Presidential live stream. Is it? Holy. This is the most bullish since all of December. Oh my lord. I think I want to get some more, dude. I'm down 2K on my old, but like this shit, I don't know. I think it's presidential. What the fuck? Damn. Look at that fucking pump on IWM. Man, this is terrifying. I'm at 8.2k. New SPX puts 0 DT here. Please, come on, man. Come on, President. This motherfucking candle trading, bro. Until the president comes on, this shit is some crazy shit. We've been here for literally 3 hours. Or at this level for 1 hour, but... Damn, I'm shaking. I'm not gonna lie. I'm up 1k. I'm about to leave with 1.5k. So I can... Damn, please. One more fucking candle, man, please. Holy shit. Damn, there's so many bears here. Greed candle coming. Time is 1:25. Oh my god. Not a lot of volume. I can't believe they're doing this shit until the end of the day. Like they're showing that they're about to do this shit until like 3:45, so that's impressive as fuck to me. Already. Damn. One more fucking candle, come on, man. Thank God. MACD turning bearish. Volume coming. Thank. Fuck. Let me get a fucking spike. Come on, man. Holy shit. It's a psychological battle, dude. This shit is candle warfare. Is this a bear trap? Please, no. Come on, man. Please. Ah, shit. Everything reverting, trying. I don't understand how two tiny green candles, such a huge move. My option literally just went back to break even for a second. Like, what the fuck is happening here? Holy shit, now I'm back up $800. Like, what the fuck, man? Stressful as fuck. I joined here too. I literally joined fucking here and it literally went back to break even on that tiny ass bounce. Like, holy fuck. This is fucking chaos. Alright, I'm out. 6840. Holy shit. $9,900. Holy fuck. I have my dog shit puts. I don't think they're coming back, but I mean, I still have 3 of them. They're at $600. Holy shit. This is terrible. I'm not gonna lie. Damn. If they went to purple box, I think I would have been break even. I would have made my money back and then some, but like, holy shit, that's crazy. That shit just went back to break even on that green candle. It went to 10K again. Holy shit, man. No joke. This is atrocious. Ain't no way. Tesla flying now. Nvidia rejecting. This is triple witching. Damn. That is crazy. That is crazy. I still have my 3, 6, 8, 20s right now. I mean, they're really trashed, but if they come back to VWAP, I'll be in profit. I I basically made 1.6K, but I'm down 2K on my previous puts right now, so it is not the greatest right now. Market is insane. This is no directioning almost at the top. Nvidia going lower, Tesla going higher, spiking. IWM just dancing. Still. Let's see something now. Alright, now dropping. Bears are coming now. 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 coming. Fuck. I don't even know. But like, I literally left early, I guess. I was in fucking 12 contracts, man, for 8.2K. And they fucking went. And they fucking bounced it to break even and came back. I don't even know, dude. Anymore. I don't even give a fuck anymore. They can bring my dog shit puts back now. But like, that is crazy cycling. Crazy cycling. Man, I was gonna do one DT too. I wanted to make my money back though. The risk was kinda there, but I mean, fucking downside's way better than the upside at this point when we're so up. So up. It's just how far and when and how. The crazy thing is there's a divergence at the roof. Damn. That's some heart attack shit though, I'm not gonna lie. That was heart attack. Every single time it was going down, there was a candle coming, bouncing up. So, candle coming, fake, candle coming, fake. Like, this is straight up candles. Nothing, there's no direction, there's no setup. That's why market is just candle right now. Nvidia, setup deciding. Tesla, setup forming and deciding. Today is Friday, so not a lot of setups exist conformed perfectly. IWM, this is the entire day. Nvidia bouncing. Tesla bouncing. IWM rejecting. How confusing is that? The president's not even on. And I was expecting him to be on maybe at 1:35 at the minimum. 1:30, 35 minutes later, 25 minutes later, but it's still not. Just the White House. Major news catalyst of the day, basically. Just continuous nothing. That is like, how does it reject like that and nothing happens? How does it reject like this and nothing happens? How does it bounce like this and it's doing this? Like, nobody knows. Bullish or down, it's just everything is mixed. We went up, yes. Since 1205, yes, but like choppy up. Making it look like we're gonna drop and then go up, range up, and then chop, and then it's just every single drop there has been some weird ass candle. Drop, weird ass candle, go up. Drop, candle, spike, and then hold. Weird ass candle, come. Candle, come. Nvidia bearish strike. Wedge broke down, and they're losing 180, but Tesla flying. IWM rejecting. So Tesla's the only thing flying now, and Nvidia and IWM is rejecting. Someone said called rigged markets. It's not rigged markets, but it's just mass confusion. Man. Oh man, mass confusion. Andrea Rowland says, this is why you lost 9K. Who? You? Who are you crying about, you? Oh my god. Look at these crying ass candle traders coming from the candle ass Ferrugi channels, man. You are a bot. I hope you know that. Andrea Golden. I hope you realize that, bro. With much respect. Why? Because, yeah, market's been laughing at you and people like you for a while. Quite a while. And what do I say every day on this channel? Nothing changed and nothing will change, right? So... You mad as shit. My god. You mad as shit right now. The market's not at 682. But believe me, that ain't my fault. Believe that it's your fault. Not the market's fault for not giving you the numerical number that you want specifically. Believe that. Why? Because the market is not in kindergarten. It doesn't care about no numbers. It doesn't care about no price targets. And it actually just laughs at people that price target hope on $2, $3 more when we're literally at the roof or at the floor, trying to create a cycle to go a little bit higher or not. Don't fight it, man. Just become it. Just that's the market. I know it sucks when the market does absolutely opposite of what you think, right? And then you start looking back and then you're like, what happened? News? What happened? What happened on FOMC? What happened? And it's just nah. You got set up on, the setup playing out, just let it be, watch it, learn. You might learn a thing or two by watching the setup actually. And then you might be okay with it or not. Or if you don't want to do that, you can live your life forever in a delusional world where you make up bullshit and say this is bullish, bearish, bullish, bearish, bearish, bullish, bullish, bearish, bullish, bearish, bearish, bullish, 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 bearish, bullish, bullshit on candles, and then nothing would change. That's okay too. That's up to you though. So be happy. Smile. Be glad that the market is the way it is. Be happy that deductors will always live in this world and the market is made for deductors. And be loving and supportive and understanding and feeling bad, but also understanding that this is a part of the game to those that are always candle hoping, candle trading that are bull bias that are bear bias that. No setup, no, you know what I mean, at all times. Why? Because that means they do not have a setup. They don't know, they don't understand what's going on. They don't care what's going on. They only care about the fact that they're perma bull. They only care about the fact that they're perma bear. That is a mistake. Why? Because the market will always cycle no matter what, whether you like it or not. Cycle up, cycle down, cycle up, cycle down. What happened in the 5-minute candle? The 5-minute candle broke out of the purple line, and we didn't come back to it. Yes, but now we are falling back to it. Why? Because we broke out, but we can't hold it. So, damn. Let's see now what happens now that we are at the purple box. Whether it falls through with the MACD volume going bearish, or if it bounces and goes to higher and higher. I don't know. There's a divergence at the roof, so I mean, it may be that, they want to clear the divergence. But what if they leave the divergence at the roof and then they go lower with everything heading lower, like Nvidia, like Tesla, like IWM, and then they divergence HOD trap everybody. Everybody, as in all the bull hoping amateur noobs that always think that are $2-3 more higher when we're literally at the tippity top and going nowhere. I mean, I've seen it all, so you know what I mean. You've seen it all too, probably. You just don't want to realize and understand and acknowledge that that's what happened and that's what it is. So, am I really making bullshit up? No. It's just a system that I developed to help me see this is a system that helps me understand in a mechanical, unemotional, unbiased way to deduct with the cycle analysis, all that. That's all it is. It's something that I made up for myself, is why I have my own linguist too. But it's a mistake to not even try to make up a mechanical system or process to try to understand what it is they're showing, what it is that's going on, or what it is they're trying to do. Making setup, making up the environment, making up every day, making up reality, right? Or you just live in a delusional world where you say, oh, I think it's going to go here, I think this is going to go there, and I think this is going to go here, and bullish and bearish, and this is going to go there, and this is going to go there, I'm going to throw, no. You go do research, please, and then come back. Don't waste my time. Thank you. What do I mean by go do research? Go on YouTube, go type in the best scalper, best trader in the world. Go watch the 2-hour, 40-minute video or whatever the fuck you see, and then do some research, and then you can come back and say the things you say. It's not that hard. Why am I saying the things I say? Because I literally have been through it. Is it possible to do 100 SPX every single time in every single environment and make it out alive as a real, institutional, smart, whatever the hell it is you want to call it? No. Can you in a paper trading fake ass environment? Yes. Are people getting proof? No. Are people paying for a fake ass shit? Probably. Are they getting bot fueled over there? Probably. That's sad. But people be naive enough to be like, oh, candle, oh, love, oh, but good luck. Much love. Time is 1:45. I can't believe it, but they're starting to bring my dog shit put back into the world of the living. One second. Oh man. Where is the president? Why can't the president come on and expedite this shit? Expedite this shit. 120 to 145. Man, I'm not gonna lie. If I held my 10 SPX, the cycle was fucking crazy. I would be in profit right now by about maybe a couple of $100. But now I'm sitting here waiting for my dog shit puts to come back a little bit so I can leave in 1K loss on those a little bit. I'd be in profit then, but like this is so fucked. Market go up, 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 and then slight pullback. Like this is so fucked. The entire day, 3/3 almost. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. The entire day, 3/3. Let's do a poll, guys. This is the last poll of the day. If you think if you think new HOD is gonna come and we're gonna break the HOD divergence, say HOD. If you think VWAP is coming, say VWAP, and if you think 678 is coming, say 678. Last poll of the day for the presidential live stream. What is that? 678. I think we bounce. HOD, 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 678. Trump speaks equals HOD, 678. VWAP, 613. What the fuck is 613? QQQ? What are these numbers, bro? 678. We have one person that voted HOD, 3 people voted VWAP. One person voted 678. It looks like we have a lot of people saying. It looks like we're mixed, to be honest. It's like 3-4 people saying HOD, 3-4 people saying VWAP, and then about 3-4 people saying 678. I'm hoping on VWAP. At the minimum, I won't lie. I did not vote, but I'm hoping. I have 3 contracts that are kind of coming back. It's at $800, so I mean, I want to leave at 1.4K at the minimum so I could get some sort of something back. Playing with fire, though, I'm not gonna lie. This is like playing with fire. But it's like basically playing with 800 to make back 800. Like this shit is. President not on until 2. Great. IWM, Nvidia, Tesla. HOD, 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 LOD. We have more people saying HOD now. I want to vote 678. I'm voting 678. Tesla had such a crazy day today. Man, I can't even believe this shit. This is 1/3, 2/3. From 490 to 480, 478, and then from 478 to 475 was the 3/3. And then they 0 DT trap that from the 1/3 into the 3/3. That's individual stock cycling. Nvidia, literally 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 from market open. Look at this shit. Ripped it up all the way. 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. And then they trapped the 3/3 at 12:45 into a new cycle. What did IWM do? IWM 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 all the way up to 125 and 125 to 145 pulled back. So look at how crazy different everything looks. Bearish and then bullish. Bullish and then bearish. Bullish and then bearish. Bullshit and then bear shit. My gosh. $150. That's crazy though. Tesla 0 DT today was literally the play downside. I just did not fucking stay long. And I did not do big because it was crazy. It looked like it was fucking crazy risk, but damn. It also looked like it was the perfect setup too. I ain't gonna lie. Look at this shit in hindsight. Like, what the fuck is this? Yellow box down. Purple box from yellow box. Yellow box from purple. You're like, what the fuck? Look at this Tesla. Like, what the fuck? They're so crazy on Tesla, number one. Tesla always so crazy. It's like, so crazy. Times 10. Whatever fucking I think is crazy on Tesla is always worser. This is insane. This I can't even describe it. This shit's insane. It's like fucking terrifying. I just like to be in the tiny ass move, 1/3, 2/3. That's it. It's fucking terrifying to get the entire move. Like, of course that would change my entire life, and of course that would be like a 3. I would be done for 3 months, but like that. I ain't gonna lie, when the shit moves differently, right? You want the thing to go down $5 and the shit rips up $15 or something. It's donezo. So, my lord. But smart money deduction says that anything below 480 would be dangerous. So coming back to 480, 42 is like, you know, in terms of the big picture in their heads, it's like, damn, smart, safe. $155. Come on, reject. Come on. Reject. I'm not gonna lie, the video going up was beautiful too. It's just that shit goes up so fast that I don't. Maybe if somebody was watching the video only, and they chase calls to 180, they did okay. But like even then, that's like one directional as shit, so fast. I guess anything from yesterday was good, or day before that, but man, I didn't expect the video to do this shit so fast too. Like, did anybody? Did anybody expect market open to be so damn fast? Guess you can't ever know. But it always is. It always is. Volatile and fast. What is these candles? It's like art class rejections. Crazy wedge. I mean, I don't know what's making this reject, to be honest. 180, if it regains or not, is important to see for bulls and bears here. I don't really know what's making this shit do this. Just watching. It's in the hands of the market makers at this point. Power hour. It's getting very close. 2 p.m. is basically power hour. Like, this shit is literally smart money time. Institutional hours. Wow, look at that. What the fuck are these cycles, dude? It's like now they're letting them to go lower now. Like now. Like after everything now. Oh my god. Why didn't they do this 2 hours ago? At VWeb. Fucking VWeb. Oh my god. It's crazy. MACD being used to go lower.
Stanley Global Head of Fixed Income Research and Public Policy Strategy, Michael Zezas. Michael, it's kind of remarkable to reflect back on 2025 and really think about what the markets weathered on the policy front. Is there anything left in the tank in
15-minute MACD right now? If they roll, they're gonna fucking go. But I mean,
seems like it's probably the wrong answer.
I think if they roll, they're gonna fucking go here. The 15-minute MACD is
some policy catalysts
crazy.
to pay attention to. The midterm elections, some really important Supreme Court cases.
If
However,
something
I think
here
that
drops
the big
altogether,
set pieces of policy choices have been made. Tariffs are, in the aggregate, about 4 to 5 times higher than they were. We know the tax incentives that were delivered through the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. And a lot of next year we think is going to be more governed not by what policy choices are made next year,
I think they're
but
gonna dump
by how
super hard if
economic
that
actors
15-minute shit
react to
curls
those
down.
choices already made, how they flow through into capex, into choices by corporate America and consumers. And the net of it from our perspective is that we think next year is still going to be one where we've got positive growth. The AI capex story is something like 20 to 25% of that growth. Some of that's enabled by the
it would
tax
have to be
policy
some
incentives
unusual
that were
shit
created,
that pushes a
and that's
candle
going to
right to
ripple
VWAP and then
positively
just
into
flip the
earnings
fucking
more
VWAP and
broadly
then break
into
the
the
low of
equity
1050
markets.
and break
And
the
so we
low
think
of
those choices
1150
will
immediately.
yield positive results.
Rare
But
as fuck.
those policy choices we talked about in the midterms and others, those are important catalysts we have to pay attention to as potential risks to push back on that as we get to later next year.
It's rare as fuck.
As we think about
But
just
I mean,
some
if
of
it
the
does, that
policy
line will
decisions
be
from
marked.
this year and whether there
Line
could be
of
any carryover effect
demarcation.
into 2026.
The
Obviously, we're
DMZ.
waiting for a Supreme Court decision on some of those tariffs, some Section 232 decisions
This is the DMZ.
on certain industries of tariffs.
The last line of
other
defense
things like
for
that
bulls.
you're watching?
Yeah, so that decision is an important one. Our expectation is that if the Supreme Court takes away that tariff authority, the White House will reach for other authorities that it has to effectively replace them. So at the end of the day, you're probably not going to see much difference. Supreme Court cases that weigh in on Fed independence could be particularly important to fixed income markets. The midterms in itself, we're getting a lot of questions about that. What I'd say here is that even if there is a major change of power, the policy variables that have been executed through executive authority, those don't really need to change, right? So tariff authority,
life or death
regulation
cycles happening here.
changes. Just because Congress changes hands
Life or death
doesn't mean that
cycles
you'd have any change there. So everything that's flowing through into the CapEx story,
2
particularly
p.m.
around AI,
He said
that
Trump
would
is
still-
live. Right. Spike candle coming at 2 p.m. is deciding to use that spike candle for a reload down or a spike candle to bounce. Let's see. Market deciding, candle deciding.
Hey, New Jersey, it's time to get quality, affordable health insurance from Get Covered New Jersey. Plans include free preventive care, coverage for prescriptions,
Looking like it doesn't want to flip, but if this shit ever flips somehow down, the volume, I guess. Even if it flips down, doesn't mean the volume's gonna come. So I mean, it would have to flip the VWAP, which means the volume would have to come. So President Trump, Trump pump or the Trump bump. Market wants to know. Yeah, the dump looks more and more out of reach. It's just chopping or bumping. There's no, I don't think the 15th. I don't think this shit's gonna curl down now. There's no way. maybe if they're really wild with no time later, but wow. Maybe it is some 2 to 205, some weird shit, and then do it. Fuck, I really wanted the bottom of the purple box. Why is he taking so long to come on, dude? Let's just see two big red candles to VWAP when he comes out. Like, come on. Come on. Trump taco. God. Someone said fucking donating to the market heavy. Oh god. Is that what it is? Oh god. You use the word fucking donation now? Oh god. Oh no. Donate to the fucking needy. The market says, bro. What the fuck? Oh no. Man, what is he gonna talk about? What do you guys think he's gonna talk about? Fuck. This is doing nothing because of theta. Today, only set up on certain things. The Nvidia, Tesla set up, IWM I guess set up, and then the market just fucking completely one directional. Completely. Like choppy ass one directional, can't lie. I mean, I guess sure, people could have scalp and leave, but like if they got greedy, if they joined at the tippity bottom, if they joined at the tippity top, they all today did was fucking grind the greedy. You know what I mean? If somebody joined in at 10, they got fucked. If somebody joined in at 10.50, which is what I did in the beginning, I got fucked. One put and then I added, but I mean, dude, this shit is, look at this shit. Choppy, all day long. Choppy. I don't, choppy, man. Holy crap. Alright, that's something we can't do. It says drug prices, oh, on the right. Let's see, right. Lower drug prices, yeah, it does say that. Nvidia and QQQ flying, IWM rejecting. Makes fucking sense. Nice. This is the worst because the market's flying and dropping and rejecting and bouncing on different things at different times at different intervals. This is just choppy as hell. Choppy as fuck. There's nothing that has went together today perfectly. No cycle. It has really went perfectly together. Just some things flying here, some things rejecting, some things flying there, some things rejecting, all at different times. Hey guys, make sure we all hit that thumbs up on the live stream. Today is Friday. Let's end the week strong. On the like on the video. Thank you all for being here. Please hit the like on the video. Very much appreciate it. Let's push it up to 110 today, 120. I love you all. 60 of you guys that have not hit the like button yet, 70 of you guys. Please hit the like button. This shit is still not starting. People are saying in the presidential live stream they're wasting time. It really feels like they're wasting time. Ah, damn. Nvidia flying. Bro. The Trump taco strikes. It's gonna be on in 2 minutes probably. does that say? SK Sonofi. Look at all these people just standing in line. Won't even come.
Okay, thank you very much. Wow, what a group of people. They make a lot of money. It's a hell of a group. How are you? Pleasure. Mr. President. Pleasure to see you, yes. These are the greatest executives in the country, in the world. Nice to see you. Nice to see you, Mr. President. Nice to see you. It's a great honor. These are among the greatest executives anywhere in the world, so it's an honor to have them with us, and I think they'll be very happy about what we have to say. I thought I'd start by announcing two things. This is the gold card that, as you know, the Secretary of Commerce and myself and some others have been working on for quite a while. And Howard, how much have we sold in a few days?
$1,300,000,000 worth in a matter of a couple of days.
That's essentially, it's the green card on steroids. And it's a pathway, and it's been an amazing thing. And as you know, millions of people pour into our country from the border, and not anymore. They don't know. Nobody comes in actually anymore. But under the Biden administration, 25 million people came in, and they came from prisons and mental institutions, and they were drug dealers, and all sorts of people came in that shouldn't be here. They came from the jails all over Venezuela, all over the world, the Congo. And now when they come in, they have to pay $1 million. And we've had a tremendous surge. And you're going to be happier than anybody because when you go to Harvard and the Wharton School of Finance and all of the great schools and you want to hire somebody and then you find out that, I'm sorry, they can't stay in our country for more than 24 hours. They graduate from the top schools. These people want to hire them. Now you're able to buy a card and you're able to keep people in the country. They can't keep people in the country. And they go to Canada, they go to other countries. A lot of times they go to Canada even though they work for the companies behind me. So now you're able to buy, the companies are able to buy the card and use it for people coming in to our country so they can stay in our country instead of being immediately shipped out after graduating. They graduate number one in their class at the best school, and they want to go to work for Johnson & Johnson, as an example, who's not here today, who will be here next week. They're well represented here. But they want to go to work for one of the great companies behind me, and you learn they can't do that because they're shipped out of the country. They're not shipped out anymore. So your company will pay a little bit, but that's okay. You'll be able to get them. So I just wanted to, it's called the gold card, the Trump gold card. Quite a beautiful thing. And you've taken in just a few days, you've taken in over $1.5 billion. That goes all toward reducing debt, goes into the Treasury of the United States. And I thought I'd do this before we start on most favored nations. I want to read this because I would have said it the other night, but I was not allotted too much time, actually. You had a couple of brand new shows opening, and I understand that. But I do want to say, and some people say, oh, you shouldn't say it. It sounds negative. To me, I think it sounds positive. The only reason our unemployment tucked up and went up to 4.5%, which it went up to 4.5%, which is quite a low number, but still, is because we are reducing the government workforce by numbers that have never been seen before. In other words, government jobs are way down. And as you know, we don't need 10 people to fill one job, which is what we had in government in many cases. So the government workforce, by numbers that have never been seen before, has been reduced very substantially, and it will continue to be reduced. 100% of our new jobs are in the private sector. So this is for the last number of months. Think of that, 100%. Are you shocked to hear that? That's the way to make America great again, what do you think, right? It's the only way. 100% of new jobs are in the private sector. And I could reduce unemployment to 2%, 1%, or practically zero by just hiring people into the federal government, even though those jobs are not necessary, which is what we had before. We had millions and millions of people having jobs that they never even showed up. So I wish that the media would report that the 4.5% is an amazing number. And again,
not bullish.
If they don't report it, I guess maybe I'll just let some people go into the federal workforce. It'll look really wonderful. And what we're doing is the only way you can do it to make a country great. You can't have the government jobs. You have to have the private sector jobs. And these are among the biggest hires of private sector. So we have reduced the federal workforce by tremendous hundreds of thousands of people. And that reflects in unemployment, but that will be used up very quickly. And we've 100% of the new jobs, which, by the way, it's a record-setting number of jobs, too, is in the private sector. Damn. And I think that'll get even stronger when these buildings being built all over the country, of which they're building some, too. But AI and auto plants and everything else, they're being built all over the country. When that happens, your numbers will be even better. But I would like you to report it the way it is. We don't do the federal workforce jobs. We're reducing that very substantially. I'm thrilled to be joined by the leaders of 9 of the world's largest pharmaceutical manufacturers, all very big names, celebrities in their own right, very, very powerful people. And they head some of the most admired companies anywhere in the world. It's a great group. To announce that they've agreed to offer many of their flagship drugs, really all of their flagship drugs, at heavily discounted, most favored nations prices. In other words, whatever the drug sells for over the world, in the world, whatever the lowest number is, if it's Germany, if it's in UK, anywhere, we will match that price. Right now, sometimes it's 10 times higher. We've been laughed at and scoffed at for years. For years. In fact, I was going to do it in my first term, but unfortunately, with the advent of COVID, as you would say, it was not, I don't think it was a very good time to be hitting up Spain, Italy, France, but now we're doing it. So the hardest thing to do was going to be to get a country to do it, because we would have a pill in New York that was for sale for $130, and you could buy it in Germany and France and Spain and someplace. Anyways, they set their own prices for $10. So we'd pay 10 or 13 times more.
Damn bastards. God damn, that shit moves so
Country,
much.
they knew it was unfair. But and they were great. I appreciate it. But the bigger problem was going to be the countries. How are you going to get the countries to do it? And we told them, if you don't do it, we're going to have to use tariffs, and we're going to charge you a 10% tariff, which is far more money than the money we're talking about. And they immediately agreed to do it. So we have all the foreign countries agreeing to do it. If we didn't have the use of tariffs, we would never be able to do this. But we used tariff, and they said, is it a threat? I said, yes, it is a threat. Then they said, we will do it, and they dropped the price. So what's happening, because the world is bigger than the United States in terms of people, that same pill would go from $10 to $20 for them, which is an increase, but it wouldn't go to, midway. But it would go from $10 to $20. Ours would go from $130 to $20. So we dropped way down. They went up a little bit. and everyone knows it's the way it is. They, for years, would just say, no, 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 as medicine got more expensive for us, it would stay. They said, nope, you can't sell it in this country. Let the United States pay. And we had other presidents, all of them, said, okay, we'll pay. So we were subsidizing the entire world. We're not doing it anymore. This is the biggest thing having to do with drugs in the history of the purchase of drugs. And I don't think the maybe press will treat it as a story. This is the biggest front page story that you'll ever see. This is a huge bearing too on the healthcare, because a big part of healthcare is drugs, pharmaceuticals, right, Oz? And this will have a tremendous impact on the reduction of healthcare. The biggest impact is going to be that the money should be paid not to the insurance companies, directly to the people, and the people will buy their own health care. So we're going to be working that. The problem is that the Democrats are very much controlled by the insurance companies that make all that money, but we're not going to let that happen. Starting next year, American drug prices will come down fast and furious, and will soon be among the lowest in the developed world. So in other words, whatever the lowest price for a certain drug, of which these companies make much of it, whatever the lowest price is, that price will come down to that price. So we will get the lowest price anywhere in the world. If they're lower in England than they are in Germany, we take the England price.
Shit.
As of today, 14 out of 17 largest pharmaceutical companies have now agreed. 14 out of 17. Oh, those three they're in deep trouble. But actually, they've agreed, because I think those three companies are coming in at a different time next week. So they've agreed. Johnson & Johnson is one of them, right?
After the holidays.
Why? They couldn't do it faster?
No, we're going to be talking about Trump RX.
Oh, okay. Trump RX. Trump RX is doing well. As of today, 14 out of the 17 largest pharmaceutical companies, but they've all agreed, have now agreed to drastically lower drug prices for their American patients, for the American people and patients. This represents the greatest victory for patient affordability in the history of American healthcare by far, and every single American will benefit. So this is the biggest thing ever to happen on drug pricing and on healthcare. This will have a tremendous impact on healthcare itself. I want to thank Sanofi CEO Paul Hudson. Paul? Hi, Paul. I hope they have you in some order. I'll be checking.
Alphabetical, yes, but...
Okay, well, we'll do the best we can. Thank you, Paul. Great company, by the way. Novartis CEO Vas Narasimhan. Thank you very much, Vas. Great job. Genentech CEO Ashley Megaragri. Where are you, Ashley?
I took a 2.1K loss on my shit puts.
Thank you very much. Great company.
I made 1.6K earlier, so
Behringer,
it's not bad, but
Inky
I think I'm about to go
President
into Tuesday
John
right now.
Michael Boers. John Michael, thank you very much. Gilead CEO Dan O'Day. Dan? Thank you, Dan. Great job. It's a good company. Bristol Myers Squibb Executive Vice President Carrie Gallman. Carrie?
Carrie Gallman.
GSK CEO Emma Wormsley. Emma? Merck CEO Rob Davis. Great company. Thank you. Great company. How long have you been CEO?
Almost 5 years.
Very good. You're doing a good job. And Amgen Executive Vice President and CFO Peter Griffith. Peter? Thank you, Peter.
That shit was nasty.
You okay? Fake news.
Fake news.
We want you to be healthy. Are you all right? The camera's not okay, but she's okay. That's more important. We have good medicine for you if you need some medicine. One of them can take good care of it. We're also joined by Secretaries Robert F. Kennedy, Jr., Howard Lutnick, Ambassador, and really some incredible ambassadors. Administrator of the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, Dr. Mehmet Oz, and the FDA Commissioner, Marty McCary.
It's not
They're doing
bad.
a phenomenal job. Thank you, fellas. Good job.
I'm
For
going
decades,
into
Americans
Tuesday.
have been forced to pay the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs by far, not just a little bit. We were like a whipping post, the United States, and it's just been 4% of the world's population. We have 4% of the world's population, and consumers pay only 13% of all prescription drugs, yet pharmaceutical companies make 75% of their profits. Think of that. So we have 4% of the population, 13% of prescription drugs, and yet the people behind me, who are wonderful people, make 75% of their profits from the American customer. So that was, they understood that better than anybody, that we have to do something. That's why I signed an executive order instructing my administration to do everything in its power to slash prescription drug prices for Americans while getting other countries to pay more. And we don't want more, we want this fair. We want to pay the same thing. They used to blame it, remember, on research and development.
Wow.
And I said, well, research and development for everybody. And everybody
AI
understood it.
top
As a
trade.
result, the United
AI top
Kingdom's
trade.
National Health Service agreed to pay the fair share for prescription drugs for the first time in 26 years. And we expect other countries in Europe will do the same. And if they don't, we're going to put tariffs on them, and we'll get the same amount of money, plus we'll take a nice return on the money. We signed historic agreements with Pfizer, Eli Lilly, AstraZeneca, Novo Nordisk, and EMD, Serrano, to reduce prices by 300, 400, 500, 600, and even 700%, and sometimes even more than that. I remember when I had a news conference in my first term, I was the first president that reduced prices from the beginning of my term to a year, from January to December, 1/4%. And I thought it was the greatest thing, because it's the first one in 28 years. Now we're talking about numbers that are so incredible. 1/4. Think of that. I was proud of it, because it hadn't happened in 28 where drug prices went down. Well, now you're going to see numbers that nobody would believe possible. Think of that.
Monday,
500, 600,
terrifying.
700,
I'm trying to
800%.
do Tuesday, but even
Today
the
we're
Tuesday
building
plus
on
going
these
fucking
accomplishments. The companies assembled in this room have
Maybe let them
agreed to
fucking
offer
do
all
what
of
they
their
wanna do
drugs
right
to
now. This shit
Medicaid and most favored nations pricing. You're going to get most favored nations pricing, meaning they're going to pay our country the lowest price paid anywhere in the world. And they will list their most popular
CNBC
drugs on
says 9 of the largest pharma companies
TrumpRx.gov.
ink deals with Trump, too.
TrumpRx.gov. And I didn't name it that. Somebody
Drug
named it
prices
that.
lower.
And I guess they assumed that was, did you name it, Oz, or Bobby name it?
We all named it together.
Okay, well, I'm honored to have the name. And so far, that's turned out, because the numbers are so incredible. It's an honor. And you're going to get massive discounts to all consumers. So massive discounts will be not even offered. It's just going to be a fact. All consumers will get massive discounts. That's TrumpRx.gov. Every new drug produced by these companies in the future will permanently be offered to American patients at most favored nation prices. You know, people used to talk about that for years, but nobody ever did anything about it. No other president did. And it wasn't easy, but it worked out great, and I'm so proud of the people behind me. As an example of the price reductions we have secured through these new agreements, Santa Fe will cut the cost of its blood thinner, Plavix, from $750 to less than $16. Wow. Where's Santa Fe? Where are you? What? That's incredible, huh? Could have gone to $17.
I'm going into puts into Tuesday.
That's
I'm
amazing.
just waiting a little bit.
And you're going to do tremendous business. You're going to do much more
I
business.
don't know if I should do it right here.
So that's coming from $750. Think of that, $750. And that's the #1 blood thinner. I don't want to know about that. I take an aspirin. To less than $16. Think of that. Bristol Myers Squibb, great company, both great companies, will cut the price of HIV medication, Raytaz, from nearly $1,500 $1,500 to $217. And it will cut the cost of hepatitis B medication, Baraclude, from $1,400 to $413.
Damn.
Gilead
Damn,
will
I
cut
don't
the
know.
hepatitis C medication,
I want to do it on the
Eplusa,
0.50 Fibonacci.
from nearly
but damn.
$25,000 to less than $2,500. And
This shit is
oil prices
crazy.
are like
0.618.
because we're bringing them down to the world's lowest
FOMC.
price. Everything. And these people really are pioneers. What they're doing is so great. And in the end, they're going to do much more business, and it's. I think it's going to even out for them as a company. The other countries, the countries will have to pay more, but even for them, because of the fact that the world is quite a bit bigger, it won't be very severe, I hope. I also want to thank these companies and their incredible executives for their generous contribution to American national security, because it's really what it is. It's, to a large extent, national security in addition. You can't continue to pay 13, 14 times more than other countries and think you're going to have security. Collectively, they will invest over $150 billion to build up domestic pharmaceutical manufacturing in America. They're going to be, because of tariffs, they're coming in, and I think because of the love of our country, and maybe because of the November 5th election, but because of tariffs, they're going to be coming in. They're building already. Just about all of them have started. They're building their plants in all states all over the country.
10.5K
and they're building incredible
Tuesday.
pharmaceutical plants.
Look,
We're going
they
to
went to the
close to
0.5
100% of our pharmaceuticals in a very
contracts
short
are
period
literally
of time
down 80%
made in the
to
USA.
Tuesday and Monday. They
As
can
part
go
of
down
these
even more,
agreements,
but I highly
Merck will
doubt it.
also donate
I highly doubt
3.5
Tesla's
tons
gonna
of
stay up here into next week, too.
antibacterials to be placed in America's strategic reserve. Thank you very much. GSX will donate over 200 pounds of ingredients to make rescue inhalers, which is a big deal, and Bristol Myers Squibb will donate 6.5 tons of blood thinners. We appreciate it. Such amazing companies.
Do remember this.
Every president for a generation has promised to reduce drug prices, but they were talking about a little bit like that. I am the only one of them to ever even think in terms of favored nations, and that's what this is. Favored nations. It's called most favored nation. We are now a most favored nation. I want to thank the leaders in the room, and I also want to thank the leaders of all of the countries that had to pay a little more so that we were treated fairly. I really do. I want to thank the leaders of countries.
This is somewhere.
And they knew the alternative was not much of an alternative, because if they didn't do it, we were going to charge them tariffs, and the tariffs would have been much more severe than what they did. But they did do it as soon as they realized about the tariffs. Then they did it very easily. No, they're very good people. Let's start with Amgen's Executive Vice President, who I already introduced, and I introduced the people here. So I'd like to ask Bobby and Oz to say a few words, and also I'd like to ask if anybody would like to speak on behalf of your company, or just say how great this country is doing. And you're all building tremendous facilities now in the United States instead of other countries that we all know about. But if you'd like to say something. So, Oz, do you want to start? And Bobby?
They're already going. I'm at 11K. I'm in fucking huge. I don't know if I want to do all this shit
Mr. President,
next week.
he gets taller with time.
I wanted to do 3, but I did 4. This shit is a lot.
Mr. President, each of the 9 CEOs will speak very briefly about what they have done, because it is a patriotic effort.
I don't really
this is
do shit off
affordability in
Fibonacci
action.
alone, but I mean, I
We
have
talk
a
about it
feeling
in
this
abstract,
FOMC
but this
shit
is not an
since last
abstract
week is
concept. This is a
something,
very
so
concrete,
maybe a slight
tangible,
pullback and then
personal reality. Because we've
play
got
with
moms
somewhere.
with sick children who cannot afford their medications. Working
That doesn't
families
mean
cannot
any
make ends
FOMC
meet.
shit.
Seniors on fixed income. We have 80 million people who have to pay more than $100 a month for
What a
their
week
prescriptions.
closed
They
on
just can't
Thursday
keep
and
up.
Friday
So this is a hardcore approach to
Monday,
this, driven
Tuesday,
by a bold
Wednesday
leader who's taking bold action. With that
bearish,
bold
Thursday
action,
choppy,
we've now
bullish
created
Friday.
a standard for the industry. The 9 leaders behind us run the biggest pharmaceutical companies in the world. They're joining 5 other companies that have been through this White House process over the last 2 months. I want to make sure you appreciate that it doesn't happen with just the people in the room. They're wonderful individuals: Chris Klump, Inma Hernandez, John Brooks, Theo Merkel, Corey, Heidi. A lot of folks worked their tails off to make this happen, and that's why we've gotten to the finish line. The prices that President Trump left to the next administration on pharmaceuticals have gone up 25% until the president took office. We are reversing that trend and making sure that Americans can afford to get the life-saving solutions. Because if these brilliant innovators create solutions to cancer and hypertension, hepatitis, and a bunch of other viruses, illnesses that have been lethal throughout human history, but you can't afford them, then we're not treating you fairly. And that's why what the president has done is so critically important. He mentioned quickly the amount of money that they've contributed towards our strategic stockpile and to building in this country. But fundamentally, the health of the American people will benefit because this president took bold action. And from my personal position, I couldn't do anything I do without Secretary Kennedy, who just does not take no for an answer and will call me even more than the president does to make sure things happen right. Mr. Secretary. Even more.
That's not nice. I don't think that's true. I think we got a lot of calls from the president, and at one point in this negotiation, we both stopped answering our phones late at night because we couldn't take it anymore. But I want to thank you, Mr. President, for doing this. President Trump, when he was up here a moment ago, talked about how historic this is and how every one of the news outlets in here ought to have World War III size headlines about this. And I was reminded about how astonishing this achievement is. A couple of days ago, when one of my sons, 29 years old,
in one day is
very, very left-wing Democrat, and disagrees with a lot of the policies of this administration. He called me and he said, "Dad, I want to tell you how proud I am about this. This is the best achievement that could happen to our country."
It's back above 180,
this is
oh my
Bernie
God.
Sanders has been clamoring for 25 years. Elizabeth Warren has been clamoring for. Joe Biden promised the American people. President Obama, President Clinton all promised to do this for the American people. All of them expressed their outrage, their indignation that we are paying 1/10 in some cases.
What the fuck?
The price of drugs that they're selling in Europe. We developed them here. We manufactured some of them in New Jersey. We were paying $1,300 for a drug manufactured in New Jersey. The same drug manufactured in the same plant was being sold for $88 in London. And everybody recognized how unfair this was. We were paying for all the innovation in this country. And yet, the rest of the world was free riding on it. And President Trump told me and Dr. Oz at the beginning of this term, this is what I want you to do. And he leaned on us. I think both of us were very skeptical at that point that it could be done. But I would say this is a miracle. And I'm very grateful to all the CEOs who saw the sense in this, who understood the injustice and the unsustainability of the system, and who put public health, and particularly the public health of Americans, ahead of some of their other priorities. And all of them came to the table, and President Trump asked us to do 3 things. 1, to deliver the lowest prices in the world and make this affordable for Americans. Number 2, to do it in a way that we would not hurt innovation, that we would keep America as the incubator and the dominating force in innovation around the world. And 3, to bring drug manufacturing home to this country. I can tell you by the end of this term, 95% of the drugs we will have MFN. In other words, Americans will be paying the lowest price in the world, or 95% of the drugs. You talk about affordability. People are talking about affordability. Nobody has done anything for affordability greater than this. So I want to thank you, President Trump, for your leadership, for your vision, and for your relentless harassment of us to make sure this all got done. And I really want to just thank all of the CEOs, all these companies, for coming to the table in good faith, working out a very, very pragmatic agreement that allows them to continue to do the innovation that is going to save lives and alleviate suffering around the world, and do it in a way that is more fair to the American people. Thank you.
So we're going to, yeah, Howard first.
So this is an example of what President Trump does. It's the entire administration, the whole government working together. Bobby and I met at the beginning of the administration of how we could work together to bring drug prices down as the president instructed and bring manufacturing home. So they've said they're going to have 95% of the drugs be at the lowest price in the world. And when we walked in, and the president walked in, we were making about 16% of our drugs were being made in America, right? And we are having hundreds, the people behind us are committed hundreds of billions of dollars to bring their manufacturing here and bring their research here. And that employs Americans and keeps our drugs produced safely. You want to know when you take that drug is made in America, overseen by the FDA, and it is safe. So the president not only is driving prices down, he's doing a 1-2 punch of bringing production here. And the third thing he's doing is when you take that drug, you know it was made in America, protected by Americans, and it's safe. And I can't be more proud. I think this is the most impressive thing I've ever seen, because none of you, and maybe even none of us, thought this was possible. Only President Trump, he knew it, he drove it, and he has delivered it here today. And I can't be more proud to be standing next to him, because this is delivering for America.
Very good.
We'll start with Amgen. It is alphabetical.
If you'd like to say something, feel free to do that.
They're all going to say something short.
We'll take a 1-minute walk. You ain't killing my views on jack shit on Cannabis, so. Let's get the like button up, folks. Thank you all very much. Hope you all have a beautiful weekend.
For the opportunity to work with you to improve the affordability of medicines for American patients. Amgen recently launched Amgen Now, a direct-to-patient option for Repatha that cuts out PBM middlemen and significantly improves affordability for people who are uninsured, facing high out-of-pocket costs, or paying on their own. Repatha will also soon be added to TrumpRx.com. A U.S.-based pioneer for more than 4 decades, we've invested more than $40 billion in U.S. research and manufacturing since 2018, supported by pro-innovation policies that you've championed. Thank you again, Mr. President. We look forward to continuing to work together to deliver meaningful benefits and innovation for U.S. patients.
It was very hard to make money on calls, but the calls did make money because they spiked up and chop, 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 chop,
for an agreement that we believe will make a true difference for American patients. For 140 years, Boehringer Ingelheim, from the bottom to the top, they were able to make money, has been committed to improving health and outcomes to save lives of patients. With today's agreement, we believe that we have actually...
This winter, save on road-ready SUVs at Route 1 Hyundai. Enjoy 0% APR financing for...
So from rare diseases in oncology or pulmonary fibrosis, where we do research into chronic diseases, diabetes, chronic kidney disease, obesity maybe in the future, I will go quick. We will continue to work for the American patients. We are onshoring manufacturing to the U.S. to very rapidly, within the time of this administration, have the majority of our products produced in the U.S. Thank you, Mr. President.
Hey, QQQ actually at 617 is like atrocious.
Bristol-Myers
Like,
Squibb
hilarious though.
is an
So
American
high up.
company that for more than 6,500 years has been
It's like a
protecting
tippity
and extending American lives.
Oh.
And today I'll make 2 very brief announcements. One, we are very proud to announce that we will provide Eliquis, our #1 prescribed medicine,
QQQ is at
to
617 all
Medicaid
day.
for
It's
free.
fucking crazy funny.
We're also answering the administration's calls, as the president said, to shore up the national medicine reserves by donating more than 6.5 tons of Eliquis. These actions build on BMS's commitment to invest $40 billion in the U.S. in research and development and manufacturing. And these
Zero
investments
DT
reflect
game
our
happening.
enduring commitment to work with the administration to improve patient lives. So thank you. Thank you.
It's incredible. Thank you.
Zero DT game happening now.
Thank you, Mr. President, for shining a light on the importance of our innovation and getting all countries to pay for this innovation. I'm proud to represent Genentech, America's first biotech company. We are offering our flu medicine, which is very important this year given the severity of the flu, Xofluza, for $50 direct to patients. And that's a 70% price reduction. And that also will be available on Trump RX. We're also very proud of our $50 billion investment in U.S. manufacturing and new research labs. Our new facility in North Carolina will bring 11,000 jobs to America.
I think we're holding here to fake out.
These are important steps forward for Americans and also for patients. Thank you very much.
I saw your rendering is beautiful, what you're building. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President, to you and the administration. I think this objective of achieving the commitment to affordability and future innovation is extraordinary. And let me just say that the company I represent, Gilead Sciences, the scientists reach for cures every day. In fact, they've come up with medicines that have cured both certain forms of hepatitis and also certain forms of blood cancer. And we just recently launched a new medicine that's only given twice a year to prevent HIV. And we're working with Secretary Kennedy and his entire team, as well as the State Department, as a part of your ex-US strategy to support ending the epidemic really during your term. And so we look forward to working with you on that. I've never been more optimistic about the innovation that exists across these companies and the impact this can have on America's health and economy. Thank you very much.
You don't want to show
it literally prevents HIV almost 100% given twice a year. And so the America First State Department strategy, we've partnered with them, and we're also partnering with Secretary Kennedy and his team. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Damn. All right, let's see.
GSK cares deeply about improving the affordability of medicines, which is why today we're announcing for the 40 million Americans who live with asthma or COPD, we're going to be significantly lowering the cost of the medicines they rely on to breathe more easily every day. We're going to be going direct on 8 of our core medicines with deep discounts, and we're investing in American health security by donating the ingredients that go into rescue inhalers like this one so that people can access them when they need them. This triple win is on top of our commitment to invest $30 billion in American manufacturing, American research, American technology, and American talent, and all of this to do the right thing for American patients, whether that's John in North Carolina, who says he can now visit with his granddaughters without worrying whether he will have to struggle for breath, or Martha in Kentucky, who says if her asthma inhaler is cheaper, she can properly celebrate with her family this holidays. Mr. President, thank you so much for your ambition for American patients and for the partnership of all of your teams so we get ahead of disease together.
Thank you very much. Very much. Great company.
Mr. President, as the others have said, I just want to say thank you for your leadership. I reflect on your goal of driving affordability and access to Americans, but equally getting prices up outside the United States, and we're 100% supportive of your actions. As many of the colleagues have talked about, I represent Merck, and we also are looking to what we can do on TrumpRx.gov. In addition to bringing in our diabetes drugs, one of the things I just wanted to highlight, we have a novel oral cardiovascular drug, which has an opportunity to meaningfully lower LDL and really still go after what is the leading cause of death in the United States, which is cardiovascular disease, kills 1 million people in the United States annually. And thanks to TrumpRx.com, you will not only be able to get this pill and have an easy-to-take pill, but it'll be easy to get and it'll be affordable. So I appreciate your leadership and look forward to continuing to partner with you. Thank you.
Great company. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, my name is Vas Narasimhan, CEO of Novartis. Novartis is a 250-year-old company, and today we're the global leader in bringing advanced technologies to patients in the United States around the world, technologies like radioligand therapies and cell and gene therapies. What I want to highlight to you is we're bringing the manufacturing of these technologies to the United States now. We've committed to build 9 new facilities. 7 of them we already have a groundbreaking for. Dr. Makari was with me in North Carolina. We were opening up 4 new plants. Our plan is to scale manufacturing here and ensure all our critical medicines, including these most advanced technologies, are made here in the United States for U.S. patients.
Thank you very much.
So first of all, thank you, Mr. President. I think you've convened on an extremely important subject and made more progress than perhaps anybody ever thought was frankly possible. For Sanofi, this is another day to reaffirm our commitment to patients, our unwavering support to trying to do the right thing to help patients get better outcomes. Put simply, affordability has been at the heart of that for a very long time. Having concluded this contract with the President and the administration, we find ourselves able, as a joint effort, to go further than we ever thought was possible. And that's kudos to you and for what you have done. Improving affordability and preserving innovation and rewarding innovation is a very difficult balance to take. I think we feel the negotiations and the conversations have had the patient at the center throughout the entire time, as difficult as it may have been on occasions. I think what many can learn from the way this was handled, put simply, is that when you bring industry and you bring government together with the spirit of doing the right thing for patients, it is almost limitless what can be achieved. So on behalf of Sanofi, I'd like to thank you, Mr. President, and the team for what has been simply an incredible amount of progress. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
So, as I watch, these are the greatest business leaders, and they're beyond that. Many are doctors, and they ended up running the biggest businesses in the country. But you've done so much, and you made it a lot easier than we thought it would be. You were just, you understood to do the right thing. And as I was watching, and I know all of them, not personally, a couple of them personally, but I know them all through reading lots of business magazines and other magazines and newspapers. These are highly respected people. And I said to myself, look at what they've done. They've done something that, and as you said, something that you never thought was possible to get done. Most people thought for the United States to have favored nations where we have the lowest drug price in the world is unthinkable. And I said to myself, we have a thing called the Unaffordable Care Act. It's unaffordable because the insurance companies make so much money, and the insurance companies totally control the Democrats. And I said to myself, standing watching these great leaders, and we have 4 other leaders coming in, Johnson & Johnson and 4 other very big companies, actually, very great companies. They've all agreed, and they'll be coming in next week, and we appreciate them too. But they've agreed to the same thing, lowest price anywhere in the world. I said, I think that the insurance companies, we should have a meeting and we should talk to them. Because I would say that maybe with one talk, they would be willing to cut their prices by 50, 60, or 70%. They've made a fortune. They've had stock prices that have gone up 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and even 18. Think of this. They went up 1,800%. One of them went up. Numbers that nobody's ever seen before. A nice return, not a 2%, an 1,800% return. One went up more than that. Therefore, there's a lot of fat that can be cut. And I'd like to announce here, this is just an idea that I had standing here, watching these great leaders saying that we're going to have the lowest prices anywhere in the world, something that nobody would have thought possible. And they're going to come out great. But also donating incredible different medications, medications that are world-famous medications that one or another of them make, and donating them in some cases for free or very, very low prices. And I said, I'll bet you if I called a meeting of the insurance companies, the companies that are involved with healthcare costs, I would be willing to bet, I think, that they would reduce their prices very, very substantially. We could have fair health care in the country. Now, my initial thought, and this is what I want to do as of right now, this is the alternative, is that all of the billions and billions, ultimately trillions and trillions of dollars that's paid to these companies, we're going to pay directly to the people. But there's another way of doing it, and that's getting the insurance companies to ease up and to cut their pricing way, way down and stay part of the system So I'm going to call a meeting. It could be in Florida this coming week, or it could be back in the White House the first week, not the second or third week. I'm going to call a meeting of the big insurance companies that have gotten so rich by receiving money, and really much, far, far more money than they're entitled to. And I have a feeling maybe if they would act like these incredible, brilliant, responsible citizens behind me, people that love our country, and they love the world. I mean, frankly, these are international companies for the most part. I'm going to call a meeting of the insurance companies. I'm going to see if they get their price down, to put it very bluntly. And I think that is a very big statement. And what happened here is the biggest statement of all, because nobody thought a thing like this was possible. And I think based on that, I won't even take questions today, because there's no way I can take questions that are anywhere comparable to what you just witnessed. You just witnessed drug prices that will go down at levels never thought even possible, Marty, right? Never thought even possible. And I think that the second biggest part of this meeting is going to be the fact that I'm going to call in the insurance companies that are making so much money, and they have to make less, a lot less. And maybe we can have reasonable health care without
Guys, hit the like button before you head out. Thank you, new viewers. Hit the subscribe button. Let it all go awry. So we're going to be calling a meeting. It'll be either in Florida or it'll be here the first week. And I'd prefer not talking and asking questions, only for the reason that this is such a big announcement, meaning what these people have said and what the other four companies are going to say, which is exactly the same thing, that I really don't want to soil it up by asking questions, even questions that are very fair questions that I'd love to answer. So I think we have to just stop right here. I really appreciate the fact that these companies came here. These, again, a lot of the media is not aware, not really cognizant of the people standing behind me. These are the biggest executives in the world. And what they're doing today is monumental. And I want to stand it on that. And I'll see you later if you'd like. But I don't want to be asking questions having to do with anything else. I do want you to remember what I said about the 4.5%. We took 100% of the new workers was in the private sector, and we've cut tremendous numbers of government jobs. And that's why, if you look at our numbers, they're so good. Also, more than, I don't know if you've read this, came out a week ago, more than 50% of our trade deficit was cut. We cut it more than 50% in a period of a few months. Nobody thought any of these things were possible. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you about your insurance idea, Mr. President.
Thank you, press. Thank you, President Trump. Bye-bye. All right, guys. All right, guys. All right, press. I'm deciding whether to take $600 right now. I'm up. I'm wanting a little bit more, one or two more candles than I want to beat. Man, I don't want to be in crazy though is the thing. Maybe I'll do like one or two, but I just want to. I don't even think I want to hold, to be honest, into next week. It's just I caught us off fib level and I see a setup, but I also not sure. So setups are always weekend. Come on.
On the bond markets now, while the U.S. is cutting rates, the Bank of Japan raised interest rates to 30-year highs, and that has yields on the move globally, pushing its 10- and 30-year to multi-decade highs, as you can see there. Rick Santelli is tracking all the action in the bond report. Rick, what can you tell us?
Absolutely. And we'll get to the foreign global interest rates in a second. But, you know, this morning, University of Michigan sentiment, it was definitely weak. Current situation was the lowest in history, and the history I have goes back to the 70s. If you look at the headline number on this chart back to the 70s, you could definitely see this was the third lowest number at 52.9. But what's odd here is that this used to correlate with equities. When confidence was low, equities were usually going south. When confidence was high, equities were going north. Equities have definitely been heading north. They're already up to the North Pole. Now, we're not at records, but we're very close. University of Michigan has kind of lost its magic. And if you look at the inflation numbers,
what the hell is going on here? QQQ is going higher.
But nonetheless, the market kind of looked past it. What it didn't consider was yesterday's CPI. Listen, I can't tell you how inaccurate it was, but the market's weighing in. Here's a 2-day of 2s and 10s. Both maturities have higher yields today than they did yesterday, and definitely higher than that short window when interest rates went down right after the 8:30 release of that questionable CPI. Now to foreign rates. Yes, the Japanese raised a quarter point all the way up to 0.75%, but it isn't the sound of that low number.
Give me 681,
it's where they have been, negative numbers, all the things they have done, coming back to roost. If you look at the French, the same scenario all throughout Europe. Now, the French 10-year closed at 361 today, a 14-year high. I picked the Japanese 10-year. We could pick any maturity, but the 10-year now over 2%, a 26-year high. The overnight rate you pointed out,
it's
a
so
30-year
damn fucking
high.
slow. I thought that was the only thing going now. This shit is so weird.
It isn't only the carry trade, borrowing
QQQ holding up,
going out and making investments. It's more. It's a whole tightening up in arbitrage globally, and how much the distortions of the past 15 years, especially out of Japan, may affect the rest of the world's global sovereigns. Kelly, back to you.
All I need is one candle. Why the fuck isn't it dropping? I think I'm going to just leave today. I'm in 4 SPX puts, huge, into Tuesday. I'll be break even after. I'll be in profit if they give me a red candle here. I ain't gonna lie for the day. What the shit is this? Well, OPEX.
Joining us now is Chris Murphy, Susquehanna's co-head of. Joining us now is Chris Murphy, Susquehanna's co-head.
Fuck, there's 7.1 trillion. Oh my god. Oh my god. That's disgusting. What the fuck?
Joining us now is Chris Murphy, Susquehanna's co-head of derivative strategy. I love illiquid markets.
7.1 fucking trillion.
Moves, more to talk about.
You're right. You're right. I mean, it could be more exciting at the end of the year. We hope it is. I mean, I'm stuck here most of the days until the end of the year, so I wouldn't mind some excitement. But yeah, probably the highest volume day of the year till the end of the year. And then with those expiration notional stats, sure, it is the biggest notional expiration all time. But if you think about year over year, more options trade than ever, and S&P is at all-time highs. So really not that much of a surprise. It's the biggest notional expiration ever. I think it'd be bigger news if that number started to drop ever.
I'm going to put you on the spot because you're so good at thinking on your feet. If you look back on 2025, you know, we talked a lot, maybe last year, maybe earlier this year, about zero-day options and so forth. What would you say was kind of the takeaway from options action this year? We're about to talk later in the show again about prediction markets and the rise there. What would you say we learned this year vis-a-vis, you know, the options market? Just a question to throw out there.
Well, I think the story of most of this year was low correlation. So, the index products themselves were not moving a ton, and you saw massive moves in underlying stocks up, down, not just the AI names. You guys discussed Nike before this, the home builders, all these big earnings moves. So I think the story of this year has been, idiosyncratic risk. And, as the options markets get more and more liquid every year, the ability to play individual stock moves and also take advantage of much higher individual stock volatility levels through selling options. That's been the story, and I would expect that to continue into next year. And like you said about exciting markets, when things are trading with low correlation and it's a stock pickers market, that's better for us and it's better for your show.
Crazy.
Yeah. And hopefully people pick the right stocks, but it's really hard to do in those kinds of situations. Two more quick questions for you. One, what is the options market signaling or telling you about positioning into next year? Because the forecast from the street, I'd love someone to pull the data on this, seemed to me one of the most optimistic we've had in some time.
Talking about NVIDIA and Tesla, bro.
Well, when we're watching the options trades, I think we would kind of call it cautiously optimistic. Obviously, a lot of tech kind of took a pause recently, but we're seeing very consistent, mostly call spread buying in. Let's always, of course, focus on the Mag 7 names. People are saying, look, maybe AI is a little bit over its skis. Maybe I want to reduce my underlying positions a little bit, but I certainly don't want to miss a rebound, a breakthrough, any more upside. So certainly the most popular trade we've been seeing into the first quarter of next year has been taking advantage of attractive call spreads because of elevated call skew in Mag 7 names. So that's been the focus on our desk recently.
Okay, and finally, what do you make of this whole move to 24/7 trading? Is it synthetic? Is it real? Is it affect things like?
Can you believe these candles into the end? Like, I thought it was gonna fly here too, but like, what the shit is this?
I think that the liquidity still most
it won't even reject, nor will it go
US
up.
Hours.
Like, what the fuck? Give me one candle red.
When I see,
oh my god,
for example, an aggressive
back up $500. Like, what the
in,
fuck is this?
The VIX or the S&P. Because that's a sign to me, this person does not want to wait until we open. There might be more information in
Someone
this trade.
knows something, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I'm hoping to not be trading at after bedtime. So I think it's mostly going to be trading mostly during the same trading hours.
Hello.
Yes,
My name is Adam
yes,
Ferrari.
yes, 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 yes,
Chief
yes,
Executive-
yes, 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 yes. Not gonna lie. Damn. $600 on fucking 11K. Come on, baby. Damn. I'm out. Fuck yes. I just need my money back. Oh my lord. Rest of my money back. Oh. Man, I took 2 downward, right? When everybody was saying up, 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 new HOD, new HOD. Get fucking trolled, dude. Oh my god. Oh, that's what it is, dude. What can you do? What can you do when the market is literally at the 0.6 Fibonacci? Candle. Candle is strong in this one. The candles are strong in this one. And QQQ still up. That sucks, man. They destroyed calls, and now they're saying, don't lie. I'm sorry, bro. It's not me. It's not you either. It's the market. Holy shit. What a great day. Beautiful day. Beautiful ending. $7.1 trillion on options expiry, they said. What a day. Shit barely fucking moving. SPX is moving though, because there's no movement on. Man, that's crazy. Holy shit. Oh my god. Sick day. I'm happy with it though. I'll take a $200 day. That shit was a bad day too. I just have to go big to make up for myself. Holy shit. Man, what a crazy ass cycle into close. None of it makes sense. It's just a little cycle here, a little cycle there. IWM. Bouncing off of. What even is bringing SPY down? Literally nothing. QQQ 617. Well, I'm not holding shit until next week. I'm done. I'm out. I'm just gonna relax into the week. I don't even know why. I was trying to play even bigger shit. What a fucking troll. Candle just coming in out of nowhere. In and out.
Throw it as hard as you want. Go on.
Go on.
Kroner joins us from Citi. He's U.S. equity strategist. Scott, not to ask how much you can deadlift, but feel free to offer, you know.
Let's just say, Kelly, I can lift my weight, but that's about it.
Which is looking like a little less than that.
Today is honestly like really
you
crazy.
You think a more dovish Fed is a plank of this bull market story?
Yeah, it's
every
kind
single
of interesting.
put.
We just
Literally,
published
what
a
the
note
shit?
that hit a few
Like,
minutes ago that I titled "The Data is Dead, Long Live the Data," and it's sort of a reference to the
oh
the
my
shutdown
lord,
impact
is
on the
it
data,
chopping
and now
nuts?
we're getting some information post that. That generally speaking continues to support a soft landing narrative, with room per the previous comment for Fed funds rates to come down a little bit more in this path towards normal,
pops,
or
drops,
I should say neutral. And so the setup here, in our view, is still for a fairly accommodative bias into 2026. As importantly, though, what you also have to factor in here is, the opportunity for other forms of fiscal stimulus to kick in. So all of this kind of sets us up in terms of a positive view towards U.S. equities as we head down into 2026.
You know, I look through everything you're saying here makes so much sense. We've talked about productivity, that being a help. You even see a little bit of multiple compression, but again, earnings growth.
I'm not gonna lie, if I didn't take that profit, I'd be back at break even right now.
Even with the bullish dollar,
crap.
you've got 320 in index. My point is, yours and others forecasts all sound completely sensible and are quite bullish. And it just makes me nervous. The Davos indicator, right? When we go into January, whatever the consensus is, usually the opposite happens.
Yeah, it's so interesting, and I feel like I'm always looking over my shoulder on these things. But I think, where we're kind of stepping out perhaps more aggressive than other strategists is on our earnings projection for 2026. We've talked about this. We like to premise our views mostly on fundamental trajectories.
No, you can't lie. IWM looked like it's going to go one direction and then flip up like nothing.
And the way we see
it literally
it
goes
up
on
here,
no
Kelly,
volume too sometimes. It's wild.
We think we could be more aggressive for a couple of reasons. Number one, we do think that we get a persistent beat and raise out of this mega cap growth AI influence cohort. Then number two, to this earlier discussion in terms of where some of the economic trajectories take us against this soft landing backdrop, it points a pretty good picture. Now, what are we focused on that's a bit more cautionary on this? Anything that can disrupt the AI trade for sure, right, would be number one. And then number two would be, okay, soft landing feels pretty good, but what if it's not so? We think we're going to be wrestling with this productivity versus labor condition situation.
The bears, or are they burning the calls here, or are they burning everybody? Like, what the fuck is this shit? They're burning everybody. At least from two? Like, what the fuck? Holy shit. The slight pullback, bounce, run up, drop to the same spot. A little bit lower, bounce, back to same spot. A little bit like, what the f... Damn, market doing hella. Maybe it's gonna do hella in the last 30 minutes, 45 minutes, 15 minutes. That's OPEX. They're talking about Tesla. I want to see this shit. They're talking about the big three.
Three stocks, 3 charts, and 3 trades. Vic Ducat.
55
of transportation.
Trump's talking about returning to the moon with
of the year, but do you see a lot of this upside perhaps tied to SpaceX and this basically being a proxy for
Market
Elon
does not
Musk
even want to show lower.
You nailed it. You kind of stole the words out of my mouth. You know, I've obviously been a Tesla bull for over a decade. You know, funny enough, about 3 years ago, I was on a similar interview. And basically the host ended with, if you were like going to a desert island for 5 years, what's the one stock you would buy? I instantly answered Tesla. Look at the 3-year chart since then. Would have been a pretty good time on the desert island. But what I like about Tesla now is exactly what you said. You know, the space, you know, again, Trump's talking about returning to the moon. Everyone's like, as soon as the SpaceX IPO got
Santa Claus rally after
they've
been
blowing me up,
Santa Claus,
like, how do I get in? How do I get in? I'm like, it's gonna be a while, guys. So I think a lot of people are using Tesla now as a proxy for that SpaceX
I'm not in this
IPO.
shit anymore. I don't even know. I don't even want to think about lower, but I do want to say it's gonna go lower, but I don't fucking know. It literally hasn't been lower. So I thought it was gonna reject this shit at some point, but it has not.
500. I mean,
maybe Monday, Tuesday they could pop it up and then figure it out. But I mean, Monday, Tuesday could be down here too.
I say Tesla is the gift that keeps giving, because even when we're like news light, they always have news. They always
I don't do shit off Fibonacci level, but I mean the reason why this is important to me is because the top is the FOMC top
we frequently
from last
discuss from a technical perspective, because it's all over the place.
Maybe it means something, maybe it doesn't.
Time I look at in our charts is 1 year. This time I thought it was important to do a 2 year because we are near a very significant old high. If you look back here, you can see our intraday high came in around 488.54. In terms of our best close, though, it was a little bit lower. But notice here, we did break above. We closed above that level. We did make intraday highs beyond that point, 495.28. But then we had a bit of a pullback here. Now we've been chopping around between these two boundaries here, roughly the levels we mentioned above 488. And here was our some of our best closes from back in that previous period from November, about a year ago here. That level is 463.
I mean, if this thing doesn't drop right now a little bit, I'd be surprised.
Notice again, 463 was around where we saw some highs as well.
Maybe it won't because of QQQ, but I mean, if this shit doesn't,
our high before our gap to the upside here. So
notice
as well,
we are in a very tight, very narrow upward sloping channel type shape here.
So those could also be some potential ideas for boundaries to watch going forward.
Look at this shit. It's going bearish, but it's not even pulling back.
Momentum still remains more positive here. We are starting to slip a bit below this trend line here that we're seeing. So momentum slowing down somewhat here as we are at this resistance level.
15-minute candles left.
You know, we'd have to see. Once again, this could be the triangular bull pennant type shape here, where we do get the breakout eventually above those old highs. And
at the end, it's crazy that we went nowhere.
Finally,
from somewhere
volume
here
profile
midday.
Study shows all the heavy volume is here in
The
this
fact that we
area
didn't break out
420 to 450 or so. We can see that would be a notable point to watch
every
to the
single
downside.
put down there.
We are
and
also
then chop,
roughly
burnt
right about
calls
our
a little bit too,
+1 standard deviation channel near 481. So this would be a notable supportive point as well in the shorter term if the price does start to lose some traction as we head into the end of the week.
Yeah, and I know lower, of course, on today's session modestly, but it's still a winner on the week and a winner definitely in the month of December so far. Another winner in the month of December has been American Eagle. I mean, this name is up, it's just a cool 35, 36% this month so far. So Tim, I mean, I would have never guessed that we would be discussing AEO with this much optimism, but frankly, it's been a really good story as far as their financials, the technicals, everything's adding up for this company.
Yeah, and you know, I always like to, you know, fortunately, you guys keep inviting me back every week, and I like to bring fresh ideas pretty much every week, but this is one that I know I've brought back several times. The first time I mentioned it, on Trading 360 was when the Sydney Sweeney campaign first started. Stock was at 18 then. It was a big breakout right there. And I mean, really, when it comes to this, I like the retail idea, love the chart. And at the end of the day, there's this old saying in trade.
What was talking about Sydney Sweeney, bro? What the shit? You're ahead in the game. Oh, God. Look who's talking. Oh, God. Former Governor Chris Christie.
Today we can exclusively report the
this guy ran
is
for
bringing
president.
In former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie as a strategic advisor to spearhead its fight against prediction markets. Governor Christie joins us now. It's good to have you. I know you've had a lot of experience around these fights around gambling. You pushed for the Supreme Court to overturn PASPA, and that opened the door not only for New Jersey to legalize sports gambling, but for other states as well. Why are you fighting prediction markets?
Well, first off, because they're illegal. So let's start there. They are clearly illegal in the sports gaming space. And here's why. The Supreme Court turned this over to the states to do. And the fact is, doing it through the states gives you two things. One, it gives availability to people. Two, in a regulated market.
I definitely don't miss this guy's voice.
And when we've seen some of the things that have been going on lately in the sports gaming area, we know that regulation is really important. The problems we've seen both the NBA and Major League Baseball were only discovered because states were working in conjunction with licensed sports books to look for irregularities and get those corrected immediately. And so you won't have that in these predictive markets.
How does the market have the power to do this?
Anywhere. There's no monitoring of what's going on there. And in fact, one of these predictive markets just said they're going to offer who will enter.
Look at this chop. Chop phase up, chop phase down, no direction.
Imagine how much that could be manipulated.
Can you believe it? Believe it, because literally we're no direction chopping, no setup chopping right now.
Law, and it is hurting the 40 states where this is going on, and in those 10 states that don't have sports gambling right now, Contessa.
I mean,
those folks had made a decision not to allow it in those states, and these folks are flouting state law and going in there anyway.
680.2
the tribes are also arguing that it
question.
Supersedes its tribal sovereignty, and they're fighting it as well. They've joined in this battle.
Not lotto hours yet. Lotto hours are in 15 minutes, lotto time.
CEO was on with
but
us last
they are
hour,
trying
Governor,
to go
and said,
south.
Look, they're not offering sports in states where it's been clear the regulators have made it clear they
it looks like zero DT. They data gaming crazy today.
Do you see all
That's why I
prediction
gave up on
markets
zero
as
DT.
illegal, or just those around sports? Are you fine with
really fucking fucked
trades
anyway.
on the
And
outcome
then I
of
tried
elections,
making
for
it up,
instance?
which I did.
I think this is restricted.
But I think I got lucky too, because I did 2DT and fucking humongous at 225 when they were running up.
Companies said what they were trying to do on
225, 235, 250. People were saying, oh, the poll was right. People were saying HOD was right, but I mean, it was literally not HOD, nor was it lower. It's just chopping both.
The states have occupied the states to regulate sports gambling. They were given the opportunity to do that by the United States Supreme Court in a case that I fought 6 years to bring to the U.S. Supreme Court and to win. And the result of it is
someone said Palantir. What's going on Palantir?
All four of the major sports leagues and college sports.
I can't believe Tesla's so boring and too close after doing all that in the morning. One move and done.
Regulated and
move and done.
To make sure that the integrity of the game is protected.
Holy Palantir, there's no way this shit's back at 194, huh?
Where the citizens of that state don't want it. You know, it's easy for anybody to say,
wow, what the?
Not authorized. Well, it's not been authorized in those states either because those states didn't want it.
Dr.
Or
Berry?
protecting tribal sovereignty, as you see in Florida. And so this is a problem. They're violating the law. And this is a problem for consumers and for the leagues. And I think that's why you'll see consumers and the leagues come together
up
on
today.
this and stop prediction markets from doing what they're doing.
If you don't understand the rules of power, you are...
That's crazy. What the fuck? Wow. Oh my god. That's the most craziest chart I've seen yet. I haven't seen this shit since the last time I played Palantir. Oh my god, look, it touched the fucking yellow line that I marked and then it fucking bounced. What the fuck? Oh my god, that's the most craziest thing I've ever seen in my life. Look at that crazy ass V. What the beep? What the fuck, actually? Wow, they keep this shit up. What the fuck? Okay, well, I guess Palantir on a whole nother setup mission. SPY, SPX pulling back from the 0.618 fib. Trying to flip 680.28 right before power hour. Washing out the calls now, but it's just I already fucking did. Washed out calls, washed out all puts. Just washing out the majority almost. They're holding it crazy up there, making everybody bullish until the end of the day, and also Monday and Tuesday, and now we're losing the 0.618. Let's go look. Tesla. I wonder what the, I mean, Palantir and Tesla, I guess, both up at all-time highs, so that kind of makes sense, I guess, but wow, that's something crazy to see. Someone said, my Palantir 190 got cooked. Holy shit. Is it into today? Was it 0 DT? Or is it next week? Because I'm not gonna lie, I feel like Palantir and Tesla are set up now into next week or the week after that, but holy crap, 194 into the end of the week today is absolutely crazy to see. I would have never imagined that in a million years is what I'm trying to say, from when we were at, I don't even know when I think it was at 164, 168, like it was some crazy number down there. I only played until 170 some shit, it was just not even. They're moving insane. Moving insane.
To give his take and provide some value stock picks is Chris Crisanti. He is Chief Market Strategist at MAI Capital Management. Chris,
was today expiry? Damn, sorry to hear that, man.
So there's been a glimmer
that shit would have been fucking terrible.
From value stocks. They've actually outperformed this month.
Right. Like that's some fucking bullshit too. Look at this shit. 3 p.m. fucking just rallying right at 3. Like what the
head fakes before. How are you?
Who the fuck just literally just planning at 3 to just break out at 3 and then do that shit right at 3 altogether?
So a lot of people don't realize that only 2 of the Mag 7 have outperformed the market this year.
And then crazy pump.
Even our dog healthcare has been catching a bid in the fourth quarter.
Dump and pump and dump and pump and dump and pump like nothing, huh?
More broadly, how should an investor navigate such an expensive market? Well, we have a three-way course.
I would never have imagined that in a million years, but I mean, that they do what I guess people never imagine, but I swear I would not have fucking personally imagined that.
And by that I mean,
looking at this chart, I would have been like, oh, it's chopping, or maybe break out and then down, but break out and break out is stupid crazy.
Not economically sensitive.
Not gonna lie, it's stupid crazy.
You can make money there.
And maybe they're
finally,
doing some
and this
shit
sounds
here
weird,
next week.
Stay behind. And what I mean by that is don't try to catch a speculative market.
On Palantir.
Imagine you're running a marathon and you're staying in that pack that's behind that
Tesla though holding 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days.
Nobody remembers who's winning halfway through. They remember who wins at the end. And so that's how you stay.
Is that a formula for actually outperforming a very top-heavy index, or is it something that is just going to mitigate risk
4 SPX puts up there when it was literally running up like 6.36 somewhere, and then I literally left.
As it did, for example, in the early 2000s.
That is
the very heavy index went
I mean, it was the puts were draining because it was going for HOD up here. Why? Because it was going for HOD, but now that it rejected HOD and it's trying for VWAP, I think that's why it got good priced out. But I kind of took it.
Kimberly Clark?
Yeah.
Dell,
A little
okay,
bump
maybe,
up on
but
huge
damn,
contracts
you only
kind of
like
helped
Dell
me
because it's
go back up
technology.
into
Okay,
positive.
right, exactly.
So
Right. So I like two stocks that are down by almost 50% each. And that's UPS and Kimberly Clark. Kimberly Clark's a great example. So there's a sleepy toilet paper maker buying a sleepy Tylenol maker, but a PE of 12 when it's usually a PE of 19.
Wow.
A safe dividend of 5% while you wait, and believe me, that will outperform a terrible market.
No direction chop.
But is that when you say, you've seen the Wall Street strategist targets? I don't know if you have your own, but they're very bullish and not in an aggressive way. I mean, even JP Morgan's global econ team is talking about this kind of
I don't even know how we got that
profit
crazy pop though into
upswing that
950
they
and then it
foresee.
stopped and then it came all the way back
go higher, the forecasts go higher. A lot of us obviously feel like it can't be that easy. But don't you share that kind of big picture optimism?
And I'm not advocating 100% into Kimberly Clark and UPS. But what I am saying is, if you're like most folks,
someone said today has me confused just based on how nothing aligned at all.
Expensive stuff.
Yeah.
So
I think that's like this is a great example of how before the live stream happened today. I said today is Friday. Friday rule applies, and a bunch of bullshit probably going to happen, and a lot of confusion and a lot of traps are going to happen, right? So I don't know if people remember me saying that, but I mean there were like 50 people here in the beginning, and I said that. I think it's a great example of like how the fuck is someone supposed to navigate some parts of today, and at the end, because it was just all confusion, it was just all bullshit, it was all it was literally just all one side this, one side that, this side this, this side that, and then just
also the big thing happening there, of
big
course, is
picture theta burning, big picture theta gaming, and nothing else other than that. Basically,
and that's hurt for
using IWM, Tesla, Nvidia, Palantir, I guess everything. But it's unbelievable.
I think that's going to be a sleeper that can perform well
same time
even
as
if
they're doing
the
that shit, right?
How
the fuck? Somebody please tell me. Can someone please explain to me how Palantir just runs from that to that at 3 and nothing is going on in the market here? Like, I guess people can say Palantir, small name, blah, 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 but like, bro, that's 4.6%. Like, I don't... How the fuck does some things run, some things reject, and then you don't see it happening at all? You don't see it happening at all on QQQ or SPY because of other things perfectly doing the exact opposite to fucking hide it or something, to mask it or something. Someone explain, right? We were talking about this all day, right? Tesla going all down, and people were like, how the f is Tesla going down and market is not doing anything into 1150? 1150 was when? 1150 was here today, right? Almost when it broke on the second bottom of the W. Like, you can't make this shit up, bro. The market is absolutely fucking... It uses it's... I don't even know, bro. All I'm trying to say is it uses environment, it uses setup to fucking perfectly cramp, poop, environment, setup, whatever the fuck. You're losing the 0.618. Let's see what happens here on SPX. Dumping. Last minute dumping, pulling back. Let's see. Last minute pullback. Fuck. God damn. Last minute pullback to VWAP. So goddamn fast. Look at that shit, right? And I've been saying this shit for 20 minutes. Right? That they're gonna basically most likely go lower than not. This is fucking stupid! Dude. All my 2DT puts would have printed me like fucking crazy on that one candle, but oh my god. That has to be a chase candle, by the way. I'm not chasing that shit, but what the fuck? That 1 minute candle. Wow. I'm not gonna lie, that 1 minute candle would have been like a fucking 2K candle instead of being up $600 there, but holy shit, whatever. Whatever, man. Oh my god. That is so nasty. Look at that shit, right? 0.618. Right, that's called setup. What do I mean? Because at the second top, it looked bullish as fuck. At 245, everybody was saying, oh, HOD1, blah, 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 HOD1. But look at how they fucking data burn, data game, and then... Dude, the risk was crazy. I wasn't even doing 0DT, but I mean, shit. Shit. I'm pretty sure smart money hedge fund deductors doing 1-2 DT into this kind of move or some shit into market close. This is power hour, so wow. One fucking candle pullback. One candle pullback like 10 points on SPX. Look at that shit, man. I told you they were chopping and chopping on the 0.618 and then they fucking lost it. And now they're in the purple box that they broke out of earlier and never went back into. Holy shit. What even dropped that? Someone please tell us. Someone please fucking tell us. I don't even know. We can't even see it on the chart. It doesn't even show up. Maybe IWM. I think it was just SPX alone, to be honest. I think it was just that setup alone. That 618, 0.618. Oh my god. Damn. Someone said crying face. LOL. I left my shit right before that drop. That is fucking crazy. That is so fucking sad too, and I'm sorry to hear that, but like you gotta imagine on that candle, the majority chasing into that candle too. Why? Because of candle and no cycle, you know what I mean? That could be the end of the 3/3 at 345, and then they could cycle and then be like, oh bullish, oh bearish, and then and game, and then break it at 355 or not. But now time is 350. I'm not saying this is, but you get what I'm saying here though, right? Like deductors 1/3, 2/3 into the 3/3, chasers in the 3/3, right? Deductors 1/3, 2/3 into the 3/3, chasers in the 3/3 is why candles are so fucking terrible and scary sometimes. Like how amazing is that to be 1-2 minutes and then into it and then, you know what I mean? Perfect. But like to be into that and then they do this bounce is fucking scary shit. Absolutely terrible. So I can't lie. That's the only like I used to do that shit back in the day too, like going long or going short into big candles like that, but like I would literally realize after it reverts or bounces or rejects or whatever, I'm like that is time signifies something, that spike signifies blah blah blah. Like this shit is I mean I think in my personal opinion, I think the setup played out into the purple box from 0.618. I don't know about anything else anymore. 0.618 held and then dropped and then now gaming on other things. Oh my lord. Oh my lord. I think, dude, the majority also did not see that shit coming either. You can't lie, bro. Only the minority got to fucking participate in that shit somehow and get out safely and then see that shit somehow too. Because how crazy does it look when it runs up to HOD for the second time? Even if it rejects, like, in a logical deductor's head, they would be like, oh, this is going to go down and bounce and cycle until the market decides to do whatever. Because why? It has been continuously, so. I literally joined here and left. What does that show up as? Joined here and left at the 0.618, and then they actually dropped the thing. But time is 3:50. 3:45. Okay, now showing the HOD as 120 now. With the divergence at the roof. So they're doing all this shit with the divergence at the roof. And why is there divergence at the roof? The divergence at the roof exists too. Bull trap everybody at the top at 120. Think, oh my god. Thinking about HOD, but now big ass candle coming. Now they want to go fill the HOD. QQQ. What the fuck? Coming crazy. Time is 3:50. That is why that 3:45 is the chase candle, and they're doing this shit because of cycle 3/3 cycle, 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. They never broke the low of the 3:45, and they're bugging out and trying to nuke into. Oh my god. HOD divergence clear maybe. Oh, that's how they fucking do it though sometimes. HOD is over there 617.61. Somebody pressed the button and now they're pushing it up, helping. Let's see if it really runs on SPY. QQQ is running crazy and SPY isn't. Make that shit make sense. Oh lord. This is OPEX. Don't forget whatever's happening right now too. This is OPEX. It's using everything. Cycle, confirmation, time at the top, HOD divergence, Lotto time 340, 350, right? It's using 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. It's using VWAP. It's using the 0.618 Fibonacci. It's using literally everything. Remember everything. I don't even think it's gonna dump. This is at this point 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 from somewhere up here, and then now it's bear trapping into 350, and there's 9 minutes left. Maybe it might reject here, huge. Maybe it might run up and clear the divergence, but it's literally making everybody hope into close. And I'm not even talking about Lotto players, 0DT intraday players right now. I'm talking about into next week. Next week, right? How this shit closes today, HOD divergence or reject or not, will basically do a lot to their shit. So wild. I ain't gonna lie, I would have loved to be in that 345 spike down, but that is the 3/3. So technically speaking, I play in the 1/3, 2/3, and then that's the fucking 3/3 coming in wild. I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it. Candle coming in, dumb stupid. Holy shit. 0.618 regained. Wow, that low was into 345. That's crazy. This flying candle. That is insane bullish. Holy shit. I mean, at this point, why won't they clear the divergence at the roof? I have no clue, but what in the fucking candle is this? Like, they burnt those fucking chasers in 2 fucking big ass candles, man. That's fucking crazy. That's fucking crazy. Time is 3:55 here. Wow. 0.618. What the fuck? Such a volatile close, doing not much, but volatile. Oh my lord. Today was a very hard day. It's a literal test of everything. It's a literal test of everything thing. Why? The market spiked up and then channeled cycled, meaning making it very hard for bulls to print, and then they fucking bear trapped and bear greed and bear told everybody to get in all day long and grinded that fucking shit down all day long, and then at 120 into 2 and then 2 to 230 they made it look like we were not bearish still, and then bullish again, and then they fucking doing this shit. What the fuck? Yo, somebody did up there to down here, great, but I mean anything, this shit is wild. Spike down, up, spike down. Making it look still confusing into next week, but that is wild. Even until market close, they're making it look like they were gonna go run and clear the divergence with the lotto hour power, right? And the candle said no. Look at how close QQQ got yet again. Within 20 cents. Look at how close SPY got too. Within 50 cents. What did it stop on? The 0.618 Fibonacci level. So this is definitely making people hope, making people think, especially long bulls into next week, and some bears maybe. They're trapping both or confusing both. Definitely into next week with this shit. Definitely. Oh.
What do you do with kind of materials and ag and all of these trades on the weaker dollar that we've had this year?
Today done.
I think.
What a day. Was today a good day? A bad day? A okay day? A weird day? How was OPEX for people
LED
today, man?
headlights blind you at night.
Let's see real quick before we head off for the weekend. Hope everybody have a beautiful weekend. Hope you all enjoy your Friday, Saturday, and Sunday as well.
$830 billion. Mackenzie Segalos
Man,
here.
how the fuck was today?
Behind that big number, Mac.
Hey, Scott. So OpenAI's valuation getting marked higher across back-to-back reports, roughly an $80 billion spread over 24 hours. The Journal now says OpenAI's next round could raise as much as $100 billion at an $830 billion valuation. That would be good for cap table names like SoftBank, which
it's only 12-point pullback, but the options literally did work because it looked bullish as shit here.
Investor name in the mix, but those talks between OpenAI and Amazon are as much about a commercial partnership as they are about equity, and any check of that scale would likely start at least $10 billion. But OpenAI, at least at this point, not confirming the valuation number, saying they are still too early in talks, and they don't imminently need the cash. OpenAI is getting another $22.5 billion from that SoftBank-led round by the end of the year, and most of its compute bills don't start to come due until the back half of 2026, runway that buys them time. And shifting gears here, while these financing talks play out, OpenAI making headlines this afternoon with some compute news. Michigan regulators just cleared Oracle and OpenAI to power a new 1.4 gigawatt data center campus, which is a key piece of OpenAI's.
Damn, not a lot of people had a good day. People are saying bad thing. Damn. I ain't gonna lie though, I think that's majority. Even though if they went fucking bull or bear today, long or short, they made it hard as shit. Unless it was certain setups like NVIDIA and Tesla, they did not fuck around on SPY and QQQ. That's the shit they fed today too. They were like, oh, individual stocks and indexes are all fucking fucked up, and wow. Is it? Wow, what is that? What is that? Wildin' ass close, man. Oh my, OPEX. Candles coming in, green, red, green, red, green, red, into close, I guess. That's what they want to do. Wow. Holy crap. Market closed. Wow. What a day, dude. That shit is 480, 193, 616, 680. Guys, I gotta go. I'm tired as fuck. My mind is fried. I barely made it out today. I don't fucking know. I risked crazy to go into profit today, so I won't lie. Today my brain fried a little bit. Today my brain fried. So I'm just glad I was able to finish the week good. I mean, it's fucked up, but it could have went fucking so terrible today. I don't even think it was a good idea to fucking even look at SPY and QQQ, but I mean, it had to be done. Had to be done. Everyone in the world looking, but I mean, yeah, this is literally what the fuck I mean by Friday rules. Friday, just some weird ass shit too. Expecting today was OPEC, so setups are always the best. Non-directional shit sucks. Sorry, no setup shit sucks. Alright, bye-bye everybody. Have a beautiful rest of your week. We will see what happens on Sunday night.